Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Bright lights calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay. On the beat of your game, make me wonder, can get away. I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
Contact ici, une première tête, on vous l'a dit, Lothar a doublé même, ça triple kill.
Come one, come all. It's day 3 at the VALORANT Challenges EMEA playoffs. It's a big day indeed for more reasons than one. I'm Harry over here. I've got Zescht, I've got Lothar. How are you two gents doing?
Absolutely brilliant. You know, we did a little all-nighter yesterday. We had our quiz show. We had a great evening. But sometimes, you have to get back to business. We're doing this morning. We're going to see some extraordinary maps or just some extraordinary rounds. That's the thing.
Yeah, and Lothar, I'll give you another chance to win at the quiz soon. I'll be asking some big questions your way. So, it is day 3, and with day 3 comes a whole host of goodies. Most notably, it's Elimination Day. That's a pretty big deal, right? There is a lot on the line here. We start to take a look at the EMEA region's road to champions, and you can see that for some of these teams, even the last chance qualifier could be out of reach, Zescht.
Exactly. There are a good bunch of teams, and we're going to take a look at that. For example, our first little matchup is going to give us some very interesting point selection, or hypothetical point selection. I mean, this is a long day, but someone's going to get kicked out here, and that means someone is going to get way less points that they might have looked for.
Yeah, and we do have a couple of teams that may be in a good bit of danger, right? I think most notably, we look at like this G2 Oxygen game. I think they're down at like a quarter of the points right now on the G2 side of things. So it's pretty scary, right? I think we have a little points graphic as well, Zescht. I understand you want to talk us through that.
Absolutely, and the thing is, you see Oxygen from the Turkey Masters, they twice picked up 45 points, and then 30 as a minimum for this Challenger playoffs. Leaves them with an astonishing 120. So they seem somewhat safe, because what you can see here on this table, a Fireflux, G2, Giants, Na'Vi, Supermassive Blaze, all those teams just have those mandatory 30 points from this tournament. So they are the ones who really need to pick up the pace. Oxygen might be in an okay spot right here, right now. They definitely want more than those 30, because otherwise they might just end up in danger. But who's actually in danger? They're in red. That is the ones we just mentioned. G2, for example, they really need to pick up a lot of points to get to last chance, or eventually even to nothing else than, well, the wonderful Los Angeles Global Championship.
Yeah, and that is where everyone wants to find themselves, right? The Masters events are incredible enough, but it's all with that end goal of trying to get to the Champion Tier events. On top of that as well, coming into this, we were kind of saying, if you're a Fnatic fan, you may be rooting against, the likes of Liquid and whatnot here. So the fact that they are the ones down in a lower bracket certainly makes that whole aspect of this interesting. We can also take a look at the bracket and see how this has been playing out so far. Lothar, do you want to talk me through what we've seen so far from the EMEA playoffs here at Challenge?
Well, we also have to highlight that there's a very specific situation that we're in currently. As you can see, in the match 14, we still have 4 teams there. That's because yesterday we had a boo-boo with the servers, and because of that, we're coming straight into the action. So first, we're going to be seeing the second map of G2 versus Oxygen, and then SMB versus FPX. The losers of those matches will be playing in the elimination matches today against Liquid and Forza later on. So those will be the high-pressure matches. You have to take into account those teams will be playing 2 best-of-3s. And well, kind of hard to say 2 best-of-3s.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, because it could be 2 rounds, it could be, so
exactly.
I guess we still have to wait, feel that one out, Lothar, but you do a good job of setting up the schedule as well. I think we can bring that up now and talk you through exactly what we're going to be seeing and when throughout today. The opening game going to be the conclusion of G2 versus Oxygen. Then we have SMB taking on FPX. As mentioned, those are the 2 delayed games from yesterday. Then we get, kind of return to our regularly scheduled programming, right? We have those elimination games, and that's where things are really looking to heat up. I do just want to say quick, out of the 2 continuations that we have still to watch, what one are you most looking forward to, Zescht?
I genuinely think with the round we just saw back there and everything unfortunately collapsed, Oxygen were just about to win. It wasn't the match point that necessarily went in the way of G2. We never saw how it panned out, right? We're going to have that replayed and therefore figure it out. Because right now I feel that the momentum could be hypothetically swinging in favor of Oxygen. Because there was a lot of pressure on them back in that night, maybe now they can be a little bit more relaxed and say, you know what, a few rounds, but we come here fully energized and in the right kind of motion.
Well, so Zescht, we can get back to Oxygen D2 in just a moment, because I think a good place to start this whole thing is taking a look at SMB FPX. Now, this wasn't on the main stream yesterday. It was happening over on the secondary stream, but it was a real banger of a game. Lothar, do you want to start talking me through what we saw in this series, maybe starting at the jumping off point at that first map of Ascent?
Remember that FPX already played against a Turkish team on Ascent, and they made a huge comeback from a 2-10 deficit, right? They're coming into Ascent with a very specific lineup, which includes Phoenix, Sage, Omen, Breach, and Sova on it, so without Jet, right? So that's one of the things that that FPX is bringing on that map. They want to heavy control the orbs and so on, while SMB is bringing up the heat in terms of firepower, but they are one of the best teams that I have witnessed because, I was watching the tapes from yesterday, and what I realized SMB is a great at is at creating pressure all over the map, which then focuses on Izzy. Izzy is the star player of that team. It kind of really feels like, in a way, like Ascent, like they create those situations where CNED or Izzy in this case thrive upon like the prey that is being given to him, because they create pressure, the pincer movement that funnels the opponents towards him, and that happened so many times with FPX that they lost Ascent decisively.
Yeah, very decisively indeed. And the thing is also, on top of that, it seemed to be a quite good buddy system working out. I remember a few rounds where Izzy was peeking down with his operator as a defender towards short B connector, and suddenly he might be under pressure from a player, sneaking up catwalk. The thing that happened though, he dashed away, immediately got himself an assistant player that was there to then refract with a rifle and not with a sniper, and then just help him get out of there with his jet smoke. So it was really perfectly timed. We saw it a good bunch of times, and this was good punishment coming in.
SMB presents very good fundamentals on their team, while yesterday FPX was making a lot of small mistakes that did cost them a lot of first bloods whenever they picked an example on mid. Before, in example, a smoked bloomed, and then Izzy gets like an easy kill with an operator. Many situations like that were creating a lot of pressure towards FPX, and now they need to go onto split and do something there.
Yeah, so Izzy was pretty instrumental to that 13-6 victory on the first map, right? But now we start to turn our attention forward to split, and oh, look at this. We've even got some beautiful little gameplay going on in the background. So when we left that one, it was 7-10, right? FPX were actually up in the lead on their map pick. Zescht, I understand that you kind of want to be the point man here for this split game. What have we seen so far?
Well, first of all, we've seen disaster. That's the thing, right? FPX was absolutely in the driver chair there because they have made slight changes. Demon 6 on Phoenix, first time on this specific map. Also on top of that, Xiao plays Viper. I know that, I think Yinsu tweeted about it, and a very good point that you made there. Sipping on Sage, and he was usually raised back there. So obviously changes and changes and changes and changes, and that led to actually a 7-0 lead. They were so goddamn comfortable when coming into that attacking site. And this is where we thought, all right, we're going into map 3 easily. But suddenly we had a little side swap.
Yeah, and I know that you really want to talk about that Xiao on Viper, Lothar, right? That is something you've been excited about since we found out about it last night, and so now you actually have a tiny bit of time to talk to us about why that is exciting in the first place.
Well, I thought we'll never cover this match, so I'm pretty happy that we actually will. The fact is that Viper on Split has so many ways of being used. It's so creative. Like you can, on both attack and defense, you're playable as an agent in every single lane. What we have seen from Xiao though is that he is typically conditioning on attack people on A with his wall. On pistol round he used a lurking wall that they went towards vents. It was a very nice execute. Nothing fancy, but it shows how well prepared and in tandem are they with the entire team, because then Breach also followed up with his utility on ramp. So there's a lot of small things that they're doing, and because they're playing double controllers on Split, which is a great example to all the ranked players that Viper is not a smoker, right? They were able to play off their fakes a lot, and this is why Xiao conditioning the opponents on tag was so crucial of the FPX early success on that map.
Yeah, and so I just want to reiterate, Split is the map that we're still midway through. Zescht, I understand that you actually have picked a little round out here that you would love to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely, because we have to once more go back that we saw a 3-9 half. Backs against the wall here for SMB. It looked bad, but we can take a little pause right here and take a look at that specifically, because what we actually notice is that they're doing a classic default. We see Astro there in the top left corner taking a bit of B main control. They're making a little bit of noise towards mid, nothing special. But this is interesting, because a quick look here gonna tell us there's obviously Cypher Cage coming in. They know where Demasic is. Now, his own teammate Shadow is putting pressure on him, but the communication is perfect because the Astra off SMB is getting him away. Russ is using that momentum perfectly, and he pulls off. Ult is coming in, all the Seekers are going in the right direction, and he's creating creating so much room. All his teammates are in mid. They directly make a quite swift motion. But the interesting part comes here. Because he's not only holding CT, he's holding CT towards heaven, which means that they only need to worry about 2 spots at this point. He even gets those kills. There comes the Astra smoke. I mean, Demasic's gonna be a bit nuts in this point in time. It gets a little hairy towards the end, but this was so wonderful to see that, first of all, this great coordination from the team with Astra getting actually Demasic out of that position and getting that dissipate to distract him, and at the same time, the right kind of timing, the game awareness here from Russ that really got them the control over the site.
Yeah, I think it's sick to see as well, because like we've already seen examples of resilience out of FPX. The fact that SMB are willing to try and go toe-to-toe with them in that same department is certainly impressive. Now, that wasn't the only game that sadly got delayed for us yesterday, right? There was another that we were covering over here on the mainstream. That was, of course, G2 taking on Oxygen. Now, to open up with this one, we saw an icebox that was pretty one-sided. I don't think there's all too much that we could take away from this, other than G2 were looking really good, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, Oxygen already had this kind of issue with Icebox in the past, the same way they lost to SMB here. And one of the worst parts for me, what's the best way to describe it? You don't want that usually a support player in the form of Mites is actually dying in first duels so often on Icebox. This was one of his issues. He didn't necessarily force those entry duels on him. He's not like, oh, I want to be the entry fragger, but he's dying so often early in the round, which then causes a lot of utility to be lost. You don't want that. I think there's not much else to really comment on Icebox. It has been pretty much a disaster.
Yeah, 13-2 says a lot about the match, right? And G2 was very confident. The funny thing was Avova, right? We talked about yesterday that Avova on Icebox was like just trailing behind the team. We're like, okay, boys, good job, good job. I don't see anyone, cool. But then he went to Breeze, and then he popped off on Viper with a 4K. He was keeping the game like really well pace because of the way he played his utility. But the big story for me on Breeze was how Kellogg's just went absolutely nuts. There were also some changes in G2 when it comes to the lineup on Breeze, because Mixwell for the first time is playing on Sky. Wasn't the best showing so far, but we still have few rounds, you know? But in general, Kellogg's, if I remember correctly, in 12 rounds, had 21 kills, something like that. So
yeah, I mean, so that was the thing, right? Like with Kellogg's, he had this incredible first half of play, right? Like he was kind of unmatched. It felt like no one could go toe-to-toe with this dude. It felt like he was getting set up really quite nicely. But Zescht, as we continued deeper into that game, we noticed a bit of a slowdown out of the guy. Don't necessarily think that's through his own doing, but maybe you could shed some more light on that.
Absolutely. We can take a look at the rounds, and this is also where we need to talk a bit about Sky, because I wouldn't agree that was a bad showing from Mixwell due to the fact that the numbers might not tell us that. But at the same time, here's one of the issues. Kellogg's has a great supporter with Mixwell on his side on attack. In defense, he was lacking some of those. You see it right there, for example. He's pushing through and doesn't get the kill with his ult in a full buy scenario. Those guys are right now down by 2 players when suddenly your opponent is getting into a thrifty. You can't really much thank Coldamenta for the free K he's about to get here. But this is the thing in my eyes. Sky on Mixwell is when he specifically said, I want to be more of the supportive guy, is absolutely brilliant, because Kellogg's should shine, and Kellogg's could shine most of the time in many scenarios in the first half due to Mixwell setting him up with the flashes. I remember a 4 or 5K he simply got because all were blind. That doesn't mean he's not mechanically skilled, right? But there is somebody really backing you up. There's a team helping you to get those kills, and this is making a good player outstanding.
Yeah, you know, something else I think it's important to mention, right, is that even though G2 had this great first half, things have gotten a lot closer, right? The scoreline right now is 11-10, and I think something that is very important to bear in mind is G2 were on a low buy, if I remember right, Lothar. So really, this game is a lot closer than maybe it felt yesterday when we were in the heat of the moment.
We're in a very peculiar spot, because right now, both teams had an entire night of, well, this is not the exactly tech pause, there's also a tech pause. We can take the entire night and think about how we approach the game for the next few rounds. And since G2 is in a spot where they play on a low buy, they have to be a little bit more creative. I'm going to assume they're going to take high risk right now after we get back into this game to surprise Oxygen with something that they cannot play around, because right now they can analyze every single round, right? It's a very unique situation. I don't think we're going to see this often, that a team or both of the teams can sit down and rewatch every single round on the map that they played, and make like just notes and like just learning from the map. It's not going to be something that we're going to see a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad you talk about the situation, right? Because I do actually think that, don't get me wrong, like last night, no one was sat there going, yay, I can't believe this has happened, right? It was a real disruption to the flow. But if there was one cool thing to come out of this, it's that now these games kind of feel a bit like correspondence chess. Now, if you don't know what that is, correspondence chess is where you kind of like send your moves via letter, is how it used to be done. So chess games used to last for months, man, and everyone would have time to think about their next move and really plan it out meticulously.
I think you will also have to explain what a letter is. It's like an email, but in a paper.
Yeah. It's like a paper email. It was like just before the emails and like the dinosaurs came up with them. I think paper was how they did it. And so, you know, like you've had a lot of time here. If you think about it, in both of these games, it really could come down to as little as, 2-3 rounds going your way, and suddenly you've run away with a series, right? Or if you're in like Oxygen shoes here, suddenly you've come back, you've taken us to a third map. So this is a very, very unique situation. Zescht, I would love to hear your input as well on what you think this has maybe done for like the mental game, especially when we look at someone like Kellogg's or like a Mixwell, who was kind of maybe quiet in the numbers, still giving a lot over in the support aspect.
Yeah.
What is this little break going to do for these guys?
Well, it's a lot of hypotheticals. We need to assume. We don't know for sure. But the thing is, the only worry I sort of have is, Kellogg's coming in such an unusual situation. This is like unusual. You never had this planned. This shouldn't have happened anyway. Unfortunately, it did. This is just higher nature sometimes happens. And at the end of the day, does he now come in and say, oh, I slept well with my 5 a.m. alarm clock, waking up over and so on, and now I can actually hop on the server and once more perform like a maniac? Or is it him, oh, can I connect to that? Oh, I'm not in the flow anymore. Oh, I'm just playing for 2 rounds and he needs a few to wake up. That is the thing that I am slightly worried about, yet I'm not quite sure if it's going to be that big of an issue. We're going to find out those 2 rounds.
Yeah, and we keep kind of highlighting 2 rounds as the all-important number, right? Because that could be all this takes to end. I want to bring up the map, Vito, just to refresh everyone's memories, right? To jog our minds as to where we've gone, where we've been, and where we're going, right? This all opened up on Icebox. We said that was very, very one-sided for G2. I don't even really think it's worth mentioning. Breeze is the game that we're in now. It's 11-10, just narrowly in favor of G2, but as mentioned, they're on a low buy. There's still even a potential that this goes to the 3rd map of Haven. And I do kind of want to hear your guys' thoughts that, like, if we go to Haven, does this start to feel like a bit of a coin toss? Just because, right, you lose the precedent and the momentum gained in yesterday's matches. You come in with like a fresh outlook today. Do you think this is going to reinvigorate a team like Oxygen if they're able to get us to that 3rd map, Lothar?
It's kind of like a best of one suddenly.
Yeah.
From a mental side point, it might be a little bit different, right? Then you go into a full best of 3. But when it comes to the tactical point, I feel like it's also very unique because the teams of Oxygen for sure have to prepare like way better for Haven. They need to think, oh, we're gonna play Haven. That's their plan, right? While G2 is like, nah. We're focusing, winning those 3 rounds, 2 rounds, and we don't play Haven, right? They have a little bit of a different approach in their head as well, but they have a backup plan in form of Haven.
Yeah, so I'm actually quite worried that Lothar is sick here, because, if we could go on Haven, we would see Viper on Haven.
Well,
I mean,
I think like that would still be happy, but like, yeah,
that would be amazing. I would be really, really glad to see, because this is once more Unity picking up the freshest addition to the team, and that would be super damn exciting. But you're absolutely right about it. Most likely, G2 are preparing like those 2 rounds. We're out of here. I mean, I can't imagine that they're just too much comfortable with that.
So even looking at preparation here, right? And this isn't something we've spoke about at all in the green room. So this is like an entirely fresh idea. This is a real test to you two. But something I was going to say is like, even when you look at the prep, it's kind of interesting to me because the loser of this still has that lower bracket game to play, right? And if you're G2 here, you're trying to just end this here and now, like you say, Lothar, right? How much have you looked into that lower bracket game coming up today? If you're the incumbent team like G2, who are already a map up in this series, already in the lead, is all this research into Liquid, if you did it, going to take away from your research against Oxygen? Is that kind of, not admitting defeat, but you feel me, right? You're almost planning for the worst case.
Well, G2 has a team behind them, right? So they have analysts, they have a coach. They're gonna take that into account as well. So I'm 100% sure that they already have like a backup plan for that. But still, like, I would just like to highlight that this map on Breeze right now for G2 is actually the overnight break is more beneficial for G2 than the Oxygen, because Oxygen plays a different, let's say, less popular composition on this map than G2. So there's not much to analyze from a G2, against G2, but against Oxygen, you have an Astra, right? You have a Killjoy there in this lineup that has specific ways of playing. So I feel like G2 can benefit from this tech pause a bit more than Oxygen and prepare for those few rounds. Also, remember, we can actually go into an overtime here. Like, this map might not be 2-3 rounds. This map might be still 8-9 or something like that. We're gonna, like yesterday, we have seen a 19-17 map with Guild, right? So there's a lot of stuff that can unfold, and I feel like first you need to think about what you have in front of you and not think about the next match that will wait for you after that.
Yeah. So, we even kind of talk about the idea that like G2 don't have any money left in this round that we're jumping back into in a moment. Something that is cool though, right, is like you've had a whole night to sit there and go, okay, I know we don't have a lot of money. So how are we going to try to get away with as much as we can given this situation? If you remember when we had that Icebox game the other day, we did the whole theory craft of like, they know that Oxygen are going to be forcing, so there was like little gimmicks they could have done to play into the money in that situation. Well, G2 have got another very unique economic situation here, right, where you've got to have a whole night of planning before essentially like a full low-buy round. So it's super interesting. I really want to see if they've crafted something specifically for this situation, or if they're kind of willing to give over like the 11-11 before they come in with all the bells and whistles to take it. I think we're in for a belt, and I hope you guys agree here that even though this situation was not ideal, it certainly left us with a lot of cool things to look at.
Absolutely. And, this is the thing where we talk about a lot of hypotheticals, and that hypothetical is based on a hypothetical. The more we talk about this, I hope Oxygen is just a 10-second B-rush, honestly. At this point in time, I would really like them to not... I really hope they don't get this overthinking mode, because this is something.
And then behind the corner of this plexiglass, there's an entire G2 standing with sheriffs. They can go for something very, very risky, like let's stack A, let's stack B, or push mid as a 5-man, because that's not something that they will ever be prepared for, right? So if I would be a coach of G2, I'll be definitely going for a very risky, high risk, high reward play on this low buy, because what they did before the servers crash was actually, let's say, more traditional approach to the lower buy, and then they had a fantastic retake.
Oh man, that retake was incredible.
Yeah, but this is not gonna work again, right? So that's the thing.
Yeah, Zescht, I understand as well. You've been really doing your homework here. Have you got another round for us to take a look at?
Let's take a look at it. Come on, let's jump into it. There's no time to waste here. Yeah. And obviously, this is one of those rounds where once more it is amazing to see how they actually approach the side with everything they have. So what Glove is first of all doing here is checking that nobody's pushing them for the sake of exactly that lockdown. And we've talked about Killjoy on this map. How useful is the lockdown at the end of the day? The Viper wall obviously now splitting it a little bit more. And at that point in time, in the back end, we also have a snake bite. So at that point, Toronto knows if whoever's backside, he must be somewhere around here. And he's taking a lot of room with that. Actually realize that nobody's so nearby, and they get a quiet, easy, early plant, which is amazing to watch, because now, with all of this setup, with all of the freedom they gained, they even had the time to put nothing else than the Viper's pit out that gave them the success they needed. This was so crucial. They had this little bit where they really fought through every single step of it, and this is what I love love about Oxygen, because everybody's talking about Turkish teams like they're still in stage 2. Rush, rush, fast, fast, jet, jet. No, they have all developed a way better playstyle ever since. They are extremely good at what they're doing, and Oxygen, for a good reason, is the most consistent team in the entire region of Turkey.
Yeah, you know, and it kind of feels like, you know, they still have that like, from previous stages, you know, that fast ability to fall back on. As like a little bit of like a, you know, nasty left hook almost, right? They've really looked to bolster the strat book, but they still have that tried and tested style that they can use against you. Right then, well, so as we've kind of set the scene, we've set the stage here, we know the stakes, we know what's happening, I want to start to kind of get into the realm of predictions. Now, it's super weird, right? It is super weird because we've been building, as you say, it's like we're building foundations of hypotheticals, and on that, we're building more hypotheticals. So I'm feeling extra hyper-pathetic right now, okay? I'm thinking that G2 are going to pick this up 2-0, but I would love to know where you stand, given the just crazy unique situation we're in.
Mathematically speaking, G2 has all the odds to win it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's gonna, I will say, logically speaking, G2 will win it.
Zescht?
Do you want me to predict round by round? Or
I mean, dude, I would love it if like we set all of this up. This is something we've been joking about. It's like, you know, we do this big setup. We really try to like drive home this idea of, oh man, what does this mean for Oxygen? Anything can happen. And then G2 do just come in with some like insane sheriff strat and end it in 2 rounds, right? It would be comical. But Zescht, I'm not looking for like a round by round play down of how you think it's going to go. Just do you think, you know, this little momentum break, do you think this is going to help Oxygen bounce back, take us to a 3rd?
I at least hope that they're going to bring it to the 3rd map, because Haven could be something they might be winning due to the surprises in the composition that might be not so expected for G2. I mean, as you said, they have a staff. They obviously know it's not like that. But at the end of the day, I still believe that there might be a good chance. They had the momentum going. They were actually having a decent retake coming their way, or more likely holding up the retake yesterday. They could have even closed that map out. And this is their opportunity right now. I do have high belief that they actually have an opportunity to bring it here on map number 3.
Well, 2 teams are entering the server, but only 1 can stay. And while I'm saying G2 can stay, let's see who they think the 1 can stay is.
Hello guys, we're here at the G2 bootcamp. It's me, Nuki, and Abova here, and we're gonna be doing a game called One Must Stay. You ready?
Let's go.
Let's go. So the first question is, which ability would you like to have in real life?
In real life?
Yeah, wait, I'm gonna read the answers now. Tailwind, Spycam, Owl Drone.
Wait,
Tailwind
oh.
is the jet dash, I probably assume.
Oh, the jet dash, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely need that, bro.
Why not the Spycam?
Spycam? What do I need Spycam for?
I don't know.
To spy on people or what? I don't know, jet dash.
Okay.
When I went to school,
Dash to school.
I really wanted to dash into the bus, so I didn't miss it.
Telling your kids that I was dashing to school. Okay, where should be the next VCT major? North America, Asia, or Europe?
I want to go to Asia, actually. Korea, some place like that. It would be sick.
Europe is boring, right?
Yeah.
And Asia is
And they
good.
can wait.
Yeah, and they can wait.
They can go to Asia.
Which agent would you delete from the game? Omen, Jet, or Killjoy?
Oh, Jet, bro.
Jet.
Jet is such a bullshit agent, man. So stupid. So stupid. I think my dad can play Jet.
Anybody can play Jet. What would you choose to eat if there would be only one? Pizza with pineapple, peanut butter jelly toast, fried chicken with waffles.
It's waffles.
Yeah, with waffles.
Oh,
Actually, I've never tried that, so I don't know how
yeah, no,
waffles with
I'll
chicken
take
go.
the fried chicken with waffles. If I don't like the waffle, I just throw it out.
True,
I need the chicken.
true. Who is the weirdest guy in our bootcamp? Mitchell, Coldamenta, or Kellogg's?
Kellogg's, bro.
That's even the question.
That guy's a little weirdo, bro.
It's a goofball.
Bro, this guy, he had his alarm at 5 a.m. so he can go to the airport. And he had the same alarm for 2 days in a row now. So he woke me up at 5 a.m. and I had to wait 20 minutes before he turned it off. And I was just dead tired, so I was about to bust in his room and turn it off. This guy doesn't wake up, man. He's like a rock when he sleeps.
He's just goofy in general. He's like funny, always doing like stupid things, so.
He's a really funny guy.
Yeah. Who would you rather like to face in a 1v1? Scream, Sinad or Yasin?
I'll take Yasin. Easy.
You sure?
Yeah.
Why not Scream? We played against Scream in
I'll
this
take
week.
Scream, I'll take Sinat.
We already played against Scream, it's already
Bro.
like off the list. We played against Cena
When you
too.
won, I'm really confident.
Yeah,
I won a lot
easy.
of 1v1 tournaments.
Same. I actually won quite a few in CS. Which map would you rather play in the Grand Finals decider? Bind, Split, or Icebox? Final map, decider.
Bind, okay, Split. Icebox.
So all of them are bad, what are you trying to say? I would choose Bind, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll take Bind actually.
Split is random.
Split's random, Icebox can be random, but
Depends on the team, right?
Bind, yeah, I think I'll pick Bind.
Thank you everybody for watching. This was me, Nuki, and Avova. And I hope you guys had fun watching this video.
Yeah, thanks so much for watching. Bye bye.
So that was the G2 boys. Now, we've seen them there giving their thoughts, but I would love to hear these boys' thoughts as to the agent pools, just to kind of refresh, jog our memories, right? This has been a long old build-up now. Like, we're talking hours. We're talking a whole night even of build-up. So just to jog my memories, Zescht, talk me through G2 and what we're seeing from them here on Breeze.
No, well, I like that Breeze composition because you have to see previously they played Coldamenta and Cypher, and there was nobody else than obviously Mixwell on Killjoy. Pardon, that's the wrong way around. Coldamenta was Sova, Killjoy was on nobody else than Mixwell. But they swapped around. Now Killjoy is non-existent in that, and at the same time we have obviously, and this is what I like so much, Mixwell with the Sky. This is an agent and this is an individual that is so supportive in the way that he sets up somebody like Kellogg's. We have really witnessed that when they were already in that first half. He was helping him so often to get those kills, and this is what I liked so much about this change in the agent composition. Sky being used by somebody like Mixwell, who's individually good, but can be a great supporter. That's the best mix I could ask for.
Yeah, I guess you could say it mixes well, right? So, yeah, you know, now that I've said that, can you... Lothar looks so disappointed. I'm sorry, Lothar. Can you talk to me about Oxygen and what we're seeing from these guys?
Yes, Oxygen on Breeze has a less traditional lineup when it comes to agents. They use a Killjoy, they use a Killjoy, an Astra, Jet, Sky, and Viper. Now, why it's less traditional is because they use two controllers in form of Astra and Viper, but since Astra has such a huge range, she basically has the entire map in her control when it comes to usage of her abilities. She's able to sell fakes very often. Also, it's very flexible, right? Because she uses her stuns and pulls while doing an execute. It's very strong on B. We have seen Oxygen do that a lot when the one angle is being covered by a snake bite and then a utility from Astra, which opens up the space for Toronto to just dash in and just take a lot of space. So there's I really like the Astra play, and also she has the ultimate, which is basically an additional Viper wall, and we have also seen being that used for the same sake like with Sky, when it's basically another obstacle for through you from which you you throw the flash through.
There we go. Nailed it, right. Well, I got some good news, gentlemen. This game is actually about to begin. We actually have G2 taking on Oxygen, about to go down on our screens. If you've been here waiting since last night, woo, don't fall asleep yet. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, on the desk. Some excellent insights there. And we find ourselves in a fairly unique situation, halfway, or more than halfway, certainly through this game. Potential for us to only be on here for 2 rounds, Gia.
Yeah, pretty much. It is one of those situations where we have no idea how long we're going to be here. None of you have any idea how long we're going to be here. Judging by the way that G2 were playing yesterday, I think there's probably a lot of people who expect this to be over quite quickly. But, you know, if you're Zescht, I suppose you still have faith in Oxygen. And there is, of course, the chance that we do end up going on to our third map of Haven. And you do have to consider what they were talking about on the desk, and that is that these teams have had this very unique situation where they can go back overnight, review the game that they are currently in the middle of, and improve based on that. And, you know, with Oxygen, of course, being very aware of what they could potentially lose right here, you wonder how much firepower that's going to have given them.
We are going to be heading into the game. And remember as well, Gio, that the momentum break is really what they were talking about a lot. And if we're talking about momentum, we've got to talk about Kelox, right? This guy was on fire yesterday, absolutely out-fragging almost everybody else in the server. Is today going to be the same? Is that form going to return?
Well, I mean, if you're a G2 fan, you would certainly hope so, I would imagine. I mean, he did play exceptionally yesterday, so yeah, I guess we'll find out.
Looks like we're going to be getting underway early with a B site take here. G2 trying to hold it off. A couple of guns being bought, 2 Spectres in tow, and the rest on the Sheriffs. Not going to be able to stop more than one at the moment, but Nuki doubles up. G2 holding out for now. They were able to get a retake yesterday during the disconnect, but this time around they have the numbers advantage. Only 1 Spectre still in tow, though. And they've got to move through. Unity evens the score lines. Kelox is going to go down, and the range is at their advantage. With those Phantoms, with those Vandals, they'll be able to take those jewels. Moving through, trying to get those flashes. Unity holding on the side of the wall. They check the corner, but it's not going to be good enough. Unity triples up on the round, doesn't have enough bullets left in the mag. Hanuki takes it down, but there's a team ready and waiting. We're going 11-11.
So it's not going to be over in 2 rounds. We know that for sure at this point, because now OXG have evened things out on the scoreline. Yeah, I think, you know, a really big thing there is simply that weapons disparity. Even though the first 2 kills went down onto the side of OXG, the only players remaining on G2 at that point, you've either got pistols in hand or you had a Spectre, and as you said, you're going up against rifles. It was just a pretty, you know, decent situation there for OXG to be able to collect those last couple of kills, and for it to be Unity as well. Really nice new player to the team showing up, and OXG is still in this game.
There's the Viper's Pit. This is the new round now. 11-11, Viper's Pit blocking off B site, and that's going to force potentially a little bit of a rotate over towards the A side. The spy cams are there. And they're holding out 2 players in the tube. Very maneuverable right now for the G2 defense. They've got a lot of fast rotate spots being held, Gio.
G2 aren't relinquishing any of these positions yet. The onus is very much on OXG to be pushing up. Viper's Pit, of course, makes things a bit difficult for them, but there's the lockdown.
That's going to force a Vova out as well. Going to have to wait for it, move all the way to the back of site. Isolate. A lot of time left on that Viper's Pit. Spend a lot of time staying in there, but I don't think you're going to be able to get back in. So that will be dropping that force for good for the defense. Not going to be there for too much longer, but a Vova not going to let that phase and gets first pick on the hold. This is a crucial round for G2 if they want to end it here and now. Viper's Pit for the post plant as they want to get that spike up to the site. Get that spike indentured, planting outside of the smoke, allow the Viper to play inside of it, but Kelox finds one, Mixwell finds a second as well. G2 want to hold this one, they stop the plant going through for now. As Coldamenta gets yet another spike carrier drop, Mixwell gets one more, and Zistu falls the final blow, at G2 up to match point.
I mean, G2 really had to surround OXG there, get quite aggressive. OXG actually invested a decent amount of utility. You know, the lockdown, you had the Viper's Pit. I really liked the way that they saved the Viper's wall until they knew that they'd cleared out that space that Avova was holding. It just wasn't enough. And that's going to be really tough for them as well. You know, they can still afford to have a decent buy here. And G2, now that they're on match point, wow, this has been such a long game, hasn't it? Now that
you haven't.
Go on.
You know, you haven't had enough time to really strategize around this. They need to make sure that they've got every second to be able to figure out what they're going to do.
It does feel really odd, you know, getting up early this morning, putting on all the makeup, which I'm sure you've also done, John, for something that could potentially be over in the next round. G2 want to be sure that they nail it here because, of course, if they don't, it's going to be going into overtime, and they're still going to have to be fighting for their place in this game. As I was saying, you know, there's going to be a decent buy on both sides, and with G2, they've still got the operator in hand. So again, Kelox, we spoke about how scary he's been. That's definitely part of why he's so scary. You also have to consider as well that Oxygen invested their ults in that last round. It didn't work, and they don't have any for this one.
I don't believe that we're going to be able to sneak in an interview with all the games we have to play today, but I would be really interested to know what they spoke about in that tactical timeout. Was it actual tactics, or was it just more of a motivational speech, a bit of a pep talk for the troops and try and get everyone on the ball, starting to frag out? Nuki, though, there's a bit of pep in his step. All the way over to attack a spawn. This is a really brutal spot. If he catches 2 players here, that could be the round, and that could be the game. Looks like Zistu's going to be first up. One of the heavy fraggers for the squad, and that's going to be one early. Spins out wide, dismiss around the corner. Tailwind to try and take the challenge. Continues to spray, and the lineup nearly there. They take Nuki down, but the game's given up. They move back over towards the A site. Kellog's not going to be taken down just yet. Misses the shot. The first on the operator. Will drop the Cloudburst to see himself a little bit safer, but in come OXG to move onto the site. Kellogg's falls as Toronto able to take control here. Coldamenta drops down, but no luck. Mixwell moves through as well. 2 players on the retake. Drops the Seekers. Will be spotted. The headshot's good. Spots out the Seeker as well. Looks for more towards the main. Finds 2. And now it's all over to Avova. Drops the snake bite. Knows Mitez is where he is. Playing towards the connector. And Mitez shuts it down. We're going to overtime. It's 12 and 12.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay, this could go either way at this point. This could be where we end up going over to Haven. G2 could have had everything in that round, and they failed to do so. I like some of the ideas that they went for, but the fact that OXG, they kind of stuck together, they stuck to their guns, they ensured that they were working in a coordinated manner, especially to bring down Nuke and ensure that that rotation was open to them, was really important. Now they're going to be moving back over to the defense. It's been a little while since we've seen OXG's defense, so I suppose this will give a nice little refresher. Toronto is going to be holding on to the operator this time. Everybody else has got Vandals. I mean, in the server, everybody else has got Vandals. So we'll see what he can do with this as he's holding down mid.
Checking on potentially the wrong side there. Has not got too much backup and has to go all the way back. Concussion there, they want to chase it up, and that's an early pick for Nuki. Able to find the first shot onto Toronto. No more operator, and that's a lot of money spent. G2 lining up in the connector. They've sent Avova over towards the main as well. Glove going to get flashed out in response, and Coldamenta falls in the meantime. Even on the numbers, and a long-range kill. Traded out again. Avova finds another. Mixwell gets even more done, but it's traded evenly across the take. The spike goes in. We're into post-plant, Geo.
So we're very still for now. Mixwell's the next one to get a kill. It's just Mitez versus Mixwell. Mitez did get that final blow on the last round, but is he going to be able to recreate it? The answer is no. G2 go to 13 rounds and once again put themselves on match point.
They are up there again. Very similar scenarios. We're only going to play the same game over and over and over again if it doesn't go their way. But G2, potential to win it all on this round. Get themselves that one step closer to qualifying for Masters. After this game, there's only one win that stands between you and a guaranteed spot in the Masters. And you don't want to have to go through Liquid to do it. OXG, that's the fate they're facing if they're not able to pick this one up.
I want to be like, G2 want to go all the way to Berlin, but it's literally a German organization. So it's not that exotic a trip for them, but it would still mean a lot for them to get there. Now it's
a staycation.
Yeah. They're the ones who are now back on the defense. See how OXG are gonna reconcile this scenario. Because remember last time they attacked here, they invested a lot. They invested ultimates that they don't have right now, and it still didn't work.
Kellogg's on the operator over on the A site this time around, potentially on a retake. Astra up into the air in the astral form. And they go in towards the B, moving through. The Viper walls go up and they start to surround Avova. This is bold, this is fast, flash through and gets one, falls back, looks for more and gets it done. Headshot in, and Avova playing havoc from the sidelines, finds a triple kill, a quadra kill for Avova to try and keep G2 in it, but Unity finally takes him down, but against 3, what more can be done? Doesn't have the spike and gets taken out. It's G2 to take things home, 14 and 12. the overnight break doesn't stop their roll, and they will go 2-0 in the best of 3 series.
You know, they didn't want to take it into overtime, but ultimately it didn't end up mattering. G2 finished with a 2-0, and I think they just did in such beautiful fashion at the end there, especially just the way they played off those flashes. Mixwell bringing in the Sky for the first time has been a big story in this game, and it was just so well-rounded how it finished at the end there. Unfortunate for OXG, who'll be falling down into the lower bracket, but G2 really played their hearts out in this series.
Avova nailed that last round. His B-site hold was impeccable. Incredible. It was, I mean, getting a quadra kill, I mean, sure, but it was the timing, the fact that, as you say, Mixwell set him up, right? That to just push through, get those flashes in, decimated the advance, and OXG, they're going to have to take on Team Liquid later on.
I mean, it's certainly going to be a fight, but it's not one that's over yet, John. So, you know, OXG, Team Liquid, only one of them is going to have the opportunity to move through, which I think in and of itself is more exciting. But G2, they are one step closer to making it to Berlin.
Absolutely. And so we got a total of, what was that? I think, what we had 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds in there, Gio. That was a pretty good trip to be able to... I know, lucky us.
Wow.
But I mean, fair enough. It was a great way to close out the game, I think, from yesterday. A 13-2 on Icebox to go into overtime this time around. But no more overtimes for G2 today. They will be able to take a breather. We're going to head over to a break. When we come back, the desk will break down those last couple of rounds. And we'll be looking for the next match to complete as well. We'll see you in a few.
Oh, hey, well, that was quick. We're already checking back in. Yes, G2, they do take down Oxygen 2-0. This was both the quickest and longest match of Valorant we've ever seen. So I've got Zescht, I've got Lothar with me. Let's kind of talk about this one, right? We set the scene already. We've talked about what we saw in like the first 21 rounds of play. But now we know that G2 have taken this victory. Now we know they've locked it in. It takes them an overtime to get there, but they do manage to get it on the board, and that is perhaps the most important part here. We also now know that it's going to be Liquid versus Oxygen coming up later on today. But I want to start by getting some of your thoughts, Zescht. What went right for G2 here for them to take this 2-0 victory?
So I have to say, I think the crucial linchpin here was the round when those guys from Oxygen started to use nothing else than their Viper's Pin. This was when suddenly the spray for the smoke came in and they were able to really shut down every single player of Oxygen was just ready there on the B side to be prepared for everybody entering the site. This was, I think, the linchpin of all of this. This was where work has been done by G2, and it's where I was so shattered to some degree.
Well, you know, you have to say, unlucky, Oxygen is losing this map after such a long break, and it's kind of heartbreaking, right? But I like to highlight some of the things that they did right. An example in one of this, I think, 24th round, they used the Killjoy ultimate to push out Evolva out of his ult from A side. Typically, you don't want to push at any point the Viper's Pit. It's like a death wish, especially on those narrow entrances on Breeze, either on A or B side. But the thing that they do is that they put that the Killjoy ultimate, right, which has a limited range, so it doesn't cover the entire side. So they know where Evolva will go after that. This is where you see also Astra being used with the snake bites from Viper as well to gain control over that segment where Evolva has to fall back to, right, and that gains space for Oxygen. They still lost that because of what Zescht exactly described happened later on, but it's a good premise. But the thing is, was it worth to sacrifice so much utility on a Viper's Pit? Maybe we should have gone to A side, used the same kind of utility, but without having to worry about the Viper's Pit in the first place.
Yeah. Something else that was cool here, I thought, you know, we were kind of hypothesizing what this might do for the mental aspect of this game. There were two players for G2, if you remember, that were having a bit of a rough time of it yesterday. It was Coldamenta and Mixwell that was struggling. Coldamenta, you know, didn't really have to do much here, it felt like. It was really, you know, the rest of the gang picking up the pieces. But Mixwell, I think, is definitely worth talking about. He was dead last yesterday when we had the game going on. He comes into this today after, you know, a night off, a chance to reset himself. He was a key player in this victory, right? He had countless multi-kill rounds. His Sky was looking really, really good. It felt like he kind of receded away from this idea of being that support Sky that we were talking about, and he was really throwing himself in there and making a lot of these rounds happen, Zescht.
And there's one thing that I really have to point out. I mean, his clutches have been phenomenal. There's not much more to talk about here. That has been amazing. But what actually made, you know, the closing of this map possible was what we would call Evolva's clutch. But Evolva's clutch was made possible just by it. You hear it right there. Nobody else did it. It was once more perfectly communicated, perfectly timed. The second flash comes in as well. Team flashes, right? You're picking up the agent. You haven't played it too often yet. But this is the thing, right? We might have talked about Mixwell yesterday not looking good on the ACS paper. He might not look good with collecting all those dog tags. But at the end of the day, there are agents and there are individuals who have way much more value than that. And I think Mixwell proved that as he enabled every single of his teammates again and again to get those kills, to get those openings. And sometimes you might be last on the scoreboard, but your team knows that you had way bigger impact.
Yeah, lastly, Lothar, I'd love to hear a little bit from you as to how you thought the Jets stacked up against one another here, right? Obviously, keloqz was like a real big talking point for G2, especially when we look back to yesterday. First half from him in particular was just incredible. It felt like it took a little longer for Toronto to warm up into it, and sadly, like, when you've only got, you know, a handful of rounds left to play, you don't really have that warm-up time.
Well, the thing is, it's hard to be warmed up as a Jet when you're being dismantled in First Bloods. Like, the thing is, Jet is so impactful in attack when she has the support of her teammates coming after she makes pressure, right? But since keloqz was just going nuts on the first half, and he was getting all those First Bloods, he was putting so much pressure on Oxygen, they were left out of breath. So... So basically, Toronto didn't have the typical support that he would be expecting of their teammates because they were mostly dead, right? So that's the thing. And I still like how he played. There were many signature moves that you have seen from many teams being used, like the updraft towards B on the pillar, like after the dash with few smokes, put on default plant and on the pillar, which was bringing a lot of let's say uncertainty to G2 defenses. But the thing is, first half, I think, I don't want to oversimplify it, but I think Kellogg's brought so much value just by his kills. I like to pinpoint, this utility was so crucial, it was so important for the team's success, but sometimes just one player popping off because he's so confident. That was Kellogg's on the first half on Breeze.
Oh, and it's almost like we engineered it this way, Lothar, because now we can look at the pay safe card, player of the match, and could you guess who it would be? Who have we just been talking about? Who have we just been shining a big old light on? It is Kellogg's on that jet. Guy had an incredible game, right? Top of the server at 30 and 20, and I'm inclined to agree with you, right? I think oftentimes when we look at Val, and Zescht, you said this yourself, right? It's not always coming down to ACS. It's not always coming down to frags, but some games it just doesn't. In that first half, because of how much pressure he was applying, because of how much he was removing from Oxygen and their ability to, slow down and actually influence these rounds, he was so important to this G2 victory. And I imagine we all agree on that.
There's not much more to talk about. I mean, this is the great thing about it, though. We all have heard maybe the interviews Mixwell has done together with Nuki, where they talked about he's still young, he sometimes maybe over peaks, he's overconfident in a way, but he's someone who's willing to learn. And this is the greatest thing about young players, right? When they're not cocky and they know, I'm the star now and everybody has to look at me. No, he's willing to learn. He's a young gun who's realizing that there's still a lot on his path. And with guys like Mixwell and Coldamenta, you can learn a lot. And this is forming a star, if you ask me.
Yeah, I've actually also just heard that we have Coldamenta standing by for an interview, so that's exciting. I didn't know we were even going to get this. Let's bring him in. Let's get him up on the big screen. So firstly, I think I probably just want to address the elephant in the room right away. Obviously, you guys had some time to go away and prepare for this, right, and get ready. What happened when you found out last night that the game was going to be played today? What did you and your boys do to prepare for these few rounds?
Well, we usually had a plan for each round. Like we had to had every possible scenario prepared. So we knew exactly what we wanted to do at all times.
Yeah, and so being real, was there ever a moment for you guys where you were, was this just because we were hypothesizing this idea of if you're G2, are you guys going, look, we're just winning it on Breeze, we're just ending it here? Or this is obviously where the support staff come in handy, right? Did you guys have your coach and analyst going and prepping for those other games so that you guys could really home in on Breeze? What was the process like there?
Yeah, exactly. So we wanted to cover every possible scenario. So we also prepared the next map, Heaven. We already had it prepared, but then we went over it again. And then, we also prepare for Liquid, in case we lost, because you can never really be 100% sure you're going to win it, even if you think that's going to be the case.
What I would be really interested about, because obviously you're talking about preparation. Oh boy, they're already rushing in. When we talk about preparation, I'd be super curious to know, when you realize that this Viper's Pit came down towards the end of the regular playtime, I mean, you obviously knew how many orbs are left, how many orbs they have now, what is going to happen. Is there something specific or you planned for this B-side take off Oxygen? As you said, you were prepared for every single scenario. And is this why you succeeded when they used all those ults, which gave you the opportunity to go in overtime?
Which one are you talking?
I think this was the round where you've gotten the number 12 for yourself, and there was the Viper's Pit coming down from Oxygen. And you guys just really pretty much shot for the smoke, killed the Viper at one point, and eliminated them all trying to come in. You recall what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was a Volby, right?
If I could be, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously prepared. Yeah, we were ready for it, and they had a good setup. Mixwell and Volby, I think, and we were kind of ready. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you talk about Mixwell. I was kind of curious, right? We were talking about his Sky pick here. We all thought that was like very, very interesting. What's the mantra behind the Sky on Mixwell? You know, is he playing it in like more of a supportive? Because we talk about how Sky has, you know, started to feel more and more like a duelist at times. So what's kind of been your mantra behind Mixwell's Sky?
I mean, right now he's flexible, so he basically can play anything. And the maps where we need the Sky, and everyone else needs to cover like different roles. He just plays it. He kind of fills in roles, and that's kind of it. It's nothing else.
All right, sweet. Well, Coldman, man, this is all we have time for now, but it's been a pleasure having you on. Thank you very much, and appreciate all your insight in spite of the kind of weird circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you go. What a sound guy. So, yeah, you know, lots to learn there. And you know, you can see what he means when he says, like, Mixwell's Sky is very, very flexible. I think the fact that we had this split into, like, 2 games as such really let us see both sides of Mixwell's Sky, right? When he wasn't feeling it, he was able to tap into that more supportive element. And then, you know, like, when he wakes up today, fresh face, looking good, looking Mixwell, he's going to come in and, you know, play that more kind of duelist Sky, right, Lothar?
He was also most likely prepared to play Sky on Haven because that was so far the only map where he is playing Sky. This is why we were so surprised. Well, Mixwell and Breeze with Sky. Ooh, that's some spice here, right? Because they lose that Killjoy, all of that utility, but instead they have Coldamenta and Cypher, so that's the compensation. Too bad I didn't ask one question about how he IGLs this team instead of, like, you know, sorry, not instead, but like, did anything change in his style? But I guess we're still gonna see G2, so...
Yeah, I will give you all the time in the world, Lothar. I promise you that. Don't you worry. But the reason why we're trying to wrap up is because obviously we still have more games to be played. We need to know how these elimination matches are going to be shaping up. And we won't know that till we get the results of SMB versus FPX. That's coming up in just a moment. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back when you return.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
was shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
money in the bank. Hit you with the
The VALORANT Challenges EMEA playoffs, and we are continuing those matches that got delayed yesterday. We just saw G2 take down Oxygen 2-0 now, moving Oxygen down into the lower bracket, but there's still one more lower bracket match that we've got to figure out. I'm Harry. With me, I've got Zescht and Lothar again. We're all familiar faces now. We're all very well acquainted. And boys, you know, as we get ready to head into this one, SMB, let's start with them. Do you want to give me a little bit of a rundown behind this team, Zescht, before we move into like a more grounded discussion?
Absolutely. So SMB has been quite freshly formed, let's put it that way, right? The team that has been pretty much led so far by Pora has brought us a very interesting composition. I think everybody was looking from the sidelines and called it this Turkish super team, this kind of Terminator coming from that southern region that might just dominate and go quite far here in this tournament. And Pora handpicking every single one of them. CNET was even up for talks regarding that team. That didn't happen. And that's obviously the interesting part. You see how much quality, how much time they put into that. And at the same time, the interesting part to me is how far can they go within this tournament? Because they already took a map of FPX, which I think a lot of us would still rate as a quite decent, maybe not the favorite European team at this point.
Yeah, you know, I'm really, really excited that we actually get to talk about this game now as well, right? I think yesterday we were all keeping up with it. We were all watching it on the sidelines. But let's first get well acquainted with these teams. Let's meet SMB, Supermassive Blaze.
Merhaba, adım Mehmet, soyadım Özen. Oyundaki nickim Turko. Supermassive Blaze takımında oynuyorum. Rolüm Trader. Genel olarak Sage. Support rolünde hero'lar oynamayı tercih ediyorum. Takımımızın şu ana kadarki en büyük başarısı Türkiye şampiyonu olmaktı. Çünkü zaten 20 gün, hatta bir buçuk ay önce kurulmuş bir takım olarak Türkiye şampiyonu olmak bence büyük bir başarı. İnşallah EMEA için de aynı şey olacak. Takımımı 3 kelimeyle şu şekilde özetleyebilirim. Bence ilk başta başarı, ikinci olarak istikrar, çok fazla çalışıyoruz. Üçüncü olarak da hırs olabilir. Çünkü beşimiz de çok hırslı oyuncularız. Hırs olmadan da zaten FPS oyunu birazcık zor. Bizim başarılı olmamızın anahtarı, dediğim gibi beşimizin de çok hırslı olması ve beşimizin de bu kısa sürede birbirimize çok güvenerek birlikte hareket etmemiz ve doğru çalışmamız.
So there we are, ambition and stability, two words that came up there. When I think of the squad they're going to be going up against in FPX, I think of the word resilience. So it's going to be a very interesting clash of all of these buzzwords, right? As we get ready to head into this one, Lothar, I'm going to come over to you. I want you to kind of talk me through, not this matchup in the head-to-head just yet, but more so what kind of style are we going to look for out of this SMB squad? What are they known for?
Well, SMB, as they have a very fresh team, right? When I was looking at the tapes, when I was looking at the stats and the heat maps and so on, there was not much to say when it comes to like specific tendencies. But what they do well is that they play off each other fantastically and they have great fundamentals. Typically, something that I mentioned in the pre-show is that you rarely see teams that understand funneling by applying pressure. So what does that mean is that you will see specifically on defense, they will try to make a lot of traps, like in some areas, that will be waiting for opponents to appear, but if there's meant to be an opponent that tried to appear, first the other sides have to be pressured, so they will be funneling the opponents towards that trap. Typically, that's the easy, that is the trap there, sitting with an operator and be like, haha, got you in my crosshair. You know? But for that to happen, they need to be pressured by someone else, and they're great at that. So the fundamentals that they play are really, really nasty.
Yeah, I kind of love that idea as well of like, you know, springing a trap almost, right? Like, because when you just see the kill taking place, as you say, it kind of looks like the easiest thing in the world, right? You're just scoped up with an AWP and someone walks into your crosshair. But in reality, there's been a hell of a lot of work to even have it build up to that situation. It's very, very cool. I'm liking the initial look at SMB. Zescht, I see you, you know, you look like you want to have something to say. What's up?
So when I had the opportunity to talk with Polar, for example, I was trying to find out why they change composition so often. Because obviously we usually talk about stability in teams and obviously swap things around from time to time. So as they're so young, they sometimes have to adapt on the fly because, you know, there's a difference in having time to prac and do this in practice, or alternatively having to do this to some degree, adapting to your opponent. And this is the same thing that happened here, because Russ is the first time on Sky right here, and you know, he previously played Reyna. They had this double duelist kind of situation with Killjoy on Split in the past. They totally swapped that up, and I very much enjoy that, because this Reyna-Jet combination is also something I don't genuinely like too much on Split necessarily. Not only that though happened, Izzy, the star Jet, is now on Raze on this map. So they swap things around, but it's funny why it's not the only team that has swapped things around when it comes down to Split.
Yeah, I love this, right? Like a tale of flexibility, almost like a jack of all trades, right? But like maybe a master of none. I guess we still have to wait to see if that serves to be true. Let's meet who they're going to be going up against, though, right? We know this squad, we've seen this squad, but just in case you folks at home don't, FPX, let's meet them.
I'm Angel. My name is Kirill Karasov. I'm playing for FPX. I'm in game leader. I don't think our team have had success which we can call big, and that's why we're like highly motivated to prove we belong to the top. I would describe our playstyle like a mix of strategic plus aggressive moves. We can use like really hard strategic like strategies, right? We can do some aggressive plays, we can do some, like we can always surprise our enemy. The key factor to our victory is just playing on the level we should be playing. I feel like everything in our hands, and if we're not gonna screw it up, we should win the tournament.
Ah, yes, that was Angel from FPX. It's hard not to love that man, in my opinion. But this FPX squad is very, very interesting. When we look at their situation as a whole, Angel even said it himself, right? They haven't really had that like crowning achievement yet. It feels like the story of FPX is they're always talked about as a team that can take away victories versus the top squads, but they're never, you know, they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I think that's a very good way of looking at it, right? They still haven't had like that big crowning moment yet, and so they're really, really hoping that a deep run here in Masters 3 Berlin is where they could try to have that crowning achievement, right? Also, this is a roster that's been together for a long old while, all things considered. You know, they've always kind of aired against, you know, swapping players in and out, especially when you compare it to some of these other teams that have been very, very proactive when it comes to, you know, swapping players through the rosters. I think G2 is like a good example, right? Not afraid to just strip everything back and restart.
I think one of the biggest things about FPX is that they're probably the most consistent second place team, as harsh as it sounds. This is one of the worst things, right? You know, it sounds super, super harsh, but at the same time, it's kind of true because it's always something missing. It's always something missing. When FPX was formed, when Party Parrots disbanded and also Fabriken, it all got together. And at the end of the day, we were all like, please, this is the super team. We can pretty much sign off now our TV and be like, yeah, okay, they're going to win everything anyway. That obviously didn't happen. This is the thing where I already got worried. And I mean, it just got worse and worse. Lothar, this really good point that they're basically, you know, in stage 1 and stage 2, they would have been considered favorites. Nowadays,
yeah,
not at all.
When I spoke with Doombros, he actually said that they liked the kind of the storyline that got created, that, you know, they were the favorites all the time. So there was a lot of pressure on them. There was a lot of spotlight, and I felt like they might have been affecting them. But now they come into this tournament as an underdog, essentially. And that, for them, seems like a better situation to be in because they feel a little bit more freedom because of that. And also, you know, they didn't play officials for a very long time now, not including, of course, yesterday. But they are coming prepared here with new strategies, with new executes, and they know what they want to do.
Well, so I tell you what, we're actually kind of strapped for time here. This game's got to get started. We got to start planning out these lower brackets. So SMB, already a map up in this series. They're down right now in Split. We got the lead taken by FPX. So let's see how this map shapes up. Take it away, Milosh. I've missed you.
Thanks very much, Harry. Obviously, me and Milosh, we were doing this game just yesterday on the second channel. We left it off at 10-7 to FPX. SMV, they were staging a comeback to start off this one. Now, Milosh, my friend here, has just come back from the barbers, and he's going to be helping me out here today. So what are you thinking of this game so far, Milosh?
Honestly, it was pretty exciting to watch it yesterday because there were so many moments where SMB had control of the game. They could have pulled it back on map 2 because they had an abysmal start to their second map. There's no way around it, especially when you compare it to their first one where they had much more comfort against FPX. FPX did great. They could control every single round, and I think they chained like 7 rounds in a row, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty impressive on their first half on the attack. So SMB could have brought it. Unfortunately, we saw the cuts that happened with internet server issues, no matter what it is. It's on SMB now to refresh and get into it, but to also not forget that SMB are the ones with a one map advantage, so potential map 3 still.
Yeah, well, we're getting right into it here, and SMB, they're starting out already. You see the boom bot up mid. This is something we saw quite a lot last game, and SMB, they have a much less attacking comp than the FPX side, but they've been really making these rounds count in this second half, so we're going to see a slow start once again. Both of these teams like to play this really aggressive end-of-round gameplay, keeping it passive to begin with, so slow walk up mid, and it looks like they're going for a ropes attack first.
All right, just checking through ropes, checking postal, making sure everybody is cleared from there. And Pora's going to poke up. There's already Demasik waiting for him here on the Phoenix. A bit of a bait here as Russ finds the opening on Angel. That's the one you're looking for.
Yeah, all the way up in B heaven, so that leaves only 4 players left on the SMB, on the FPX side, sorry. They're on the defense this time, and looks like the rotation is coming round. They're anticipating that B take from the SMB team at this point. Power, he's going to lead up the charge, and it looks like they are going to go for that. Zipan going to be waiting for them.
Ooh.
No contact just yet. A little bit of shots from Shadow, but he's blinded up now, and here come SMB. They're attacking full force once again. Only 25 seconds left. Izzy, he'll hit a one-tap onto Zipan. A few warning shots fired off as well as that, and he's going to be clearing CT while the rest of his team thinking about what they need to do. Russ fires one shot off, and he'll find Shadow. The spray down will just about catch one, and Shao gets a second. Dimasic there for Brave as well after the trade, but it's a 1v2 now. Dimasic on 36 HP. He'll flash around the corner, but Power, even though he's flashed, he'll find that kill, and SMB take their, well, 8th round, first round today.
Man, that was a close one. Russ did so much work in that last round, getting the entry and the follow-up. Very well done, but it got hairy on site. And Dimasic could have been able to stop the plant. He went and checked default first, but it was behind the box. It was a bit more of it closed up. But this is a very awkward engagement there for Shao, but still got Izzy and Russ off of it. Dimasic good one, like I said, but there was such little time left. You need to make the play happen, and indeed they did. Got the spike down as well. Means extra cash for you to work with here on the next round, at SMB getting close to tying things up, now at 8-10.
Yeah, and into this next round, making it down to 2 already. Izzy's going to find the head of Shao, and takes a little bit of doing, but he does get the kill in the end. It's another opening pick for Izzy and for SMB. That opens things up very nicely for them. You can see Power is on that luck over towards A, but the rest of the team once again towards mid. Might join Power up over through sewers at this point, while FPX, they have to redistribute themselves across the map.
Yeah, Power is looking maybe for a poke early on. You can tell that it's only the Sage that's sitting around that top window side that can support over on A, and once it's open, SMB can just immediately rush in. There's a wall that's already been put up. And oh, the shot from Pora, that's it. And it should be teleported now, directly information to FPX that the push is happening. There's the wall up, and they're going to be able to rush into site. Izzy going for the power position, checking it quick, and plant on screens is nigh to be denied.
Brave will get that spike down. The rest of his team, they're going to keep him away. Shadow, he's caught in the slow field, and he's going to be damaged up by that paint grenade. Down to 57 HP now. Pretty much any bullet to the chest will finish that one off. Angel trying to find some shots, but well, SMB, they're playing it safe on site, taking those post-plant positions, and they're not taking that for granted. The rest of the FPX side, they're going to have to make something happen quickly if they want to get anything done here as the spike ticks down, and Angel's still just trying to hold off that position, but the rest of his team, they look like they want to save up in this one. Leave it that 9-10 and try and bring it back before they get to double digits.
Shadow still changing about with his crosshairs, just trying to find the right one for this game. With 3 left and the amount of cash that you have, it's not surprising here that the play from FPX, the call is let's just stay back, we'll save up our rifles and see what we can work with. Flawless in total for SMB, and they get it even closer because of the 3 rifles that you see saved up between Dimasik, Shadow, and Angel. This should be a force buy to come out by FPX. And again, economy management on the defense is always very difficult. It's always something you need to keep an eye on. But for the attackers to constantly, at SMB, to constantly find opening kills, that is extremely difficult for you to deal with on the defense. Because usually you're split up between your sites, you have 2 on each side and maybe 1 in the middle trying to guess where the rotation will be or to cut off those split pushes that we'll see attackers do quite often. But they can be easily overwhelmed on a site solo, and that's what happened in the last round. Quick attack on A, go for plant on screen, and you are good to go. So it is always SMB that can dictate the pace of these rounds, and honestly, this is quite impressive what they've been doing, looking at what they had last night when things got a bit slow at some point.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 2 players who didn't buy up, who did get killed in that last round, Xiao and Zipan, they're not really going to be able to buy up in this round.
Yeah,
There's
only
not quite enough
shields.
money. Yeah, you can see some light shields coming out, but mostly just sheriffs in terms of weapons. There's a technical timeout going on, so I don't know, flashbacks to yesterday, but we're just seeing everything redistribute itself. I mean, FPX, it's this thing, right? Because SMB, they did have this momentum yesterday. We only saw FPX, they've only won 1 round in this half. They ended the half 9-3 yesterday, and well, only winning 1 round so far. They disrupted the momentum a little bit. We're getting back into it. Very nice, very nice.
Pulling them in.
It seems like SMB, they've kept their aim sharp. They've kept their momentum going. And will Izzy be able to keep it up? He's actually going to back up into sewers. No shots are going to land on anybody there. But again, it looks like SMB playing for that mid control to begin with.
Yeah, understandable that they would try to do so, but also they could play into FPX's control here. They're not sure exactly what has been bought on the FPX side. It might be able to think, okay, well, if they have a couple SMGs actually up close, they could still do quite a bit of work against us, despite this being kind of a light buy. But Pora's going to find Dimasik, and that is huge. Just 1 rifle off the board, and now your flashes are done. You're going to have to rely on Paranoia and on shockwaves from Shadow and Angel. It's a lot of work for them to do, and slowly creeping their way back into B site. SMB are looking for more control.
You know, power's been so massive on those Lurks so far. I mean, it's been a game of 2 halves with these Lurks. Xiao was doing it last round. Here comes Izzy with the showstopper. Angel will find power in mid, and through Izzy comes, through the Cosmic Divide, looking for something, but Xiao will find him first, and even though they get the spike down, they're now at a man disadvantage. That Cosmic Divide will give them a little bit of cover just for a second here, but they're still going to have to, well, defend the whole retake, and against 5 players with that res, using up all the pizza slices there, Zipan. He's going to be able to get that res off and try and retake with the rest of his team. The 3 players of SMB waiting for something to happen. Angel using the From the Shadows to try and find out their positioning, and he does so. Russ will take the first kill onto Dimasik. There's still 4 players left to deal with, and he's taken a lot of damage at this point. The whole team down quite low here. 1 behind Billboard, and Angel will find the first shot. But Ray finds 2, and Turco with another one. The res is going to come out from Turco as Russ gets revived. But Shadow finds 2 kills, and he makes it. No, he can't defuse a spike. Even though he gets those kills, it's heartbreak for them. He'll die as well, and it makes it 10-10 between the 2 teams.
Was that exhilarating or what? Zipan going very quickly for his own res. You're in a 5v3, but post-plant positions for the attackers on point. Great play there, and Turco and Brave finding a kill each. That res really has saved the day, delaying Shadow a bit more. He wouldn't have had much time anyways. It was already done pretty much by the time the dive on the actual spike happened. I think the flash from the sky was definitely the one from Russ. Not only did he get kills in the round itself, but also the flash around the corner as all 4 players were kind of descending on the spike. They were unsure of what lay behind the Viper wall, or how long it would still be up, what they would be able to deal with. Like you said, it's the whole pizza that's been used up in this. I love the fact that we're using food as an analogy for all of this. It is so absolutely perfect given the situation. But hey, alt economy is definitely something you always have to keep in mind. And SMB, both SMB and FPX are very close when it comes to that ult economy as well, just because of the amount of work that has been done. And as usual, you hit that double digit, you instantly go for the tac timeout, you start talking and recognizing what's going on, because now these rounds in a row, SMB look good to take it deeper, but we finally see the full buy from FPX. They should have a bit of an easier time with rifles.
Yeah, well, speaking of ult economy, we've got Seekers on the side of SMB, and you're looking at getting that neural theft up quite soon. Possibly Cosmic Divide looking over there as well. Look at that, the fault line will keep him back. Shadow just trying to keep him away. Speaking of Shadow, he has that Rolling Thunder available. But you also have the Run It Back and the Viper's Pit almost there, is he? He's good for the headshots. He's down to 30 HP. He'll move in and look for something, but the Rolling Thunder, that's going to keep him well away. Xiao turning around the corner. Doesn't matter. Shadow's found the head first, and they're going to be able to keep him well back into A main in this first, well, 30 seconds of the round. Shadow, he'll see the shoulder of Brave, not quite find the head, but Zipan isn't going massive with this one. He's not going to turn around the corner and risk his own life. Power, they're going to go ahead and join him over towards Market.
Rotating, that is the smart play to do it. And Fara is so far away, he's ready to go into B. If you can find the entry here, that would be huge, but on time as always. There we go, rotating through, checking into ropes, checking into postal, realizing there's nobody in there, slowly creeping their way. And FPX have only one solution to this: split 2-2 and just play our best. Maybe playing for a retake in this one if their spearhead here for the defense of Dimasic is taken down instantly.
Yeah, Dimasic just shoulder peeking, and he'll see 3 there. He's going to flash around the corner, try and find something, but I mean, there's not much you can do when 3 players are hounding you down like that. Power will come from the other side and take off his head, but Shadow's there with the second onto Turco, and now it's a 3v3. The spike has been dropped. Russ, he'll take out Shadow now, so they do have free reign of the site. 10 seconds left, and they'll start to get the spike down, but that snakebite is going to do a little bit of damage. Not quite get the kill, but Zipan will finish it off. Take out Brave now. One low in the corner there, but Power finds the head of Zipan, and it's looking all to be the penultimate match point, unless for Xiao. He can clutch this one up, blinded by the guiding light. He needs to turn around this corner, find both of these picks before he can go for this spike defusal, but luckily there's still a little bit of time left. It's slow as he turns around the corner, checking every angle painstakingly. Timer reaches its second part. The toxic screen goes down. He won't find a single kill. Power there to get his third and take them to 11 rounds.
That Power, incredible from him every single time. He's been hitting headshots constantly. You saw Shadow that was sitting up in heaven, and you're like, okay, this guy can do a lot of work. He can cut off the rotation, especially since there wasn't really much covering the entry from SMB onto site. And instantly, Power swings around, finds him, takes him out, and that's a Power position lost in that case. A lot of work that's been done. His camera was already preset. Instantly just dove deep into site, went for a camera in the back by the defender spawn, and could get the information that is also necessary on SMB or FPX's position. Sorry, here. Brave going in a very brave fight very early on in the round, but not able to find anybody through the back. Bit of damage done, but instantly healed up here just at the entry for B main. So things slowing down, early skirmish. Who gains the advantage here with Guardians in hand? Dimasic.
Well, Dimasic is the only one with really a long-range weapon for the FPX side. They've had to kind of half buy into this round so that they can buy up and try and make it 12-12 if SMB do manage to win this round. You don't want to be buying up and then suddenly be in a match point position with absolutely no weapons to work with. But SMB, they're still playing it slowly. They're still waiting for that last push at the end of the round. Russ, he's probably going to open this up with the guiding light here, but Izzy's going to take first contact. Dimasic sees him and just leaves it. You know what? Don't need to fight that, but Izzy, he's going to take the fight to them. Jump in with the satchels, look for a kill. Out comes the Run It Back inside the smoke, but Angel finds the first pick onto Brave. Izzy'll take down the trade, and also Dimasic's Run It Back, but Dimasic does find one onto Power. Turco takes out Zipan, and now it's a 3v3, but there's 30 seconds left, and the fault line will stun up the SMB players. Xiao looking down from heaven to find ahead of one of these supermassive Blaze players, but not finding anything so far. Russ, he'll take first blood in this 3v3, down onto Xiao, but he's down to 5 HP himself. Izzy is massive with the headshots, but Shadow's there with a trade. Turco, he'll take him out. And that'll be the round once again for SMB. We're going to match point, and, well, FPX, they're looking to have a tough time here of bringing this one back.
Unbelievable. SMB, every single time they bash through site, Pora does work. And if he doesn't, Russ is there to follow up. The early engagement, we saw the most important thing there was that, Evan, we couldn't quite mention it because there was so much to unpack in the round before it even. FPX did not have much to work with. They even were going for the shoddy, Shadow for his best John Gotti impression, but it wasn't going to work out. You don't have much in the way there of Util and even SMG in hand. It was looking really bad. The Guardian is great at those regions like you mentioned, but it's just not enough when you have people that are diving into you. Izzy, no hesitation the whole time. So I'm wondering what Russ will be doing here. He's gonna scout out, and is he gonna find anybody? No, all smokes all around him. And just poking and prodding here, SMB, before they make their final decision. Not sure if they will go for that B-side again.
They know FPX now are backed into a corner a little bit. See if they fight their way out or just try and defend themselves in this scenario. It looks like they might try and fight their way out as Angel is going to go for an aggressive peek on mid, which is going to be found out by that bomb buddy there. And, well, I mean, nobody found, so at the very least, Power isn't going to be able to get a kill off it, but he's going to stay in mid and just make sure nobody gets aggressive once again. Those cheeky FPX players. Oh, he looks for one, and that was actually very close, but again, FPX are playing it pretty safe back here. They don't want to let anything get past them, but Zipan, he's going to be very close to being found by Power here if they let him completely into heaven. With absolutely no contest whatsoever. He's going to turn around the corner and see them. Oh no, Power's been found out. Oh, but Russ is there, the savior. Shao comes through onto Power, and he'll try and find the second onto Russ. He does. The head taken off now. Shao's been absolutely massive for FPX so far, and there's only 13 seconds left in the round. Izzy comes through with a headshot onto Angel, and they need to get the spike down now. Izzy will find the second onto Shao, and the showstopper will go through into CT. Not quite make the hit, but Dimisic takes out Izzy. Brave onto Dimisic, and it's a 2v1 now. Shadow on 5 HP. He'll hit a headshot onto Turco through the wall, but that's not quite enough to get the kill. He flashes round and looks for these last two, but the spike is already down, and he has to do all the work with only 5 HP. A fly could kill him at this point, and it's looking all but over for FPX. 7 bullets in the chamber. He only needs 2 to get the 2 kills. Vandal enjoys Pepe laugh. He'll turn around the corner, and Brave will finish it out. 13-10 to SMB, and they take the series 2-0.
Vandal enjoyers, but they're not connoisseurs. I can tell you that. That's why you always go for the suppressor. I know Mimi's watching this like, yes, that's exactly how it's supposed to go. Honestly, incredible plays there from SMB, and they looked so much better than they did yesterday. Completely revived, and this is the team that we're looking for. We talked about SMB wanting to prove to the EMEA region, the CIS region, that, hey, we might be a Turkish team that really played and qualified through the Turkish region, but we are much more than just that. We didn't just play in this enclosed space. We can be among the top in Europe, and what a game that they had. They played Ascent 13-6 against FPX last night. Hell of a game for Blaze, and now they close it off on Split. This is the team we're looking for, and I'm super excited to see how deep they could get now to play against the winner of G2 OXG.
Yeah, I mean, we got a good 7 rounds in there, so, pretty good stint for us too. But, well, I mean, the thing was, right, coming back from a 9-3 on that second map, despite the break in between, let's just forget that ever happened. Coming back from that in such dominant fashion, they only gave FPX 1 round in that second half. They came all the way back, made it 13-10, job done, let's go, still in the upper brackets, and now only 1 more win, and they qualify for Masters Berlin, whereas the rest of these teams, they have to fight all the way back through the lower bracket. Well,
got G2, man. It's going to be a great game. I can't wait to see what SMB can do there.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the top bracket is absolutely looking stacked right now. There's so many great teams. I mean, the whole tournament has been stacked the whole time. There's been so many close games, but SMB, I mean, I think I had them locked down as one of the teams to get through, and they've been absolutely brilliant. Well, we've got your player of the match predictions ready now. So, presented by PaySafeCard, here they are. Your 3 player of the match picks are Russ, Power, and Izzy. Go ahead and vote for that on the Twitter. Do everything you can. Try and get your player all the way to the top of that. And we'll find out who that is. But what are you feeling about that one, Milosh?
I'm going for Pora. I gotta say, I saw his performance over obviously the 2 maps because we casted both of them, one yesterday and one today, at least half of one today, and he was incredible to watch. Cannot wait to see what more this team. I am on the hype train, not gonna lie.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you later because that's all from us. We're going to toss to a break and we'll send it back to the desk. Goodbye, guys. Thanks for watching.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple
Challenges Stage 3 EMEA playoffs. And well, we've had these matches that were set to continue today. Both of them could have gone to a third. Both of them could have ended up being a long affair. But instead, we've ended up with 2-2-0s here. SMB able to turn it around. That was in spite of FPX being up in the lead, right? Things were looking good. Then we saw the side swap come in, and admittedly, there was the hint of a potential comeback in the water last night, right? But were we expecting SMB to just come in swinging here today and take FPX down like this, Lothar?
Well, when you think about how they played so far, I feel like a lot of people underestimated how important a good execution on split is. Because the map is, like, in many eyes, oh, it's a defenders-based map. But it's actually the opposite in a tournament play, because when you have a specific execute being planned, and it was the case for both FPX and SMB here, they made simple things but very effective things. SMB, when they were attacking B, like here you can see this, there's always a smoke being put on the defender's entrance, then you have a stun being used under Hell, then you have another smoke being used on rafters, and that's it, and you just push in essentially. And by the way, two Kaquka here showed insanely valuable lesson for every single stage. We have seen this mistake being made many times in challenges, by the way, by really seasoned players. When he used his res in a 1v1 situation, he didn't peek instantly. He waited, he used his teammate as a bait to have essentially a trade set up for himself, which is something that he basically won the round because of it. So that only showcases that SMB is so damn good on fundamental level.
And that's the thing, right? We're talking about the round you just mentioned about a 3 versus 5. This was a 3 versus 5 in favor of FPX. They lost that. A 3 versus 5, they all trapped them in this direction in front of B main. They couldn't go nowhere. And they still were somehow the ones that were ending here, losing up such a round. And I have to say, FPX seemed to be really lacking in some team play in those few final rounds because they had a few advantages here and there and they couldn't capitalize on it, which is really sad to see, at the same time really confusing to see.
You know, and it's even funnier because there's a stark contrast between FPX and SMB here when they're playing on a deficit, which is like SMB had a lot of rounds, especially also on Ascent and on Split as well, where they were playing in a 3 versus 5, 3 versus 4, and they knew exactly what to do. There was one round when they lost two guns against an eco. It was a 3 versus 5 post plant. What they did, instant call was, we push it. In a post plant situation, right? They knew exactly that the only win condition is going to have to be aggressive play to equalize the score on the man alive, and that was the only way of winning that round. They have those like really important calls being made in the best possible moment, which I think for FPX was a little bit, let's say, not ideal.
Yeah, I also thought, you know, we saw like a good degree of like pacing out of the SMB squad, right? Like it felt like we've seen some teams, right, where they get the opener, they create that initial space. They don't have that ability to like explode or activate meaningfully on the back of it, right? Whereas with SMB, everything felt very, very purposeful, you know, like whenever a piece on the chessboard was moved, there was a reason behind it that you could clearly see. You could see the rest of the squad were all on the same page. And it felt like towards the end of that game, man, they're just like going for your throat, you know, like they are in your face, and it just feels so oppressive to play against.
One more thing that I wanted to mention, in one of the final rounds here, Pora, I don't know how, but he was allowed to lurk with 5 players alive from FPX towards Heaven B. Like, no clue. That's something that he was doing well for First Strike. One of the reasons why I was naming Team Heretics actually be one of the best teams, because Pora's lurks and the fundamental level was so great at Team Heretics, and it seems like he's bringing that also to SMB.
It reminds me a lot of the lower bracket final between Fnatic and Liquid on Breeze, where Link was flanking the same thing 3 times in a row. Some minor mistakes, which actually would be, on a normal day, super easy that they would have not happened, easy to prevent. But somehow it seems like they're really falling into a trap of really losing confidence on this map, and it's really sad to see to some degree.
Yeah, plus like and you know, maybe this is from where I come from as well a little bit playing into this, but man, like nothing scares me more than someone who has the quality to lead, but also the quality to find these timings and expose these holes, right? It just shows a very clear understanding of what your opponent is trying to do. And when you're the guy calling the shots and you're the one exploiting those holes, it's like you're really certain in your mind that I've got the read, right? I have nailed this one. No, this was a real treat from SMB. And I think, you know, now when we kind of swap the conversation over and we look at FPX and, well, what does this mean for them? Obviously, they're now down in that lower bracket. They're facing up against 4s later on. That's, you know, kind of worrying because, you know, we preface all of this saying FPX, it's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. You know, we're not getting to celebrate. These guys are the best at second places, but that's not what they want here, is it, Zescht?
Absolutely not. You know, FPX, it's still, as you mentioned earlier, they need that big trophy in their cabinet, and they're still missing that, which is the sad part overall. They recently even met changes. They even got themselves Tombizz finally as their coach, got them in that slot, but unfortunately it didn't work out in the end. I texted him earlier, he said, we just didn't play as good as we could. I believe him. I absolutely believe him, but unfortunately it's time to play good. There's not like a second chance to anything right now. We're talking about lower bracket coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, time to play good, like you say, and it's time to pay safe. Pay safe card here. It's the MVP of this match, and that's going to go towards Russ, our boy. He was showing up in the server. He was looking really, really good. So the pay safe card player of the match going to go to him. I can kind of get behind that, right? For me, it was very much between him or Izzy, but I think as we got into the later stages, man, Russ was finding a lot of impact in that game. What did you make of him, Lothar?
Well, on Ascent, it was easy for me, but on Split, Russ had so many crucial openings that was just insanely valuable for the team. So I'm not surprised that he actually is being picked for the man of the match in this case. But I still have to just put spotlight on this team for the European viewers and viewers that are watching us here. SMB is a super team, but at the same time, there's still a lot of let's say, unexpected things coming from them, but they're not showing super complicated executes or something. They're just showcasing that the 5 players are working in tandem as a group, right? They have the confidence in each other. Something that actually wasn't made in the introduction to the team. They said that they have confidence in each other. They trust each other. They know how to double pick, triple pick, how to support each other with crossfires, which is when you watch those matches, even on the highest level, you can clearly see when a team has that nailed down because it happens so instantly. There's no hesitation. And SMB is presenting that game style.
Yeah, no, it's really, really sick to see, right? And it's almost like, one of the ideas why it's so common to just follow the meta game is that's how you kind of build that understanding and that rapport with one another. And so it's sick from SMB that they have that in spite of some of the more uncharacteristic decisions that come out, right? It's very, very showing that this is a team that's all on the same page and trying to build up towards the same future. And hell, man, I think it's a pretty bright-looking future for the Turkish scene. If this is their super team and if this is what they're able to do versus an incumbent FPX, that's just cool as hell, right? And so now we know how these lower bracket games are looking as well. I want to quickly get your thoughts as to what you guys are thinking with how these have shaped up, what with G2 facing up against Oxygen and Fours versus FPX.
I think specifically interesting is for me Oxygen, who are right now about to face Liquid, because that is the interesting part, right? They're going to be really coming back into this and got to accept that they really delivered a great fight against G2. Very unfortunate circumstances, momentum here, momentum there. It doesn't matter. Fresh start here. And I could very much see Liquid actually falling to that. I kind of see it. I could kind of see it.
Look at that. Well, the Turkish fans are going to love you here. I mean, for Team Liquid, I feel
How are you feeling, Lothar?
There's a big gap that they have in the team right now when it comes to the tactical approach. So this might be exposed by Oxygen as well. As I said against Na'Vi, it was a 50-50, but then when we went into map pool, and I was like, yeah, this is Navi's match, and this might be very similar against Oxygen. We'll see tomorrow today.
Yeah,
that's such a weird
I know,
day,
right?
I woke up at 8 a.m. to prepare for the matches.
We'll actually see immediately, right? But first, we actually have an interview. We got Blaze on the line. He's Brave from SPM. Yeah, I know. I keep doing it, man. Team name, player name. It's so yeah. So let's bring Brave in. Let's see how he's doing. We're gonna get him up on the monitor. There we go. So first of all, bud, let's get ahead once again of the elephant in the room, right? You had this break. You had some time to prepare for a couple of rounds on the second map. When you had to go away, what did you do?
We were just focused on the things we could do. We just wanted to play our own game, and we didn't think too much actually. We just we wanted to continue the gameplay we had on the first map.
And Brave, so I see on the background there, it looks like you're at boot camp. Are you and all the boys together? How have you found that?
Yeah, we're in the game and house, so we are in the game and house for 20 days, 25 days. So we worked a lot, and so as you see, we beat the FPX.
Yeah, and this is very interesting to me right there. Because I remember you guys have just been somewhat freshly formed, and practice is obviously a thing that is really rare for teams that have formed so freshly. What kind of impact does such a boot camp have on you when you have everybody around, you have all the staff around you? How well did this form the synergy and the kind of being really good together and understanding each other on the server?
So we are eating together, we are waking up together. It's like our social life are together. So it's like the team chemistry is getting more good. It's getting better actually in the boot camp. And in here, when someone is making a mistake, we are telling it and we are fixing it instantly in the gaming house. So gaming house is really good for us right now.
Awesome to hear. I have a question for you, Brave. Since you guys are newer on the scene, not only on the European international scene, EMEA, but to the viewers that don't really know well the team, how would you say that you guys are in-game leading your team? What is like the style that you represent in your own eyes? What would you describe your team like?
I think individually, the 5 players are really strong. And when we make it up to team play, like we are good, we are getting better. If we make it up to team play, our individual skills. So, like I'm describing our team play like individual skills with team play. Actually, yeah.
All right, thank you.
So it's the last question from me, Brave, and then we can get you out of here. Obviously, we call you the Turkish super team, right? And you were the Turkish team to win your series today. So is there anything you want to say to the fans, the supporters, and the folks watching back home? You can do it in Turkish if you'd prefer.
Thanks to the fans who support us. People didn't expect us, I think, to beat FPX, and I'm glad that we beat FPX and show the people our power. Thanks to the fans who support us.
Sweet. Thank you so much, man. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was Brave. What a guy. What a class act. And I tell you what, I think he nailed that interview, right? Like coming into it, I was a little nervous. I always am. But dude, I really like the guy. He's a sound dude. And I also like the little insight he gives us, talking about the individuals on this team and then how they mesh together. Did you guys, what did we walk away with? Also the boot camp, that's pretty huge.
That's the thing, right? I personally feel it's so crucially important because they had one quite harsh loss against Unity during their run, obviously in Turkish Challengers. And this is a big issue at one point, right? When you have such a wake-up call, he himself, when I talked to Brave, he himself called it a wake-up call. They had this wake-up call, and it seemed like this wake-up call back then was really getting them to what is there to fix. They have a big staff team behind them, 2 coaches, 1 analyst, and this is obviously where they can perfectly form a new union, which has the opportunity to really go deep in this tournament. And I very much believe they have a quite good chance with what they've shown today. They are versatile. They can change things up. Their compositions can sometimes swap around. We just saw a Sky out of Rust out of nowhere. That is amazing to see that they have this incredibly versatile approach. And in the future, we might even see them, come into the finals. I kind of am more surprised by them than I was actually expected to be.
Well, my expectations of SMB so far is that since they have all the fundamentals in place, right, then you just work on the more complicated stuff that will be coming in the future. This is one of those signs when I see players playing so well with each other, that means that they're gonna get better, because there are many teams who are playing complicated executes and like trying to play meta game, but they still fail on the fundamental level. So they have to fix something before they even progress. This is what we have seen with many teams actually in Europe, that they regressed in the way they played. Here with this team, I feel like they're gonna only progress. This is a scary team to like just look at the progress they're gonna do.
Yeah, they're at the point now where they get to put the fun back in fundamentals, right? And they get to look beyond like what we kind of look at as like the base level. Also, more wordplay here. Zescht, I understand you're looking to put the wit back in Twitter. I see you've put a little tweet in here from Paracourse, the man at the helm. Let's take a look at this.
Man has crowned himself already. I mean, of course, as he previously
I wasn't ready for that.
Had his stint in Europe. Or Europe, remember me, he's saying. And he's saying that for a very good reason. Fundamentals you've mentioned, and I think the best counter example to fundamentals you mentioned is somewhat Na'Vi. Because a similar kind of time frame, a similar kind of situation they were in, and if I would not right now have for this very superficial approach, who has the better fundamentals, the better understanding of each other, I would somehow even go for SMB, just to put this like in a perspective when we talk about fundamentals.
Yeah, SMB looks scary. That will be
100%.
Just summary of this team. For me, one of the best teams here in the tournament.
No, dude, this is sick. And now it's all come together. We have the lower bracket matches. I've already come to you guys and asked your opinions. I feel pretty up to date there. So that's actually all from us 3, right? That's us putting a pin in our duty for the day. We're going to be bringing it back in those elimination games, right? And that's going to be brought to you by the wonderful Yinsu, Kaquka, and Ryan as well. So stick around, because I can assure you, you do not want to miss it.
welcome back to the EMEA Challengers playoffs. We brought you some action from the upper bracket earlier, but it's now time for the lower bracket because it is elimination day, which means 2 teams will be going home by the end of today. I am your host, Yinsu, and who better to join me on this desk than 2 of my favorite queens? It is Kaquka and Mr. Worldwide himself in the studio, RyanCentral.
It's good to be here. Like looking back at February, right? We were all on that screen sort of doing shows. So camera moving around to an empty studio. We're here and it is the most competitive EMEA tournament we've ever had. And we still need to see who's going to be going to Berlin to represent the region.
Yeah, definitely. It's my first time in a studio. I'm very happy to be with you guys and very excited about today because these are some big matches.
Yeah, there's going to be some very, very important matches. We got 2 best of 3s coming up. But first up, Team Liquid will be taking on Oxygen. And Kaquka, you know, this is the first round of eliminations. And Team Liquid, they're already in the lower bracket.
It might look too soon for them, and especially with all the changes that they've made. We've seen a lot from them, and they did had some trouble against Navi. Some people weren't expecting them to be that strong, but I just feel like they didn't have the time to prepare exactly what they wanted to play, and that just feels kind of odd for me.
Yeah, but also, you know, we've seen them switch some roles here and there as well. We saw Scream on the KO before coming into this. They're not really doing that now, but is there anything that you've picked up on that's very, I guess, Team Liquid-esque?
I like the fact that they're not scared of Icebox anymore. I think that's big for them, and I think some teams are now scared of playing against them on Icebox. That's big coming from Team Liquid, and obviously if it's a Scream on the Reyna, we want to see it, all of us. Well, maybe not the team they're playing against, but I feel that it suits them so much better than just trying that triple initiator. I feel like Jumpy was sometimes out of place now that he's picked up the IGL role, so I feel like this is just better for them.
Have you been a fan of the Yampy IGL? Because we saw them kind of lean into this just before this tournament, so it's not like the newest thing from them.
Yeah, it is not, but I feel like they're trying to just always switch the meta into their favor. They don't always get it, but at least they try. You know, they want to prove that they can do whatever, no matter what the game takes us, and that is something that you definitely want to see on a team. And they're not scared to change it when things are not going the way that they expected, and even if it's like the roughest times, they're gonna be there for us.
The operator as well, we gotta say, because we don't usually see that many operator IGLs. You know, we see it in North America, you know, Shaz being someone that does do that, but Yampy now, a new role, but still doing the same thing.
Yeah, doing the same thing. It's always lovely to see him. We can see him on the Sova. Not my favorite because he has to give up his position so many times that I don't feel like it's the right for him. When he's on the Jet, even when he's on the Omen, I really like him. I think that it really suits him.
Well, speaking of operators, you know, we can't talk about operator players without mentioning Turkey. And it just happens that Team Liquid, Ryan, they're going up against Oxygen. What's their journey been like so far?
Yeah, for those that have never really heard of the team because they just watch NA or Europe specifically, Oxygen are the most consistent team in Turkey. Maybe not the flashiest, but they've got points in all 3 of the different stages, stage 1, 2, and 3, and they almost qualified for Reykjavik for Masters 2. Unfortunately, they were beaten by the team they're about to play now, Team Liquid. So there's a bit of a grudge match there for Oxygen, but it's different stakes now. It's not about who's going to Berlin, it's about who still has a chance at this point. And Oxygen, in this stage at least, 2 of the 3 maps that they've lost, they've been battered on. They've lost Icebox 13-4 and Split 13-2 against Giants. Now they're going to go and play against the team that beat them 13-0 in stage 2.
Well, let's talk about that 13-0. And you alluded to the fact that these 2 teams, they've faced each other before. It is going to be a bit of a revenge scenario here for Oxygen, but do you think this is history destined to repeat itself, or do you feel like both teams are in very different places now?
I'm a little bit concerned for Oxygen. I feel like the way that they play really falls into the lap of Team Liquid overall. They're just so good on punishing not necessarily bad fundamentals, but not checking an angle. Scream's very good at taking those fights. He got an ace in one of those rounds where he got the 13-0. But I think players like Cryptix, Link, Soulcast, they're very good at sort of stepping on the back foot a little bit, letting Oxygen on their attack execute onto sites and just punishing bad pathing, bad clearing of angles, not checking if somebody's on a box, on a corner and stuff. So yeah, Oxygen haven't started off the brightest. I think the win over Giants is an impressive one, but as we saw a little bit earlier, that G2 run and losing 13-4 on Icebox against G2, they haven't really hit their stride yet.
No, they haven't. But Kaquka, you know, speaking of Icebox, and you spoke about this already, Team Liquid, for the longest time, they were kind of avoiding this.
Yes.
Are you a fan of the fact they've decided to just lean into it more now?
I think it's really funny because Liquid's team comms, especially when they're playing at least double duelist or triple duelist if Scream is on stage, I have to say that it's weird because they're only better on attack on Breeze, and in the rest of the maps, especially Icebox, the other day against Na'Vi, they could only score 1 round in attack. That is a lot, but their defense was clean, and the fact that they were not scared, and you know, they timed perfectly when they wanted to play for retake or when they wanted to avoid the plan. I think it was like a lot put into that.
Yeah, and I think the concern really is more so that they would ban out Ascent Team Liquid, which is Oxygen's best map.
Yeah.
It's one that they look comfortable on. I think a lot of Turkish teams really enjoy playing that map. And Oxygen, whilst they're coming in as the second team from Turkey, losing to Supermassive Blaze in the final of week 1, at least for Turkey, they actually beat Supermassive Blaze 2-0 in the run-up to that as well. So this is a team that can take on the top guns with Oxygen. But the map pool is going to be interesting because it basically works out of, okay, we see Oxygen typically ban Bind, which is a map that Team Liquid are probably one of the strongest on in this region now because they've beaten Fnatic, who was sort of running the shop over on that map quite a few times, and they have a nice little strategy. So it's more of the level playing field. It's the litmus test of how good are they on maps like Haven potentially or Split. I'm really curious to see how Team Liquid rise up to the challenge here because I think people had better expectations than them dropping out instantly in this tournament. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now.
Yeah, there is. Well, with that in mind, let's take a look at the map pool. You guys have theorized a little bit on what we could be expecting, and as you guys can see at home now, we're not going to get Icebox and Bind, but not for the reasons we thought we weren't going to get those maps. Icebox has been banned out. Bind was actually opened for selection because, as you said, Liquid, they're going to ban Ascent. You'd be crazy not to against a Turkish team. But Kaquka, looking at this set of maps, what are you feeling? Do you feel like this is leaning more towards Liquid here?
Oh, it definitely favors Liquid. I mean, I don't think that we're going to get another 13-0 or a 13-2 because Oxygen, I've gotten so much better. And if they have a chance of beating Liquid, it's definitely today. So let's see about that, but I feel like it's favoring Liquid.
Well, I mean, we also have to talk about that Haven, Ryan. You know, the 13-0, the one that we're kind of edging to our mind, that happened on Haven, the first map we're going into. How comfortable, or how concerned even are you here for Oxygen?
I'd say if they get to choose to defend first, that's better because it's their attack that they look roughest, and that's Team Liquid's weakest area. Their attacks are not concrete by any stretch. Their defenses, as you mentioned, are really good. Their attack, not so much. Both these teams have the same problems as they did back in Stage 2. It's now trying to adapt and overcome that a little.
And are you surprised the fact that, you know, Oxygen, they've kind of stuck with that bind ban this whole time? And for this series in particular, they went for the Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that, I mean, Team Liquid are very good on it. We saw them lose 13-2 yesterday against G2, so that makes sense. But Breeze is a map that they like to play, but it's also a map that Team Liquid are really good on, and that would be map number 2.
Well, that would be. We got to get into map number 1 first, and Agent Select will be ready shortly. We are going to have a look, see what both of these teams pick. Again, last time it was a 13-0. Scream was on Sage, but it's Scream. You know, he's going to get an ace no matter what agent he is going to be on. But it'll be interesting for this. Again, not the map pick that we all expected, but I think Agent Select is probably going to go a little bit more, you know, expected. But then again, for Liquid, we haven't seen them play Haven, I believe, at EMEA Challengers playoffs so far. So we do have room for them to shake it up here. And it very much looks like, is that a Scream Jet, Kaquka?
Yeah. This is something that we could be expecting, and actually the question was, is KO going to be back? Because we saw teams actually playing so well around the KO lineups that probably they just, you know, decided that it wasn't worth a shot. No surprises from Team Liquid.
No, and Ryan, you know, Toronto, we kind of spoke about this, you know, behind the scenes with the two of us on how they were going to use that operator, and it looks like he's decided to go with a Jet here.
Yeah, and I mean, looks better with it as well. I want to highlight Glove as well, who has been a really solid Skye. It's when he moves back over to the Sova that he played beforehand, or onto the Breach on split where it looks a bit weak. They're actually using the composition mostly that Team Liquid used back in stage 2.
Yeah.
Other than the Astra being in there instead of the Brimstone. I think Forza did it yesterday. So Team Liquid are looking at the comp that Oxygen are going to use and go, hey, we did this. We know why we don't play that anymore. Team Liquid should be able to punish that because they were the architects of that composition, right?
Yeah, I mean, but Zisto on the Killjoy instead of the Yampi, which is definitely very, very different uses.
No offing, yeah.
Of that agent in this specific even situation. With the agent selects being locked in now, we have to do a little bit of prediction here because, you know, a lot on the line. Map 1, they can give themselves a little bit of room if either teams aren't able to take it, but elimination is on the line, and this is basically do or die Kaquka. So map 1, who are you going for?
I'm going for Liquid. I really like, especially in Haven, the double flash over the double controller. So I'm just for that, I'm gonna go with them.
Ooh, okay. Well, we do have a Viper too, and I know what Lothar and Zescht would be saying if they were here. But Ryan, who are you leaning towards?
Yeah, I think Liquid as well. Like, again, it's just the fact that they used this composition, they moved on to something else. I don't think it's going to be a 13-0 just because we do see Oxygen starting on the defense. Their stronger side, Team Liquid's attack is their weakest side. I think it's going to be closer, but this should be a map that Team Liquid are taking.
But what are the win conditions then, do you guys feel like, for Oxygen? Because we don't really know what to expect from both of these teams on this map, especially in this competition. So, Ryan, what would you like to see from Oxygen?
I think I'd like to see a bit more adaptability in their playstyle. Like, I think on defense, you know, the Viper lineup where you put it across B main and then it goes through like A short and then A long all across that line. Yeah, I want to see a bit more than just that, not just those strategies.
Well, like I said, elimination is on the line and it's time for us to get into map 1 and introduce you guys to our casters for today. It is the Dream Team, MitchMan and Tombizz.
Thank you very much, Sue. We are very excited to get this one done, Tom, because of course we're coming in to elimination, as has been said on the desk a couple of times. Today, we will lose 2 teams, and we even got a little bit of, well, I felt like it was almost a warm-up, right? Seeing these games earlier on. We had a couple of surprises, though. You know, I didn't expect to see FPX down here coming into the next game.
I'll be honest with you, I thought I'd have a little bit more time to eat my lunch. Like, I had my food in front of me. I was like, okay, FPX, I'm going to take it to a 3rd map. I don't really have to, like, wait. I'll have a bit of time, so I don't have to rush. And I'm, like, halfway through, and they're like, right, we're going to be throwing to you in a few seconds. I'm like, no, I need more time to eat. So, yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. I think Supermassive Blaze proving how good a squad they are. And now we get to go back to Turkey once again to see how much they've improved on Haven, because Oxygen, as it's been mentioned a few times, it didn't go great last time. I remember Scream kind of running down mid and doing some stuff. I think we've seen that clip a billion times.
Yeah. We'll always remember even hunting down for the final kill, right? Taking the ace. But now, Tom, it looks like we're ready to jump on into the game to get this match kicked off. And Oxygen taking on Team Liquid will start on Haven. We've seen the agent select already go down. And Tom, I want to know, on Haven, might not be too much of a surprise, but who are you favoring?
I'm probably going to edge towards Liquid, as I will in most cases. The thing is, they are one of those teams where it really, you almost feel like you have to worry about what Liquid's going to turn up on today. This is an aggressive start, though. Link already managing to get the first pick, and Toronto having to fall back off of this. And by the looks of it, they're just going to keep trying to put the pressure on. Link's going in alone. The raid boss pushing through, as he already finds a couple and has another one alongside him. What's going on?
Well, that was an interesting start for sure. They're dominating the site and the round. Link, you know, with those headshots, he looks like Scream. He's 1-0 up. Yeah. And it's been an absolutely gorgeous start for Liquid here.
And there were many people who did want to see Scream go back to the breach. Unfortunately, it's just his face that has in this case. But what a round from Link. He basically just W-keyed through. Yeah, sure, there was a fault line or two in the mix to maybe cut off some of the other players, but that was an unbelievable round from him. And we all know that, like, a Link in form, I know it might be a little bit controversial. There's a lot of Scream fans in the chat. I think an informed Link is the scariest player on Liquid.
Oh, those are some big words. With the way Solka's just been playing recently with Scream, with Yampi. Yeah. I mean, I'm
supporting my ball brother.
Really
there might be a little bit of
the fandom. Yeah, you're going to get a little bit of a Reddit thread coming after you now. Ironcaster. But no, it's okay. It's okay. You're at least silver, so we're all good.
Yeah, it took me months. Uh-oh. Well, this is a problem. Of course, this isn't much of an investment for Oxygen. You're normally going to see this on the defensive side. Most teams will not opt to force in, especially when you get battered as much as they did in the first pistol round. Like, if you don't get any kills, obviously they can't get a plant, so there's not really any extra finances to take the risk. Now, obviously, with Scream, we want to see him getting as many kills as humanly possible in these early rounds to make sure that he can get himself that Blade Storm. Of course, more expensive than it used to be, and even with the couple he gets in this round, he's still quite far away.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of grinding to get that one up, which means the weapons will be, in theory, a little bit weaker for Team Liquid coming into this round. Oxygen now have a full buy, and hopefully that's where we'll see them get their first kill, because so far it has been back-to-back flawless rounds from Liquid, which is going to be dangerous. And now, not in the first 2 rounds, right? Well, when you allow your opponents to build up money at this stage, a lot of the time they're having to reinvest that into utility, into armor, or shields, so it's not the biggest of deals. But if they get away with a flawless round here, then things get very scary for Oxygen. This has to be a round that the defenders come out, if not on top of, with at least 4 kills on the board, right? You gotta make this one competitive.
Well, I would say they have to win it.
They have to win it, really,
don't think you can't give that sort of start off to Liquid. Like, we've seen it before.
Exactly.
We have literally seen it before. We do not want anything of the sort again. It's going to be an aggressive stance, though. Getting into that C site, not really much utility to deny them. And in fact, it looks like Oxygen are just going to play the retake here.
Indeed it does. Yeah, they played off C site right at the start, looking for some more garage presence, and now they're having to fight back into the site, not looking to be overrun by the numbers of Team Liquid. The dash out and the swing by Glove gives them that first kill. Team Liquid on the back foot now as Link gets torn apart. The range duels are swinging massively in favor of Oxygen to start it off and to finish it as well, with Yampy being the last man alive and a 1v3 to win out. The spike not planted for him, currently being defused. It is pretty much done, but an incredible amount of damage done by Team Liquid. We said this was a round that Oxygen had to win. They have won it, great, but they've also lost 3 players along the way, Tom.
Yeah, it's a costly round to say the least, and well, one of the things, especially when it comes to a team like Liquid, when you have someone like Yumpy, even on that attacking side, normally willing to buy up the operator. Not actually going to do it this time, which is interesting. I was about to say they've got so much finances they could actually risk it, but maybe wanting to go for a bit of a faster paced round. And one of the issues here is there is going to be a piece or 2 missing for the defensive side. Now, if they can capitalize on this round, Oxygen are in a great spot. But if they're instantly broken back, we know, as it was said on the desk, that a lot of the time it's Liquid's attack that can be a little bit of a struggle on this map in particular. However, Sisto doesn't care. He's just walked out of garage and see you later, Yumpy.
Rolling Thunder, perfectly timed. Solkas is able to walk right up with it and take the kill on Zescht now, securing the site, putting Team Liquid into a 4 versus 3 with the follow-up kill onto Unity. Now, Team Liquid can play this one nice and slow. They've got the better weapons. They've also stretched Oxygen's economy so thin that there is a small chance the defenders even contemplate a save. And with Glove falling, that chance becomes even greater, although I see them still swinging in for these duels and not doing too well on them. Mittez at least grabs a double. It's a 1v2. It starts to look doable. The cage up will stop him from pushing through. And with the time being so low, this seems like a very tough round to lose for Team Liquid. They've spotted that Mittez wants to go for this. He's pushing up close, and they just count to 3 and peek it together. 3-1 on the board for Team Liquid, and a disappointing start here for Oxygen.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well where I feel like if you're going to go for that retake, it was just a little bit too disjointed for my liking. I think it was Glove who actually just goes pushing in almost on his own in the initial parts of that retake, and it's like, okay, sure, after losing the initial couple of kills, you want to try and make that hero play, but especially when you're on the sky, you're the one with all of the flashes, it makes initiating back into that site very, very difficult if you're already dead. So, not ideal. Oxygen are now going to be in a little bit of trouble economically, and Scream, could say the same for him. Left on just 14 HP.
Yeah, not the best of starts. You're going to get healed up at least by Solkas. Now, you look at Oxygen, lockdown Seekers, they're not really going to be used in a round like this. Ultimately, you want to just try to blindside some of these players, but they're running straight into a firing squad. Taken down by Yampi afterwards is Toronto. The site being overrun, but there's still 2 players here. Shot by Unity landed. So much more to do on that backside to make this an impactful round, and it just isn't going to happen. Zescht, he can at least land a bullet onto Link. It'll be a free kill, and that's an ambitious one. Dropping out of heaven. The classic right clicks, but hey, you know, his chances were pretty low as it was, so why not?
Yeah, I will say, out of all the players on this team, he is probably the one I'd look to in clutch situations. I think some of the rounds that I've seen going back through, like the Turkish VODs, you'll see some ridiculous rounds from Zescht, but a 1v4 with the Classic, probably not going to be one of them. It would definitely make the list of incredible clutches if it did come through, but not this time. Now, Scream not going to invest much into this round. A Blade Storm available to him to potentially try and open up that round. And by the looks of it, after how open the C site has been, they're looking to try and put a lot of pressure there, but Oxygen have some ideas of their own.
It isn't every day that you see a Viper pulled out when it comes to Haven. Most teams completely avoid this, so I'm very happy to see that Oxygen have taken a liking to it. I know that Lothar is as well.
Well,
and this
Liquid
ultimate
were one of the teams that did do it.
Didn't last too long though.
No.
And this is the thing, it's just it's something that teams have experimented with and often found that they just have better agents that they can play. And say that it's Omen and just watch George from Upcomer have a meltdown.
Found one.
He's not a fan. He's definitely not a fan. A lot being used already, and a hell of a lot of players being caught by the Seekers. The problem is, they've not actually capitalized on any of the duels. They've managed to do some damage onto a few different players, and they've forced a reposition. But with how many players are currently playing in the Link from Oxygen, they've got a very fast rotation into B. There's already 3 players here.
Well, that wasn't ideal, but the follow-up kill was there. Oxygen coming in big over in the corner. Glove is able to take a double, and now that spike is delayed getting into sight. The rotates are already underway. Both players coming in from the seaside connector. Cryptix catches one on the back side. The swing by Unity, but the wall actually blocks his vision. He's going to try to take the 1v2, but it's not going his way this time. Team Liquid steam into the lead. 5-1 up at this point. And this should be a money-making opportunity as Oxygen again have next to no cash to play with. I do like the adjustment from Team Liquid. They use the Seekers. They end up getting caught in a grab well. They're not able to follow up with too much pressure applied to them. They have the Wolf to use, or the Tiger, if they want to try and clear out, but it doesn't work quite as well as Sova's drone for countering Viper's ultimate, right? Just not being able to tag them is what ruins it. So they decide to leave C then, and I think that was the right call.
Well, what I will say is, I think Oxygen actually played that round incredibly well. Like, their read was perfect. Like, I think they almost had a 4-man stack on B when the push came in, so the fact that they lose that round has actually got to be infuriating. Because other than the fact that they didn't win the duels, they played that round perfectly.
Yeah, they did, absolutely. And when it comes to this one here, the worst part about it, Tom, is the fact that you play that round right, you win, you should win it on paper, but you lose it, and then you come into a round where you don't really have anything to say, with very weak weapons and even a judge pulled out, but not being pressured at the start of the round. Having to retake with a judge is never ideal. This ends up being a pretty underwhelming round. One last hurrah by Zescht, though, to get 2 kills. Does mean that this round is somewhat costly for Liquid, but I don't think Oxygen will be looking at that bright side just yet. Instead, they're going to be looking at this round and thinking, we damn well need to win it. And I'm surprised there's not even a pause coming in here, Tom.
Yeah, it does look like the sort of time to take a moment, but I guess with some of the rounds being so close, you almost look at it and go, I guess you'd pause it maybe for momentum, just try and give yourself a calm within the storm. They're also going to bring in the operator in this round, so that might just be the game changer. Toronto is definitely one of those sort of crazy Turkish operator players that can completely dominate a match. They're going to need him to do that for the rest of the half, though, as they are quite far down. And on the side, as said, that normally is a bit of a struggle. And, well, there's also an op on the other side.
Oh, that catches him on the way out as well. This is such an important round, and Scream is just walking all over them, man. Oxygen losing the B side, losing 3 players. I mean, there's nothing that they can do to get back into this one. They could try to commit the lockdown to push these players out of position, or just run in and try to get the kills, but ultimately it would just be wasted utility, economy, and ultimates. Instead, it is the save. And even at that, Tom, they're pretty split trying to save these weapons. Zescht manages to creep his way into spawn, though, so he'll be coming over towards Toronto. They've heard the operator, though. Surprisingly enough, they don't just hunt him down. They're not straight pushing into Toronto to try and retrieve that op. Instead, leaving Cryptics to lurk and possibly catch him off guard in the last seconds of the round.
Maybe expecting him to push a little bit more aggressively to try and defend it, but not in this case. He'll be allowed to hold on to it. That's something at least. I do start to wonder now if the side of Oxygen are like getting those flashbacks to just scream, just running, damn it. No, not again. He's just walked into me and just absolutely obliterated them. I will say, Link's another one of those players where I just absolutely love watching him on Reach. Like, I've been singing the praises of Bonker recently for like throwing it up on Icebox, because I think it's an agent that definitely should be played more, especially with the buffs that it received. But it's just like, you look at a lot of the kills that are coming through for Scream there, half of those players are stunned. Half of those players are in positions where they now can't do anything because Link has forced them off an angle. Like, he is such a fantastic support player and can also just like 4K them a pistol round as well every once in a while as well. So I don't know. This is looking incredibly rough for Oxygen this round as well. Well, we see the pause come in, but again, with the fact that we're only looking at a few rounds left within the half for potential for them to get through. Okay, sure, Liquid probably won't be happy from this point if it ends 7-5, but on the grand scale of things, that'd be a pretty good half.
It would indeed. You know, there comes a point where we start to question for Oxygen, and I think the desk questioned it immediately, the fact that they banned Icebox in this series, and granted, they had 2 rough maps.
They got smashed.
They got
Rough
destroyed.
is understatement
They absolutely
of the
did.
year.
But this was, at least regionally, this was something that they were very comfortable on that map. And considering Liquid are not exactly doing too hot there, it seemed like an odd ban with Haven hanging over them, where they have been much more consistently smashed. And oh no! The blind! It was at the perfect time to ruin Glove's chances, his hopes, his dreams. Scream's trying to help them out, man. He's popping a couple of kills, a couple of shots rather, onto his own teammates. Oh god, this is not looking ideal for Oxygen. And yeah, you're very right. It was the Seeker, of course, that blinded him up, and then we had the Tiger was about to be deployed. That was a very awkward engagement out on A long, and a very awkward round for Oxygen as they again fall behind. And well, Tom, we talked about kind of round 3, round 4, Team Liquid having a flawless round would be dangerous. They've had a couple of close to flawless rounds now. Their credits are riding down high. I did not need to see this again.
Stay down.
The thing is as well, it always seems to be that they face off against lower bracket Liquid, which for anybody who doesn't know is completely different to upper bracket Liquid. Upper bracket Liquid, I would say average. Lower bracket Liquid, sometimes unstoppable. And that's what they keep facing off against. Each time they come up against them in EMEA, this is a team that will get eliminated if they lose, and so Liquid just then come out in their best possible form. They are ripping them a new one in every single round that comes through. Toronto is giving it a damn good try in this one, but even still, it's a 3v2.
And he's stuck in a corner, and then wallbanged by Yam because he was 10 HP. So, make it a 1v3. And Zescht that has to get it done. He's had that lockdown all game, it feels like, and it's still not going to have an opportunity to be put down. Oxygen are just getting rolled, man. With the exception of the round where they specifically played retake on C in round number 3.
That was the bonus round as well.
That was versus the bonus round, exactly. And so obviously that's why they were doing that. Yeah, 17 HP. He was dead the whole time. But with the exception of that round, it feels like they are gone in the first 15 seconds. Their defense is completely rolled over, and any hope of applying some of these ultimates like your lockdowns is out the window because you're just going to get rushed down.
Get out of my way.
Or you don't have the manpower to even retake afterwards.
No, he peeks after the shot goes through, expected to try and catch Yumpy without anybody alongside him. Instead, he's met by a bullet to the face. I almost am starting to wonder if Oxygen have won an opening.
One enemy remaining.
I'm running through it in my head. Zescht might have gotten one, but
that's how
about it.
this has got to. Because that's the thing. Like, one of the problems that Liquid always had, especially versus more passive teams, when it came to this attacking side, was well, at least they used to. They didn't even play a duelist, so they were almost waiting for somebody to get them an opener, and they would try and execute on the rounds. Now, Oxygen's response in a lot of these cases has to be more aggressive, which I can't really blame them at this stage. If they sit and wait, they get ruined anyway. But yeah, this has not gone to plan. Let's put it that way. There is, of course, at least another map to play, and we have seen some crazy comebacks, you know. The FPX versus Fireflux game on day 1, they were 10-2 up, so maybe there's a small glimmer of hope, but it's just the manner in which Liquid are winning these rounds that makes it all the more painful for Oxygen.
Yeah, I feel kind of like I'm the DJ at a funeral now, you know? It's like, I don't know what the tone should be.
Everybody clap your... Oh.
Get your hands in the air! But, well, 5 versus 4. And Oxygen again on the back foot. Flash up by Globe. He's going to try to get something done, but hey. At this point, maybe you're thinking, map 2. Map 2 is going to be a lot of fun. Was it Breeze and then follow into Split, if I remember correctly? Okay. Oh, hold on. Is this going to be a round for Oxygen? They might be putting 2 on the board, Tom. It could finally happen. They've even stopped the spike from being planted. Yummy! Oh, no more rounds for Oxygen. That's for damn sure. An 11-1 half. Have you ever seen the likes of this domination in such an important stage of the game as well, Tom? The first elimination match. Oxygen battled hard in the last EMEA event. And now, well, it ain't off to a good start. That is painfully obvious.
Yeah, this wasn't meant to happen again. That's all I'm gonna say. This was not meant to happen twice. And so especially when you see like other people like, yeah, they're going for revenge, and it's like, well, now it's just depressing. They've gone for revenge and they're getting battered almost as hard as last time. I guess if we see them play like another 13 times, they'll probably get there, like slowly increasing a round at a time. You never know. Maybe they'll get a pistol. Already though. Fault line coming through. Flash giving a little bit of information. They've got the Viper screen, trying to make things at least a little bit more awkward, although it seems like with the rotation already coming in thick and fast, they might be pushing into a stack if they continue on this way.
Tom, I think it's safe to say that Oxygen need a pistol, right? I think we can say that.
Yeah, I would
they'd be in a bit of trouble.
Might be the word I'd use.
It's about to be a tough half, that's for sure. Link, oh, he did it in the pistol last time, and he's come out with a double in this, both headshots as well. Keep giving this guy a ghost. Just keep giving it to him. He's just looking disgusting with it. 4 versus 3, Liquid. Looking too damn hot to stop. Scream gonna be shut down. Cryptic's up close. The flash is good. No peek from Toronto. He ends up getting blinded and taken down on the close swing. This is very dangerous indeed. Zescht around the back, and not even he can escape. 12-1. Tom, I like Breeze. You know, it's a great map, and I think between these two teams, I'm hoping it's going to be a lot better than this one. And it is. It brings us back to that topic. Well, I don't think they're going to eco, Tom. Let's put it that way. It brings us back to the topic of Icebox, of banning that out. It just seemed like such a strange decision, because I'll take the point that Oxygen haven't looked too hot on Icebox recently, but I would much rather, with recent records taken into consideration, I would much rather play Icebox than Haven if I'm Oxygen against Liquid in particular. But hey, they took the gamble, they rolled the dice, and this time around, it did not pay off.
Yeah. Well, for now, at least. Let's see if they can do anything with the force fire. It's not pretty for Scream, and it will eventually fall. Not going to be.
He would have died quicker than that in the matchmaking game.
Of last time, maybe. But to be fair, I always get one tapped in my matchmaking.
Oh yeah.
I'm against like gods of the game.
Oh god.
Oh no! Oh, Sorkas has got a triple. It's left onto Unity. He's fighting for 2 rounds, Mitch. To give them a chance in hell on Haven. Can he bring this back? No, he can't. Do you know what? I think that was actually quicker than the few rounds that they played against G2 earlier.
Defenders
I think you're right as well. Okay, well, that is map 1, 13-1. Not necessarily the most interesting and amazing game that we've seen. You know, Liquid kind of did them dirty on that one. And I gotta say, Tom, I was hoping for a little bit of a better opening match to our elimination, but the match isn't over yet. We've still got 2 maps left to play, and we came in here with a lot of cautionary words when it came to Oxygen's Haven. This is not necessarily a representation of what Oxygen can do. It is merely a representation of how trash they are on that map. So, coming into the next one, I'm expecting a completely different game to play out. But it is safe to say, Tom, that what feels like 10 minutes ago, when I asked you who you thought was the favorite for that map, it's safe to say you were right. Liquid were.
No, it was a pretty good prediction. I'm quite proud of that one. I'll be honest.
Well. You did well.
Do you know what I'm most excited for, Mitch? I'm really excited for the in-depth round breakdowns, which Mr. RyanCentral has coming up. Because I know that he's got at least 4 or 5 rounds he's going to be picking apart in depth and just wowing everyone on the desk. Like, Sue's mind is going to be blown, so I can't wait for that.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, after such an intense and tight series, I hope they didn't go to get coffee, because they're not going to be back by now. If they did, that could be a little bit awkward. But no, I'm pretty sure they're ready to go. But just in case they aren't, Tom, you know what? Let's throw on some beats for the people out there in Twitch chat. Of course, we've got a very special song coming your way. It is going to be "Resist Your Love" by Oframi and Mogletta. Enjoy this.
Calling my name, pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game, make me wonder, can get away. I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
Welcome back to the EMEA Challengers playoffs, where Team Liquid have absolutely dominated Oxygen on map 1. I am your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined once again back on the desk by RyanCentral and Kaquka. Now, you know, we talk about teams needing to step up, especially when there's a lot on the line. And Ryan, this was ultimately a statement win from Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid know when to turn it up. Like, that was the most impressive thing about Stage 2 in EMEA, is that they looked like a completely different team and won the whole thing. So the fact that they lost the first match in an upset win against Na'Vi, they're back and they're hungry for these wins. I will say, though, Oxygen came into this using Team Liquid's old composition. Team Liquid know how to deal with it because they ran it themselves. And one of the things that we noticed instantly is that Link, all of Team Liquid on their attack, they just bombed it to a site. Super fast execution in the first 5 seconds, super high tempo play, because the whole composition that Team Liquid ran and Oxygen are running in this game is about slowing the game down. So Team Liquid go, we're not going to let you slow us down. We're just going to freight train through you because all of that utility to slow down isn't going to get used. So it was all of that conditioning. Team Liquid knew what they were going up against, and that was the best attacking half I've seen from them in a long, long time.
This was literally, as Ryan said, is Link preparing the closest ground, and, you know, Scream back on the jet and just dashing in, getting the kills. He even shot at Solkas at once because he was on destroyer mode. He was like, I see you, I shoot you. So that was him, basically. And we're seeing here on the stats, that was brilliant. It was a flash game, but definitely what we were expecting from them. I expected a better result from Oxygen, but they were completely blocked. What can you do when there is no, like, 10 seconds that you're free on a round to even decide? They couldn't do aggressives. They couldn't plan or play their game. This was completely on Team Liquid's.
Well, let's talk about Jet real quick for a second, because, you know, Scream, the KO, it didn't work. We saw him do more kind of comfort picks like Reyna, and we weren't 100% sure if he would go back to that Jet, because Yampi, he's been playing the Jet as well. But Kaquka, do you think this was the right pick for him? I mean, obviously they won 13-1, but is this something that you see them maybe repeating against better teams on this map?
Okay, so first of all, we all know Scream. We know that he is literally a beast. In Spain, we call him El Bicho. It means he's amazing. So the thing is, Jumpy being on the IGL and being able to play that Omen with the operator, that operator with the Omen, even on attack. And, you know, when you need a player like Scream to be aggressive, to create the space, and when he's hitting the shots, this is exactly what you need. So I love it.
I think when it comes to Open as well, Yampi's always good at getting the first kill very quickly on the attack. You don't really see that many attacking Oppers. You certainly don't see many like attacking Omen Oppers as well. But one thing he was very good at is just getting that first kill, instantly putting Team Liquid in a 5 versus 4. And even when he's on the Jet, on maps like Icebox, for example, he's hopping up onto the high ground of Rafters, getting a kill, and immediately Team Liquid can get, right, we have an advantage, we can slow it down, we can make Oxygen panic. And Oxygen, they were just peeking into it. Mitez was constantly going down mid, seeing, is there anybody there? And he gets killed, and Oxygen have to adapt without having the Astra, which is a lot of utility to try and set the map. Oxygen had zero information to work with that game, so every time they peeked out, they got punished, and that's, like you said, a statement game from Team Liquid. That is the scariest they've looked, and Oxygen now, they need to come back on a different map.
It's just they always do this against Oxygen, isn't it? We had the 13-0 on Haven Stage 2. It's a slight improvement, I guess. 13-1 is not quite a 13-0. But Ryan, I want to know why you think it went so horribly for Oxygen, because like you said, they changed their comp up, and it's almost like a little bit reminiscent of Fnatic, right? When everybody saw the Fnatic bind comp, and they're like, oh, we're going to run it as well, but they always seem to lose to Fnatic. So do you feel like maybe it's the fact that Liquid are like, oh, we know exactly what you guys are going to do, the Sliggy kind of effect behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, it's different to what Fnatic do on Bind, I think, which is a lot more versatile and adaptable composition. When you're running like Brimstone, like Team Liquid do, but with an Astra instead, a Viper, a Killjoy, you are setting yourself up to sort of anchor yourself in the ground, hold that space, and if it doesn't work on the defense, it's a problem, because on the attack, it's hard to attack with a Killjoy, an Astra, and a Viper. You don't really have much to focus on when it comes to a duelist. Sure, you have Toronto, and Mitez likes to be an entry dueler now and again, but they never even got to that point. They played like 2 maps on their attack, and it was a nightmare scenario. This is also a map that Oxygen beat Supermassive Blaze on earlier in the year, 13-2. Yeah. So I was expecting a little bit more from Oxygen, and it's a bit scary that they lost in this fashion again.
I mean, it's not only that. The fact you mentioned Mitchman, and we know that he's an entry fragger. He likes to lurk a lot. He's that kind of Astra. But he didn't have even a chance because every single time that another round started, he was finding the same things. Maybe not in the same parts of the map, but you cannot work while your team is getting destroyed and while the spike is already being planted, and you know that is either going to be Jumpy or Scream just pushing onto the defender spawn. So there's not much that you can do. That's what it was, such a fast game.
Yeah, Mitez was 0 and 6 as well with First Blood's first death. So he's really good at finding an opening and getting Oxygen to sort of leverage some space, but he found nothing this game.
I mean, one thing I think we can kind of say is that we have seen this happen before. Like, teams have lost a blowout on a map 1, but there's 3 maps for a reason, you know? They have 2 more maps to come back on, but of course, Oxygen, they have to win the next one if they want to stay here. Breeze is the one that's coming off Kaquka. This is their pick. So do you feel a little bit better about their chances?
I'm not really sure. I do like the fact that Oxygen still plays the Astra. I do not like the fact that they share the same team comp on Bind, Haven, and on to Breeze as well. I also feel like Breeze is the map for Team Liquid, especially as we were mentioning before, is the only map where they're better actually attacking that defending. I mean, it happens to most of the teams, but not for Liquid in many of other occasions. So I have to say, this is going to be a tough one, but I feel like Liquid has this under control.
Yeah, Team Liquid in Stage 3 have played it 7 times, won it 6. And we've only seen Oxygen actually play Breeze in this event. They never played it in the qualifiers. They beat Giants, which I think is a good result. Giants like that map, they can play it. And overtime against G2 isn't really a bad result. It could have gone either way towards the end. So I expect Oxygen to at least pick up the pace a little bit more, but this is Team Liquid's bread and butter. Their map pool is looking a lot better than it did previously, and I think that win over Haven is going to give them that confidence that, okay, we don't need Bind, we don't need Icebox, we can play without it.
Well, let's talk about the G2 versus Oxygen game, because, you know, that is the freshest one on everybody's minds. And just in case the people at home might have missed what happened yesterday and this morning, Ryan, were you impressed at all by Oxygen on this map? Because like you said, taking G2 to OT on any map in this moment in time is a pretty impressive feat.
Yeah, I think Oxygen look best when they can have that space to maneuver around, and it is a difficult map to keep everything on lockdown, which is what makes Team Liquid so surprising on this, that we see actually Link moving over to the Cypher and Cryptic's on the Viper. It's just such a strong setup, and yeah, Oxygen like that fluidity. They're not the most aggressive team, they're not Fubalist or BBL, for example, but they play a nice, clean, straightforward game, and they can sort of set the tempo when they can, but they just need to get that first kill in a lot of those early fights and try and make it run.
Well, that map is going to come up very, very soon, but we are going to take a quick break, but do not go anywhere because Agent Select is on the way. Liquid has taken map 1 in this elimination match, and we are moments away from Agent Select. I'm joined once again by Ryan and Kaquka on the desk. And now, like I said, Oxygen is their pick here, but Kaquka, they have a really big mountain to climb because, like Ryan said earlier, Team Liquid, they're kind of good on Breeze.
Yeah, they're kind of good. And also, I mean, we have the choices here. Either they go for double duelist, and then you have a double threat, which is Jumpy on Jett and Scream on Reyna. Judging by the day he's having today, I would definitely go for that one. I don't see Jumpy jumping on, by the way, jumping on Sova for this map. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one, really, overall. Mitez, I want to see more of him. Glove has also been a really good Sky overall, and obviously he didn't really have much impact on Haven, but this is where we're going to see maybe Soulcast moving back over to the Sky, so we get a nice bit of a head-to-head there, but I think it's both agents that really seem to shine, find that space, find that information on either side. But I am still concerned about Oxygen here, just because this looks like Team Liquid's one of their best maps at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Like you said, they've only lost a Fnatic here, which is kind of crazy when you take how many maps they played into consideration. We are going to head into Agent Select now and see if we are indeed going to get that double duelist. And we are, Kaquka. This is going to be a bit scary, right?
I mean, it is going to be scary. I'm trying to see. I don't expect any changes from Oxygen. They just played it against, well, they finished it against G2 earlier today. Yeah, I would be extremely scared. The firepower coming from Team Liquid is going to be devastating.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Oxygen, Mitez hasn't chosen his agent yet, but Ryan, they are still very much leaning towards the Astra meta, which is something that we're just not seeing in Europe.
Yeah, it's funny because you go back to stage 2, it felt like Turkey as a region was struggling because they hadn't adapted to the Astra Viper meta, and now they're the ones playing it, and we're not seeing anybody else really picking up the agent, which I think is a bit of an oversight for a lot of players. But right now, Team Liquid could just make the Viper work. It's a very aggressive lineup, especially when you have Soulcast on that Sky, the 2 duelists. They're confident. They took a lot of aim duels on Haven. They took a lot of aggressive peaks. Now they're on the defense. They could set the pace, push for information. And Oxygen, well, they just got to try and do better than they did. And overtime against G2 is really good for them. But winning it, tournament's on the line when it comes to like standings as well. I think they're still safe when it comes to last chance qualifiers, but that would be their stage done. And obviously some teams might be able to overtake them and knock them down with last chance qualifiers. So it's out of their hands if they lose this.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important map and serious for both of these teams. But just before we get into game, you know, Kaquka, we know what Liquid can do on this map. But what do you feel like Oxygen they need to look out for? Because, you know, those lurks from Link seems to be a massive win condition.
I mean, it would be the opposed to Mitez. If they don't allow him to do his thing, especially when they play double controller and Viper can take on that role, it's going to be really hard for them. I feel like there's got to be a lot of mid control from both of these teams in order to decide what the mid round call is going to be. I feel like if they allow Liquid to have as fast rounds as we saw on Haven, this is going to be as fast as Haven was.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's your prediction, Kaquka. Yeah. And Ryan, do you feel like this is going to be the end of the road for Oxygen, or maybe we're going to map 3?
It's looking like that. I think Oxygen, the fact that they had to sort of prep for the game with G2 those last couple of rounds, and you know, Team Liquid have been able to see all of that, sort of set the pace. It's sort of similar to what you mentioned. It's just like I need to see, certainly on Oxygen on air attack, try and set the pace a bit more, not be too obvious, not just running 5 through elbow or 5 through A main. They need to be a bit more diverse with how they play this map.
Well, Oxygen has to win here on Breeze if they want to keep their Berlin Masters dream alive. Mitch and Tom, the pressure is on.
Thank you, Sue. Well, Tom, it looks like we've got a couple of pretty interesting games on our hands. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to end up with 15 rounds this time. Who knows?
Wow. Wow. The boldest of predictions ever is that we might get an extra couple of rounds.
At least 15 rounds. There we go.
At least 15. Okay. Well, that definitely would be nice. I don't know. I think going into this map, it should be a little bit more comfortable. I think also teams are yet to really master Breeze in the way that it looked, well, how comfortable Liquid were on Haven. The problem is this is a map that they're also very willing to play. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I think that Oxygen are going to take it, but I'm hoping that it will at least be close, because versus G2, they put up a pretty decent fight.
Yeah, fingers crossed. This is going to be a slightly better game for all those Oxygen fans out there. We know there are plenty. Hell, This is a team that I was excited to get to cast again because I had a hoot last time around. But Tom, it's been a letdown on map number 1. Oxygen rolled the dice. They did not get anywhere near a positive result, but now we come to Breeze, and here we know that they're a much better team, at least on paper.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking it off on the attack as well, and we know that Liquid are normally incredible on the attacking side, but the defense is actually where they've been pretty weak. In fact, in most cases, only getting like 3, 4, maybe even 5 rounds. So it's not particularly good for them on the defensive side. So if this is again dominant, then maybe we should worry for Oxygen going into the second half.
This pistol could be very important just to get Oxygen that little bit of a foothold, those foundations built. Already moving towards the side. 2 players stacked up towards the back. It's so nasty. Link certainly does have a big smile on his face with those 2 kills connected. And Zestow's going to be last alive. 1 versus 5 and nothing bar the 1 kill. It is a clean start for Team Liquid. It's a big smile as well.
Can we just look at Link? I just want that picture. Oh god, beautiful. And then, wow, I can see why he's got the grin on his face. That was just another very strong pistol. Yeah, that's what broke me. I didn't expect it. I don't know if we missed that in the last map just the entire time, or if that's just coming now. But
no, he was Scream last map.
That's true, actually. Yeah, he was Scream. And now he's gone back to Link, and
he shaved his head in between that pause. That's pretty impressive. Well, then again, I suppose the pause was longer than the last map. As we come into this, it is going to be a pretty comfortable round for Team Liquid on paper. Very weak weapons for Oxygen. 1 or 2 kills going their way, though. Okay, so they're making this costly already. Let's see. 1 more could be absolutely huge, but it won't be found. At the end of the day, though, that's pretty much the best that you can expect to come out of those ecos.
Yeah, I think especially on this map. Like, it's so difficult to actually get anything done with the pistols because, well, if you're going into A, you're going into a wide open space where even a classic right click isn't going to work out for you. And if you're going into B, you're heading straight into a choke point when you don't have any utility. So it's rough to try and get anything done. So a couple of kills here, really not going to be too bad. Now, Scream, by the looks of it, is going to invest straight into a rifle. Now, you might be thinking, hey, you normally play this as a bonus, but he already has his Empress online, Mitch. So basically any kills he gets is going to be an insta-heal.
That was unfortunate for Yampy, but he's just getting the info as Scream follows up, taking down Toronto, the scout on the sidelines there for the body shot, finishing Mitzez off and trying to do a bit more damage. What a shot. Yampy connecting it perfectly, repositioning as well. And Glove is desperately trying to find anybody to take down, walking into the scout, but not getting dropped. 1v3. Still winnable, but 2 rifles. Those upgrades that Liquid found definitely gonna make it a lot more difficult. And 3-0, we do indeed go. A disappointing 3rd round for Oxygen again, Tom.
I was expecting that to be like a Scream Empress masterclass if that round was even going to be close. Instead, I think he only got 1 kill. It didn't even need to do that much. They were just funneled into Yumpy. Soulcast gets 1, and then there's just... But this second shot is just absolute filth. He was on 2 HP.
It's the beanie.
And just, it doesn't even seem to break a sweat.
Yep. If Zestowd had taken that beanie off before he went into the fight, he would have been just fine. But gave him away. A little bit of a headshot connected. And with 3-0 on the board, look at what Oxygen have to work with, Tom. Just pistols. This is going to be a pretty tough round for them. Now, they did do some good damage with just classics, managing to get 2 kills and the A site. This time, they've overrun Halls, leaving Solkus out in the open by himself, but he's able to isolate a duel, then pop the ultimate, get the info on where these players are. Yampy is still alive. This is a
he's not taking any
very awkward duel. He's still at 150.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, Yampy. There we go. He's found him eventually. Well,
just cut out all the bits before and just show them at the end. Beautiful for the highlight reel. You can even see him just giggling to himself.
Yeah, he knows he should have been dead long ago.
I'll be honest, that alone for me is a very dangerous sign. Because I feel like Liquid are one of those teams that I feel like when they lose, a lot of the time, it's down to themselves. Like, we know that they have the ability to get all the way to Masters, top 4, whatever. Like, they can play incredible Valorant, but sometimes it just seems like a lot of their players go amiss. Right now, they've gone back to what looks like a much more comfortable comp. You got Scream playing the agents that Scream enjoys. And while I'm waiting for a response, I was waiting the whole of map 1. I'm hoping it will be here. Are they going to expect the Yumpy to be here? They don't! He shouldn't be able to get out, but he can dash through, back on his jet, no longer playing that Omen or Sova or whatever you like. And that's not the start to the round we were looking for. That's Toronto gone.
Really sneaky play. Just going right past both Tigers. Reading the timing, seeing the window. And that's something that every single player on Team Liquid is so good at doing. You leave a gap open, they'll identify it and they'll execute on it in no time. This B site certainly doesn't have a lot of gaps. A two-man hold, a sapphiRe defending. Even got the tripwires on the right side as they come around. Now Link is going to end up being pulled into it, actually. That didn't quite work out for him. They don't know Cryptix is here on the backside, but with the Spectre and his position given away, he'll be dropped in oxygen. They steamroll into this. 3 versus 2. Yampy does well to find that second kill. The ultimate pop to give him that little bit of range capability, but he's not yet spotting anyone. And there's a very late play coming in from Viper. Presumably we'll have a couple little post-plan setups to see a snake bite still in play. Zescht taken down as the numbers continue to thin out on the oxygen side. The good thing here, though, Tom, time is on their side. They know full well that they have this one in the bag. The flash gonna catch Scream. He swings wide, and now the time is gone. Oxygen have connected their first round at long last, and it looks like Scream wants to maybe make this costly. Coming down through middle towards their spawn. He's looking to cut them off.
Realizing no chance of winning the round, and is he going to give them anything here? Looking to try and just remove every single one of those weapons, but Glove will be there to hold on. It is going to be Oxygen getting their first round, and a decent execution as well from them. I like the utilization of the Gravwell, making a lot of the positions for Link a little bit more awkward. I will say they did take their time to kill him off. I thought for a second he was actually going to be able to survive in that corner, but I do think that was one of the things that when we saw them play versus Fnatic, that they sort of pressed down on, is this B site definitely has its vulnerabilities at times.
There was never a doubt in my mind that there would be no money problems for Team Liquid after the rounds that they've had. Yeah. They've come in with an operator on Yampy, and this is where things get scary, to say the least. Now, Oxygen have a couple of things they can do to try and deal with that operator. The problem is, with it being Yampy, first of all, and being a jet, it's completely unpredictable on the angles that he can hold. Even if you manage to flash this guy, he's the kind of guy that's just going to hold it, take a shot, dash out. Yeah, well, that pretty much sums it up. Again, he's not playing a Judge or a Spectre. The man has got an operator. Oh, here we go.
Screen gets out. It's just why we love watching him on the Reyna so much. Just the ability to hit that instant headshot. And now they're going to try and use the combination of the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide. Looks like they're actually going to try and fight within it, delay this push a little bit more. Of course, it doesn't actually cover off the whole site, so they can kind of sit to the back of it. Now, one of the players is actually going to be detained, but the other two still managing to hold on at least a little bit longer. Soulcast, the timing's actually not great for him, but he runs back and forth through the divide and ends up finding a kill for it. It's now less all on to Zescht. 1v2, and of course, Yumpy's there to finish it. They used so much in that round, and Liquid are just able to ignore half of it and manage to win most of the duels.
Solka's flashing through and playing so aggressive on that wall was incredibly important. The timing on that stopped them from swinging wide and taking Screen down. They attempted to, but he was such a thorn in the side. Look at this. Unity goes, sees the detained player, but has to deal with Solka's first, who survives long enough for Screen to not be detained anymore, and then Screen gets the kill, backs off, and leaves it into the 1v2. It was a chaotic round, and the fact that a player got detained certainly was suboptimal. But for Team Liquid overall, the second-to-second adaptations that they made in covering off their teammates and ensuring that no one was too isolated for too long, it was absolutely gorgeous to look at. And here's a flash coming straight through. Toronto's dead as can be. Scream continuing to aggress. What a shot connected as 3 are farmed up quickly on the backside. Mittez And it's just a double though. And considering they have pistols from a good start, Liquid have stumbled a little bit to give Oxygen decent damage. But Tom, again, their money is in such a good spot that economy damage is almost out the window. Like, we just need rounds.
ACS.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
You're nothing.
See, I got a tweet like during the break saying like, why does Screen do this to Turkish teams? And I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't know. this is just like, we see like up and down Scream, and I do think that like some of the agents that we've seen in play, like the KO didn't really work out, and even some of the time the Jet doesn't really work out. Rain has always been one of those agents where I don't remember bad performances from Scream. It just doesn't really exist. It's the perfect agent for him to play, no matter how many times people say, I think Lothar's not a fan. Well, I'm a fan when it's Scream. I think that's the exception, because he can just destroy anyone that walks into his path. Already again, it's another opener.
You know, they use the flash to go down middle to try and get Scream an opener, and then he goes back and says, hey, I'll just do it again. Why not? 2 kills on this side already, fighting on the back side. Runs out of ammo, but he connects the bullet before that. This is just ridiculous, and I think Oxygen at this point, they have got to be feeling deflated. Looks like another Brazil is going to come on through with a 7-1 scoreline in favor of Team Liquid, and well, Link is unsurprisingly very happy about that.
He's getting more than 2 kills a round.
Also, can I just reinforce what, because in these one-sided games, you know, a lot of the time you're going to hear a lot of smack talk, Tom. You're going to look in Twitch chat, but shout out some of the Twitch chatters who are keeping it real out there. They're letting people know, please don't comment on the player's performance unless you are high elo, silver 3+. You know what's going on. Keep him in line.
It's getting to the point where I feel like I'm just going to need some sort of shrine in my room to screen, because that's been the difference so far. Do you? But you have to show us during the break then.
I have a full-sized printout of Scream on my roof.
I honestly thought you were going to say pillow.
Ceiling.
And I'm quite happy that you said that instead.
That's ordered. Hasn't arrived yet, though, unfortunately. We'll see what we can do. It comes with the Jonas one, so the 2-for-1 deal.
That's a pretty good deal, to be fair. I might see if I can get a Link one in there. With that smile on it. That smile on a pillow, I'll take it. Yeah, I will say at this point... Perfect. I will say at this point, again, Liquid are normally better on the attack. Now, I know that's not something that a lot of Oxygen fans will want to hear, but I think for context of this map, it needs to be said.
It's an attack map as well, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where... And unless something drastic happens here, I'm already looking at this map as potentially being over. And that means Oxygen just going straight out of the tournament, which is sad because they've done some damage here. It's just, again, they've come up against what seems to be their kryptonite. What? That's how you do it, Toronto. That's how you get rid of Scream. He's not going to get any kills in this round because you've just owned him.
Oh, Mittez! No! That was the chance, the opportunity to get the kill, split into B. And now instead, Tom, if they want to go B, they're going right through the Viper's pit.
Delete the VOD. I know they're going to replay it, and I don't want to see it again. I'm just saying that now, production. I don't want to see it. It never happened.
You're going to. In half speed as well. Guaranteed.
No.
Maybe 10% speed so we can analyze each shot. Sulcus is still looking to take a fight. Now, they are just up against pistols, and Oxygen had a good start. Oh, the Seekers had so much information. Such good timing. And Sulcus has 4 kills. He's even hunting down the last player. Unity wants to deal with this guy, and he will. No. Sulcus will be dropped. The ace denied. And Unity has actually got a chance. 30 seconds left. Spike is not in control of Team Liquid, and he's picked up a Vandal. The spray not quite connected. Though, and Link, happy as Larry, he'll be walking away with that kill. Look at that smile. That's the smile of a man who just won a round.
Yeah, no, that's the smile of a man who plays with Scream. He hasn't had to do much so far. He's currently 4-2, which is not a scoreline you normally see 10 rounds into the game or 9 rounds in. But
I love that they said, "Hey Sulcus, just in case you have an issue with your cam or you can't stream your cam or whatever, Just send us a picture. And he went, okay, cool. Yeah, Solka sent them, you know, his proper player profile picture. And then Link, they said the same thing, and he goes, I'm gonna smile. I
got this one.
I got a selfie. I got this one.
I want Ryan to recreate that picture. I'm just saying that now. I want him to recreate that picture. He's only got a couple of minutes to do it, so you know,
get that
I'm
tweet
putting
out,
the
Ryan.
pressure on.
Come on.
I'm putting the pressure on Ryan, but I know that you thrive under pressure. So they've taken quite a lot of control into middle. This is something that's happened a few times though. Mites has been able to take this angle. It's expected, and Yumpy is watching for it. The rest of the team though aren't going to be able to isolate Cryptix, and Toronto's going to find Yumpy as well. Probably the best opportunity we've seen from them in a long time, but they lose a player on the other side of the map, and it becomes possible once again.
Yeah, somehow I still believe in Liquid when it comes to these 2v3 clutches, and I think a lot of the time Oxygen have been offering up individual fights. It's felt almost like a little bit of ranked is being played out. Scream's being spotted though. Oh, he's able to get the first right in vision of the op. Of course, the blind stopping the shot from connecting, but now it's a 1v2, and Scream needs to clutch this out. Toronto shutting him down with the operator, and a second round finally found for Oxygen. This could be the start of the comeback, but they need both rounds. They need to finish this half out at 8-4. Remember, not only are Liquid a better team on the attack, but just in general, most teams pick up the rounds on the attack. Puts a lot of pressure on Oxygen to not lose this 10-2.
But yeah, again, I think they managed to get 4 rounds on defense versus G2. They did get 7 versus Giants, but I feel like Liquid are just a different beast when it comes to the attack on this map. And by the looks of it, we are going to have a pause coming through. Maybe just trying to take a moment there, because they win the round. Entries, again, were good. I feel like that's, again, been the main success for them. Similarly to what we saw from Fnatic, this B site is a lot more vulnerable than A. Mainly because you're avoiding Yumpy's operator. I know it sounds silly, but that is one of the main reasons it's a lot easier to take. And they've been able to get those kills. The thing that worries me still, though, is the fact that they had the Seekers. It told them where Scream was. And we still saw 2 players run into the open, and there is a very real world where he kills both of them there. And sure, definitely. Toronto managed to connect both shots, wins them the round, that's great. But that, for me, is not a convincing victory for a team that's about to bring this map back.
Well, I think that's the problem. In a lot of these rounds that we're seeing, the thing that seems repeatable is how Liquid wins these rounds. When it comes to Oxygen, your operator finding a 3K, a lot of control in these sort of deathmatchy fights that they were taking on B. Sure, that works, but it's not going to work every time, and not versus a team like Liquid, who honestly... Oh, that timing is so poor. Oh, and Unity's just staring at the wall. He was like, yeah, I'm dead. He heard the steps and was like, yep, okay, cool. Thanks, Scream. And Scream's been playing so aggressive, whether it's down middle. They had a round where they pop a flash, they throw it all the way down mid, and he peeks with it. Now they use the flash to bait the operator back. And as he peeks in, Yumpy is holding it. This is so beautiful. The way that they're seizing the map control, the way that they're forcing these fights. Yes, the duels themselves might be 1v1 fights, but they are set up in a way that puts Liquid miles ahead. And that utility usage from Solkas is so key in them winning that round.
They took 0 damage. That is as flawless as it gets, and that's the thing. I agree. It almost looks like at this point that Team Liquid have wrote the script and that Oxygen are just following it. Like it's so easy for them to just push them into angles and favorable duels, and Scream has been able to get away with absolutely anything he wants. Now, part of that is because it just looks like he's on fire today. But I feel like they should have shut him down more times than they've had. Like, this has been somewhat of a joke. We're going to see the ultimate popped. You might be thinking, what? Why has he done it in this? It's the last. There's no other time he's going to get to use it. Come on, man. Toronto's just gone. He didn't even get to see anyone. And now they're facing straight into this site again. I said that they've had a lot more success on B. This is why you don't go A.
10-2, a flawless end of the half, and well, another pretty demotivating situation for Oxygen. I'm glad I said at least 15. You know, I didn't go too far. I didn't say 16, 17. No, I went 15. So we're pretty safe where we're at right now. Yeah, I think we might be smack bang on 15. Now that timing was pretty insane on the shot. But dude, I just feel like a lot of the time, like this is one of the rounds where I wouldn't even criticize them that heavily. A lot of the stuff they ran into, you get sprayed through a wall, your jet swings wide and then dashes out afterwards. Like, there's not a bunch that you can do to deal with that. And whilst you could definitely play a little bit more around trading in particular, I think there was a lot of space given to Yampy in that play. It's like, it's not the end of the world. These are the kind of rounds that any team can lose. I just feel like in the majority, it felt more like Oxygen were loose and deathmatchy. Oh my God! Yampy's up behind them! He's just crept in through the crevice and pulled it into a 4v2 as if Oxygen and Oxygen fans needed any more reasons to lose sleep tonight. It's Yampy like a specter coming in with a ghost. Although he'll fall, there's time on Liquid's side and manpower as well.
You're gonna have to catch a pretty nice timing here. And well, it literally couldn't be any worse. And any worse? It couldn't have been any worse than that. So yeah, 11-2. I want to point out as well, that was a raid boss, Yampy. For anybody who doesn't know, that means they dropped him the pistol. So like he had shields and a ghost in that round, and they just went, yep, Yampy, if you just want to go in and kill everyone, and he went, oh yeah, cool. See you later.
It's really powerful running that as well when you have a Reyna. You don't want to give your Reyna the armor, and you don't want your Reyna to be first in a lot of the time either. Because if Scream supports Yampy as a raid boss, and Scream can find one hit, remember, with the Reyna patch that came in a long time ago now, if he just finds one hit on that player and Yampy kills them, he gets full shields, which is insane. Obviously, he has to heal up. It doesn't instantly happen. Zulkas continuing to push forward. The spray full blind. I'm not going to be finding all too much. Scream! Turn! No, it's Cryptics with Scream's picture, in fact. Turns and spins on the dime to take a double. And now this side is once again under threat. A fantastic start to the round by Oxygen, but as usual, it crumbles. And Link is even watching the back, a smile on his face as he feels ready to take this duel, but he's not checking it. The cam spots them. He's not landing the spray. It all comes down to Cryptics looking for 12 rounds on the board. The spike in his possession, but health is gone. A headshot from Mitez puts a third on the board for Oxygen Tom, and well, it's the most unlikely of rounds that they come out on top in.
Yeah, no, a really solid read from them as well, having 3 players stacked up close on that B side. So they definitely had the right call, and the flashbang was just superb coming out on the other side of things. So yeah, it was close, but managing to take home a couple of extra weapons and having that investment back in. In fact, they're not messing about. We're going to see the rifles on pretty much every single player here just to make sure that, okay, we're not going to give anything back over, especially with Yampy's Marshall and how effective that's been. Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah. It has been kind of effective, actually, now that you say it, Tom.
Finish the sentence.
Well, Zulkas is down at least. There's going to be a trade. Flash through, blinds Toronto. He dashes out. They got the info. Hey, that actually worked out pretty well. The Team Liquid have the man disadvantage on the rotate to the B side, which is completely open. Oxygen have full rotated. Yampy. Look where Yampy is.
They've got
in the picture-in-picture. He spotted that alarm bot as well because he stepped a little closer to it. He heard it. Heard the hum. But he's going to wait. It's not the typical position. You know, if you got aggressive like this with a pistol, with a sheriff, with a vandal, sure. With a scout? Or marshal? Not normally how it goes.
No, but they're having to take incredibly audacious angles because of how bad the weaponry that they have sucks. So this is a round that we never expect them to win, and the whole goal here for Yampy is just to try and catch someone over on the rotate, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. The first one goes his way. He's got his teammate nearby. The peek. Oh, it's gonna be a kill of the classic. Surely they can't win this round, Mitch.
Yeah, this is getting painful. Oxygen need to win this one. They really, really do. And it's right into a Viper's Pit we go. Cryptics waiting for them there. And look who's about to come into vision. Nice little flick. He lost so much health. One shot to the body. That'll do it nice and easy. And another to close it out. 12-3, Tom. And before it was a bit of a joke. Now I genuinely feel like I'm DJing a funeral. Like, I really do. Liquid are looking pretty good. Oxygen, well, to be honest, it wouldn't have looked much worse if they didn't have any battery in their mice.
One enemy remaining.
I'm lost for words.
I mean,
the majority of the round they lost there was to a Marshall and a Classic.
Well, Liquid are doing a lot of things that are solid. The problem is they are just leagues above this team when it comes to individuals, having Scream, having Yampy, and the ability that we've seen from every other player on this roster, and their straight up executes. Oxygen just can't adapt to them. They're not thinking on their feet nearly quick enough, and Scream's already got 3 kills.
No!
Tom, I think it's fair to say, pretty tough clutch ahead of Mittez. But a 3K now on the board. This man does not want to end it here. He has something more to say about Turkish Valorant, and let's see what or how this story is going to end. 2 kills left to find. One is a Marshall on Yampy, the other Cryptics with a Vandal in hand. Time is aplenty. Mittez creeping his way through spawn, could now be coming from any angle. Team Liquid want to spot him out. But it's going to be a fight with Yampy, and Yampy spotted him there. That's the info to play with. And
who takes that angle?
Marshall headshot to finish it. This guy's ridiculous. I brought up the point when they were on the defensive side that, oh, and it's Yampy. The fact that it's Yampy, the fact that it's Jet, and the fact that he is an op, those things are incredibly unpredictable because he will play that weapon like it is a shotgun. And here he does the same with a Marshall multiple times. We saw it inside the tube. We saw it here. I am speechless. This was an incredible performance by Team Liquid and a sad way for Oxygen to go out, Tom, to be honest, because that was a depressing series. It really was. If you're an Oxygen fan, you are not having a good day. That is fairly safe to say. And I feel bad because this is a team that definitely has a lot of potential. I think within like the top 15 of EMEA, this team has definitely cemented themselves. They can definitely compete with teams that are within that kind of 10 to 15 mark. But when it comes to teams like Liquid, G2, they're just leagues above.
I feel like it's more so Liquid. Like the fact that they literally got 1 round more than last time. It was a 13-0 to 13-3. Like they've got 1 more round than last time, and that was not something any of us expected going to. I also want to say, Yumpy taking that angle with the Marshall makes me feel physically sick that he did that. Like just to have the balls to just sit there on that is just so utterly ridiculous. And Liquid. Yeah. It's lower bracket Liquid, guys. Honestly, I don't think any team wants to meet them on their way through the lower bracket because I genuinely think from this performance they can now beat anyone.
You know, they mentioned something over on Twitter, and I'm going to quickly just jump on. I saw it in the break. Team Liquid tweeted a lovely picture of the whole gang in what I guess is like their mini cinema for watching VODs. And it says, no more room for errors. Our lower bracket run starts now. Well, you know what? For the first time ever, I would like to congratulate the Liquid Valorant Twitter for not cursing their team. This is a first. We will all remember this, and it will go down in history, that's for sure.
Did Jonas tweet anything? Maybe it's just Jonas at this
could
stage.
Be. It could be. I didn't see a tweet from Jonas, you know.
Did they log him out?
Win. Seems pretty clear cut, but you know what? It has been a long game, Tom. So
it's been tough.
really need to rest my vocal cords. So we better throw things over to a break. But when we come back, you guys better have gone over to Twitter and popped your vote in for the Pay Safe Card Player of the Match. We've got 3 players up for grabs. You need to choose which one of these is the player of the match. Who was the best player overall? And there's your options down below. You're seeing Scream, Sulcus, and Yampy. Going over to @ValEsports_EU and get your vote in now to make sure that your favorite player is the Pay Safe Card Player of the Match. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, the AD is going to have a hoot breaking that one down, so don't go anywhere.
ladies and gents. Oxygen have been eliminated from the EMEA Challengers playoffs, but Liquid, they are one step closer to Masters. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by Kaquka and Ryan, and also a very, very special guest, Link from Team Liquid, with us for a quick post-match interview. Hi, Link. Welcome to the show. Congratulations on that win.
Hello.
Now, how pleased are you to bounce back in the fashion that you have, given what happened after that Na'Vi game?
Very. Because if we did the same thing as yesterday, I think we'd all be very upset. But we came back, we showed everyone that like yesterday was a bit of a fluke. Or not yesterday, sorry, but the day before was a bit of a fluke. So yeah, we came back, banged it. Is what it is.
Yeah, I think you summed that up perfectly. Banged it over 2 maps. Barely broke a sweat, actually, you guys. But it does seem like one of the winning formulas you've been trying is kind of going back to your bread and butter. We've seen more comfort picks, you know, from Soulcast, from Scream. Now, is this the strategy you guys are going for going forward, to sort of be more traditional in your picks and roles as opposed to going too out there and creative?
I don't know, because we've always been known for being a bit creative, so maybe it's actually time we just came back and we were just like, yeah, maybe the comfort picks are maybe a little bit better for us. Maybe we shouldn't be as creative as we've been trying to be. But yeah, like Dom back on raised, the savior, like Adil back on Reyna. Like everyone knows they're just gonna bang on these sort of agents. So yeah, we just thought stick them on it, let them have fun, and yeah, we're back.
First of all, it's nice to be in the same room as you, so we can dispel that rumor for one. But I think as well, like,
it's a bit of a crazy rumor, but
yeah. But it's one of those things where I feel like when it comes to people predicting who would go to Berlin, Team Liquid isn't mentioned a lot. Like, you guys have a point to prove, but not many people seem to believe in you. So is that more fuel to the fire, I suppose, for you to step up and dominate like you did today?
Man, I actually swear everyone hates us for no reason as well. We're all nice guys. We're all really nice. Like, everyone should just like us. But yeah, of course it's fuel. Like, no one believes in us. We'll just come, we'll do it again. You'll see. Actually, no, I'm going to... Wait, let me hold my words, because if I say it like that and we don't qualify, then I'll be on Twitter. So yeah, we're just coming to, play our game.
Okay, so first of all, congratulations on the win. And I have to ask you, I feel almost obliged to, what makes Team Oxygen so easy for you to beat?
Well, that's a bit of an outrageous question. I wouldn't use the word easy. It's just how it goes sometimes. Like sometimes they might not be on it today. Like they might not been on it last time. It's just how it is what it is.
Yeah, but you look too comfortable, I have to say.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. We're Team Liquid, innit? Like we should be comfortable versus any team.
I think that's the mantra we got to stick by. You are Team Liquid. And lastly, just from me, you guys are going to be going up against either FPX or Forza. Now, is there an opponent you'd prefer to play?
I mean, people would say Forza's easier, but I don't believe that. So, I don't know. Maybe FPX.
Oh, I like that. Strong words. Thank you so much, Link, for joining us. And yeah, Ryan and Link in the same room together at last. Please get a picture. Thank you so much, Link. We'll see you back here again in a couple of days. But yeah, I mean, first of all, elephant in the room. Apparently you and Link, you're not actually the same person. Yeah. You're in fact 2 different people, Ryan.
I know he's pointing out distinct differences before, but I think, yeah, he's been performing so well as well recently. I think he shaved his head back in Reykjavik after a rough performance against version 1, and then Team Liquid came back again strong. And I think what's nice about Team Liquid is it's not just Scream and Yampy popping off. Like we've seen a lot of what Soulcast has been able to do, and Link especially. It's nice to see them get the recognition.
So I also have to say that this map specifically has been crazy. I'd like to see, we're going to break it down in a few moments, but I really can't wait to dig into this one, even though it was a short one as well.
Yeah, I mean, Link there, he didn't want to disrespect Oxygen, obviously, saying maybe they were just on a bad day, but it does feel like they're at least Kaquka, like they're kryptonite in some way, right?
Yeah, I have to say. Well, good for them. This is what we expected from Team Liquid. Team Oxygen, I'm so sad because it's our first drop.
Yeah.
The EMEA finals, so, I mean, someone has to go, but, it's still sad.
Yeah, and they did have a win under their belt at least, beating Giants. Like, that's at least something. And I think overall, Oxygen are somewhat safe when it comes to last chance qualifiers. That's another thing. It requires, like, gymnastics of, like, G2 to, like, do really well in Berlin and to get overtaken by, like, Forza, Guild, FPX at some point as well when it comes to points. It's, I wouldn't say not likely, but I would suggest at this point, like, Oxygen are looking somewhat decent. They're on the same points as Fubalist as well when it comes to that as well. So it's interesting. This isn't the nicest way to go out. They went out of stage 2 in disappointing fashion as well to not qualify. Now they're the first out, but I think as well they've shown that they do belong in these tournaments to an extent, but it's when they get here that they start to trip up a little.
I mean, like you said, they've been so consistent picking up points almost at every stage right here as well. And again, the Oxygen fans, don't be too upset. We're going to see them in the last chance qualifiers unless, like Ryan says, something catastrophic happens.
Yeah.
And speaking of catastrophic though, I don't know if you guys noticed those stats just now on a certain Mr. Scream, and you guys at Twitter at home have voted. Normally I'd say, you know, what a surprise, but this time around for the pay save card player of the match, it is Scream, and I think it is extremely well deserved. And Kaquka Link saying there, we just gotta let Scream and Soulcast do their thing and have their comfort picks, and it's working.
Yeah, definitely. He was smashing today. Not only them, also I felt like Jumpy had so much control over A. Even they put Oxygen put in that Viper wall and trying to work into that, it was just not possible. Some rounds that they managed to get, it was also Toronto on the operator and just getting that entropy and even creating the pressure just for his team, even with the operator. So that's always nice to see. Still, yeah, not enough.
Yeah. And I think, sorry.
No, go on.
I was just going to, I mean, like, it's also like he had like a plus 20 differential and Yampy had 26. Everybody was firing on Team Liquid. Sometimes it's like maybe a Cryptix or a Link that doesn't perform that well. It was good to see everybody in full force moving forward.
Yeah, and you know, the creativity Link saying that maybe it's not the best strategy, even though they're known for it. And do you think, Ryan, you know, going forward in a world where they could face like a team like FPX and then go on to face even better teams still left in this tournament, that's the best strategy for them?
I think so. They're really good at like feeding on the insecurities of other teams. Like they knew that Fnatic were going to be struggling as well overall. Like they are able to show up in those games, change their composition a little to make it difficult to anti-strats, why they beat FPX back in stage 2. And I think as well, like they looked comfortable with what Oxygen wanted to do. There's a round in particular where I'm really surprised that Team Liquid ended up winning it in the first place. So it's one of those ones where we see the Cosmic Divide coming out. We see a lot of ultimates, and yeah, it should be good to go. So yeah, here we are. So we got both the ultimates of the Lockdown and the Cosmic Divide coming in. And yet Scream still manages to get detained. He's not scared of it at all, but it's the fact that Team Liquid are still waiting to face these duels. They're trying to play anti-plant a lot of the time. They're not willing to play retakes. They're actually going to go full force into Oxygen. It was scrappy to say the very least, but you consider everything that Oxygen threw at the table in this round and the fact that Team Liquid is still able to win, whilst we're seeing a bit of a rotate still coming in as well. The Yampy overall in spawn, it's comfortable. And a round like that where you're using big ultimates to take that space, Team Liquid shouldn't be getting away with that.
Yeah, and also Team Liquid decided to start defending, even though this is like their attack map. And it's probably because they had been watching Oxygens against G2, and this strat is something that we saw on them earlier yesterday and also today. So they were completely ready for that, and they've got so much better at just, not even playing retake, but just avoiding the plant and creating that pressure on the perfect moment.
Well, Team Liquid, they live to see another day, and we're going to take a quick break here, but do not go anywhere, because when we come back, FPX will be taking on Forza.
we wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round.
Welcome back again, ladies and gents, to Elimination Day. Oxygen, unfortunately, had to go home a little bit earlier, but now it's time to find out who is going to keep their Berlin Masters dream alive between FPX and Forza. I'm your host, Yinsu. I'm joined by RyanCentral and Kaquka. Now, FPX, they fell to Supermassive Blaze a little bit earlier, but as every single European fan knows, this team cannot be underestimated.
I'm Angel. My name is Kirill Karasov. I'm playing for FPX. I'm in game leader. I don't think our team have had success which we can call big, and that's why we're like highly motivated to prove we belong to the top. I would describe our playstyle like a mix of strategic plus aggressive moves. We can use like really hard strategic strategies, right? We can do some aggressive plays, we can do some, we can always surprise our enemy. The key factor to our victory is just playing on the level we should be playing. I feel like everything in our hands, and if we're not gonna screw it up, we should win the tournament.
And we definitely need to talk more about FPX. We know them, of course, in Europe, and it's funny because they only practice against teams in CIS. Let's see how they do, actually, because they should be prepared for this one. Now, we've seen many different things from FPX lately. We've seen Demasake on Phoenix, we've seen Chao playing Omen, playing Viper. There's a lot that we're going to be seeing today. I've heard from some players and also some coaches that they do, as we know, rely a lot on their strategy. We know that that's their forte, and also that they look kind of lost, especially when they take Demasake out of, he's such a great sentinel that when you take him out of that spot, you definitely can tell. So let's see what they have prepared for us today, because I need another crazy pick from Shao.
You haven't had enough?
No.
Is the Viper not enough for you?
I was the one saying, can Demasake play something other than Cypher, and then boom. So.
You talked it into existence. Yeah. But like you said, they're going to be facing a team they're very familiar with. Forza, they've had one of the longest standing rosters in EMEA, and this is their journey so far.
Всем привет, меня зовут Слава, играю под ником Артист, играю в команде Force, потом идет Сагец, он самый стабильный из нас, а потом Коля Z, вот, а потом мы там с Кофе, Хугион и я, Артист. В своей команде у меня роль саппорта, я отрабатываю тяжелые углы, это Сова, вот, иногда играю опорником, это Вайпер, вот, и Zescht тоже. Мы заслуживаем выиграть EMEA Challengers, потому что мы очень трудолюбивые, у нас есть желание побеждать, мы очень голодные, мы хотим выигрывать, мы давно не выигрывали. Самое большое и единственное достижение – это First Strike.
Форзы просто идут в супер наглый подпуш, это победа!
Ключевым фактором наших побед является стрессоустойчивость. Мы достаточно спокойные ребята. У нас идет баланс, наверное, в данный момент у нас 70% это какой-то пассивный плей и 30% это агрессивные выпады. Я бы описал свою команду в 3 словах. Это птица, вертолет, самолет. Потому что мы летаем.
they said themselves, winning first strike was their biggest achievement. But ever since then, certainly in 2021 for the VALORANT Champions Tour, it's been lackluster, I'd say the very least. At least for EMEA Stage 2, the first time that we saw these like CIS teams playing up against Europe and Turkey, it was just one team. And that team was Gambit. And Gambit are very scary anyway, so it's fair enough to not get there. Now there's a chance it's their first time in an international tournament like this. They have to play up against Guild first. They lost 13-4 on Icebox, but an overtime was good. I see potential with this Forza team, but they have been overtaken by the likes of Navi. They just have better creative ideas, better firepower, I'd say. And Forza are almost doing the same stuff that they did before. It's much like Oxygen. They're a little bit slow to adapt, but it's nice to see this roster that won first strike in CIS actually playing in this tournament.
Yeah, and you know, they're not going up against an opponent that they don't know anything about. This is, I like to call it not the party para derby, because Dinks and SSK are not there, but can we just call it the parrot derby? You know, we've got 3 of them from the party para days.
The party, yeah.
Going up against each other. But the point here is that, you know, Kaquka, both teams would have done their homework, and FPX, they usually thrive when it comes to map pools because it's kind of deep. But, you know, they lost already in a best of 3 2-0, and the maps didn't look too great for them there. But do you feel like that's a concern here?
It might be. I mean, but I wouldn't take it so seriously. I just feel like Supermassive Blaze just played amazingly. The firepower, the duels that they were picking, they were always, you know, seemed to be at the right spot at the right time. So that's something that we definitely got to give to them.
I think for FPX, I want to see them actually be able to do what Team Liquid just did, just a dominant win, just to kind of remind, we're still contenders, because I think Team Liquid FPX very similar in the sense that they are seen as the top 5 teams in EMEA, right? There's a lot of pressure, big organizations that haven't lived up to expectations. Now they have to take the low road when it comes to the losers bracket. And I think Forza's an opponent that FPX can beat, but it's beating them decisively and reminding people how good FPX can be.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the narrative in here, that FPX should win this. But then again, FPX, they shouldn't be in the lower bracket in the first place, right? But let's take a look at the map. Vetoes the picks and bans here and see what they've gone for, because I think there's a lot on the line here, as we know, elimination. But when it comes to the map picks, it can do a lot. But Icebox, Bind, and Split here, Ryan. Who do you fancy?
Icebox is a tough one because that was the first game we saw Forza play. The interesting thing about these two teams playing on Icebox is I don't think either of them play a Sage on this map anymore, which, you know, if you talk to somebody like Lothar, they'll say that you desperately need one, but we are starting to see this Sage being moved away. One team that does that a lot is Envy, which, by the way, congratulations to them for getting to Berlin last night, certainly to Mike's HD. It's one of those ones where I think a lot of the coaches want to try and push the map when it comes to the compositions and everything that's run. But Forza didn't look comfortable yesterday. Guild just outran them, outsmarted them in a lot of the cases. And FPX, it's a chance for them to do the same, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I know, Ryan, you said that you like to see the kind of blowout that Team Liquid just delivered. But Kaquka, I mean, Forza, they're still a good team. They're here for a reason. Do you see that happening, especially on a map like Icebox, given the track record is not looking too good for them?
Yeah, 4 last maps. They lost 4 of them. So let's see how they can do against FPX. I feel like this is going to be a tough one. Maybe the difference is not going to be as big as we saw between Team Liquid and Oxygen, but I just can't wait to see Xiao and Joe. Anything that comes from Fanflex Phoenix, I just kind of dig. And there's something, let's see now when the Agent Select comes out. But Forza plays Breach on this map, and it's something that I wouldn't go for, especially considering the Sky is, I would say, a stronger option.
Yeah, and Ryan, what would you like to see here? Because obviously, potentially the last series for both of these teams. Is this the place where you turn the dial up, whip out something funky? Or do you feel like, especially for both of these teams, you got to stick to what you know?
Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's just keeping to your fundamentals. I think the Icebox is a really good map for that because you don't have the freedom of, you know, picking up a Euro, which is something that Forza like to do, and playing it on a map like this. You don't have that creative freedom compositionally because this map is hard. You have to be on it. I think it's a really good test of if teams can get the rotations right, if they can execute properly. Mechanics, obviously, on the A site where you're looking down, up, and everywhere when it comes to people and enemies where they could be. I think this is just FPX and Forza wanting to show that they can play that game, try and slow it down, but also have those individual cracked out moments of Xiao being able to pop off, and obviously Coffee as well. He's been terrific. He's been much more flexible. He used to be like a race player way back when. Now he plays the Jet and the Sage, but now we're expecting them to be on the Jet as well.
Yeah, I think we should definitely talk about that real quick because Kaquka, Shao moving to the Jet was one of the things that we credit them for back at Challenges because it worked so beautifully well. And we also saw him play the Jet on some of the other maps, but coming into this tournament, he hasn't played Jet at all. So do you feel like this is a must-pick Jet map for them and it has to be Shao?
I mean, I would say so. He's going for Viper, he's going for Omen, he has to go for the Jet. I think they need a strong Jet to play on Icebox. I would say that's one of the musts completely for every single team. So I think it's 100% they have to go for that.
And Ryan, if they do go for that, how do you deal with Shao's Jet? We haven't seen too much of it, but it is, you know, already one of the best we've seen.
Yeah, and it's surprising because it's one of those things. It's like, if it was this good, why didn't they do it sooner, right? It's just the innate talent FPX have because they were initially not necessarily a team full of one tricks, but, you know, Zipan only played the Raze, Shao would play the Sova. It's nice to see both those sort of take it in turns of when they have impact, where Shao can remind back to the Party Pirate days of where he was that entry, that MVP player that used to get all of the kills and set up the frags. And Zipan almost taking a back seat and allowing him to do that. We've seen Fnatic do it, G2 have done it a bit. It's an evolvement and shows that these teams are getting much stronger and know that with Valorant, agent composition to be good on multiple agents is insanely important.
Well, on the other side of this, you know, Forza, they are considered, I'd say, as the underdogs on paper, especially when it comes to seeding here. But what do they have, Ryan? What's their win condition?
I think they're just very smart when it comes to trying to bait and rotate. I think the Haven game against Guild was good. They had some really good ideas. The concern I have is they kind of rely on those ideas a little bit too much. Like putting a Killjoy, you're on attack, you put a Killjoy lockdown on C, then you back it up and rotate to A because it's a bit of a bait. They did that a few times, but it didn't take long for Guild and you're seeing to actually go, it's a bait, I'm actually going to wrap in behind and catch them as they're making their moves, right? So I think it's just being able to leverage positions. I think Zeddy's Viper is pretty solid when he gets that, Artist's Viper is really solid when he gets that space, but a lot of the time on maps like this, he'll be playing the Sova. I think he's too far removed when he's playing back and playing for post-plant lineups. He's an incredible player when he's in the thick of it taking fights, but if he's 40 yards away over there, like just ready to go, it's not really like, you're not part of the fight. And I think him and Hugyeon need to step it up because they are the players that not necessarily carry or pick up rounds, but they clutch up when they need to. The problem is, again, they're over here holding stuff like that. It's just, it's not the best situation. You want to see those players involved in taking fights with FPX.
Is that the universal sign for like
Jonas will love it, I'm sure, just to squat.
We're going to need you to do all of the agents by the end of the EMEA challenges. We are going to head into agent select soon, but just before that, Kaquka, a quick prediction. And don't go for the obvious one. Come on.
I have to say FPX. I have to, at least for this first map. I'm not so sure it's going to be a 2-0, but yeah, I think this is going to be the closest one.
And Ryan, I assume you're going to go for FPX as well?
I don't agree with that necessarily because this is a map that I think they've played, FPX have played 8 times, lost once, and that was to Guild way back when. So this is a map that they're strong on, and Forza, they didn't look too good up against Guild beforehand.
No, they didn't, but we are going to go into agent select now and see the picks and bans. Like we said, expecting Shao to go back on that Jet here, but you never know, especially when it comes to FPX. In this Parrot derby, I've decided to take a executive order to name any game that involves Forza and FPX or Angel, Shao and Artist, the Parrot derby, of course. Maybe if Na'Vi, the party want to get in on it, it's fine. Agent select is going to be now. So let's see what the the Parrots have gone for. Shao, of course, locking in that Jet. And you know, Kaquka, you said you didn't like seeing Demasic on something like Phoenix, but he's back on the Cypher now. What do you think about this?
I love it. I think he's so valuable, I was saying, as a Sentinel, that he should maybe not stick to that role, but on times like this one, where you definitely need this match to continue on the competition, you definitely have to play it safe, play it what you know, and Shao's been doing crazy lately. He's got a 1.5 KD ratio, so it's just crazy. It's what they need.
Yeah, also the buff teams are playing Sage again. Like, this suggests to me that both teams don't want to take that risk with something that might not work. And also, Artist isn't on that Sova. He's not going to be back there doing that again. I'm not going to do it for a third time. But he is going to be more active. I think on maps like Split, that's where Artist looks good. Like their qualification game, he was really strong against Na'Vi when there were no pressure on who decided who would go in the first week of CIS. Artist was a standout player on this agent. So seeing him back on that, I feel much better about Forza going into this, but again, this is FPX's bread and butter.
But that's quite a proactive change, right, Ryan? Yeah. That's a good sign.
It's a nervous change. I think it's very much like all right, we're in the losers bracket. If we lose, we go out. We are not pushing the issue here. We're not pushing the boundaries of what we play. We're not going to try and do something a little bit of a gamble. We just want to outperform, outsmart, out-aim the team and sort of prove why we still deserve to be here. It's a straightforward vanilla matchup, I suppose, but considering this, it's very exciting because they have to nail it this time.
They do indeed. Here we go. Time for our second elimination match, which means a time for your lovely casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Well, Tom, this is set to be a damn exciting series. I know you're very excited for Bind to come up, but I'm very excited about Icebox. We're seeing the Cypher alongside the Sage pulled out over by FPX and very close to a mirror matchup overall. This is set to be a pretty interesting map.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only thing that we sort of mentioned like before we went live was the lack of the Sova, which we see so often on this map in particular because you have obviously the drone, and that's basically how everybody takes their opening jewels when it comes to the attacks. You send the little drone in, the drone gets obliterated, and then you know that there's somebody around the corner. So we'll see how they obviously play without that. I think a lot of it's just going to be using the sky flashes instead, so it's not really the end of the world. But yeah, I think this is going to be one of those matches where I'm a little bit worried for Force, because when they played against Guild, didn't look great.
Yeah, these ultimates and a lot of abilities gain a little bit of a buff now. Think about dealing with a jet operator. Think about going in to a Viper's pit. These things are going to be much more difficult. Viper's wall, now no recon behind it. So losing your drone, losing your recon, it could potentially have a pretty big impact. But with both teams avoiding it, it's a strange system, but I suppose it makes it pretty even for both of them. But Tom, I'm hearing that we are ready to roll and get into this game. Icebox kicking off between FPX and Forza, and the pistol will see Forza on the defensive side trying to make this work. Now I'm gonna throw you under the bus, Tom. Who's taking it? Who's your favorite here? You made a pretty good call on Liquid earlier.
I'm always going to go FPX. I've got them as one of my top 4 teams. I can't not say them taking, especially this map. I think that it's one that they've always almost been one of those sleeper teams on it. I think they've been very good on it in the past, and I think especially now with Xiao on the Jet, this is almost like his proving ground to Angel of like, let me play Duelist more often. And from what we've seen so far, he's not going to let that go.
I think he's a player that I will definitely not argue with if he says, hey, I want to play the Jet this time around. Zepan actually has a gap there to get the plant down. The Snakebite not fully covering it. And so we are going to see the spike planted. That's thanks to the wall being a little bit deeper than normal. Now Shadow all the way up in their spawn avoids that second flash, gets a kill, and considering the position he was in and the utility that he's just burned up on a pistol round, that's a big positive. No flashes for Forza as they come in on the retake, and Xiao, oh no! That is an awkward fight, putting the man advantage to Forza. They can now go in and get this spike diffused. Of course, the Snakebite up behind the wall to stop that diffuse, but it doesn't matter because there is plenty of time left as the final player falls. That was a scrappy one that Forza will walk away with the victory on.
Yeah, I won't lie. There were a lot of weird battles in that one. Like the battle we saw with Xiao, I won't lie. I was expecting him to connect more there. And also the fact that Shadow was so aggressively placed in comparison to the rest of the team. Like you look at the remainder almost being around yellow, and where he died, it's a bit of a peculiar spot to see your Sky in. One of the players that can basically help you push back out if you have a situation like this where you might need a flash. So I'm not sure if the plan just went a little bit of a miss there from FPX, but for Force, perfect. They managed to pull off the retake. They now come in with the better purchase into this round, although there is still some investment coming through, especially because of the plant.
Yeah, a little bit of extra cash going to be thrown at this one. Now, in terms of how to use... Ooh, they're not going to peek that, are they? I thought Artist was going to swing in. In terms of how to use this Cypher when it comes to the defensive side, there are a bunch of ways. I'm like genuinely excited to see what FBX have got planned at this stage. But when it comes to attacking side, it's going to be a little bit less enjoyable playing Cypher, let's say. And it seems like they're going to use Dimasic to try and garner a little bit of control inside of the tube. And as he comes back, connects a quick headshot. Really, the objective here is kind of get yourself those 3 kills on the board and cripple Forza's economy. Why is Coffee still fighting? And why is it working? It's gone for 4 and connected every single shot. Well, that's one hell of a round for Coffee, especially Tom. He's just 1 away from his ultimate already.
Yeah, I think he's someone, if there's going to be a victory here today for Forza, that basically has to go off the chains. Like, well, we know that there's some incredible fraggers on the other side for FPX, and Forza are that 3rd place team coming out of CIS. Now, one of the things I'll always say, anybody who's watched CIS Counter-Strike will know that when it comes to regional matchups, all cards are off the table. It doesn't matter who you think is going to win coming into this, absolutely anything can happen. And I'm hoping that that carries through into Valorant as well, because you get some of the best games you're ever going to see in esports between those couple of teams. So I'm expecting Forza to have done their research. Of course, there might be a couple of Swedes in the mix to kind of ruin that matchup a little bit, but Coffee, he's still going strong. We've already had a masterclass on the Marshall from Yumpy. I feel like Coffee might be giving us another one.
Oh, Artist at a really sneaky position there, but he falls back. There's a chance they even saw him. Tigers exchanged on both sides as the information swings in for each team. Do FPX decide to still push into this A site? We've seen at least 2 players here. The answer is yes. They're going to steam forward into these weaker weapons. Nice deep flash, but nothing really going their way on Forza's side. They're going to have to back out of this and play a retake as FPX get that spike on the floor. I like the snake bites, though. Huge delay potential coming in from Zeddy, but instead Shadow's just going to go up top and get it planted there.
Spike planted.
It makes things a little bit more awkward for any after plants that they might have prepared. You can see Angel currently sat back watching for any flanks to be coming through. It becomes quite a bit more difficult with the current weaponry. Saigetsu actually manages to find one. They don't realize they show's that close, though. It's still becoming incredibly costly, and a rifle now picked up for Zeddy actually gives him a real chance. The remaining couple of players are low, but they may not have the lineup for the plant. They do have one to stop him from jumping up in the first place. FPX get themselves around, but for a bonus for Forza, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, all things considered, you know, I'm looking at that and thinking Forza got out with a pretty good deal. With Coffee having his ultimate online, the potential to pull out that Blade Storm is always going to be there. And that makes the economy that little bit more comfortable. I don't know, man. Like, I think overall, should have been a lot cleaner for FPX, let's say. Although they did run into a 3-man stack on the A side. Now coming into this round, full buy comes out from Forza. And in fact, screw the Blade Storm. Coffee's gone straight for the ult.
Yeah, why not? If he can afford it. Obviously using only the Marshall, which in itself is an incredibly cheap weapon. Saigetsu trying to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit tougher than, say, when you see a Reyna do it, for example. That's something that we see quite similarly on this A-side defense. It gives him the opportunity to escape, but never mind, the trade's not quite quick enough. He is going to get tagged up and stunned, and while the swing out onto Angel makes it all too easy, the trades, however, coming back thick and fast. The running and gunning off the back of the Vandal, and the wide swing even coming out from Zeddy to give them a man advantage again.
Desperate measures for Forza. Those Seekers coming in prompted some more aggressive play that has definitely worked out this time around. FBX 2 versus 3. Oh no, Coffee! The Blade Storm's used up and it just doesn't land. That's devastating. FPX maintain control of the site, get themselves the second round of the board, and I really felt like things started out pretty well for Forza on the aggressive play, but, well, it didn't finish that way. A huge loss with both Blade Storm and Operator dropped from Coffee. He doesn't have anything to play with in this round.
Yeah, I think this retake, this is exactly what FPX wanted. Just individual duels. They had the 3 versus 2. I think other than Demus Sick, they had an HP advantage as well. But it's just the initial pick. It's just that little bit too earlier, and they're able to just turn it into a 2v2 scenario. Sure, there's a whiff or two with the knives, but even still, connecting onto the second player would have been tough. And I do feel like they've somewhat given that one over to FPX.
Poison's off.
We'll see if another goes their way, as Artist is already taken down, but this B site has a lot of defenders on it already. 4-man stack. All of the defensive forces are here, but look at that late wall down. Something we've seen from Angel a million times when it comes to playing Icebox, that he holds onto that wall until the late stage of the game. But Forza have managed to close in a lot of the distance as the wall falls. The kills quickly go FPX's way, and no more stress, as that side is clearly taking the third round. Forza now able to get themselves a buy-up at least.
They actually used the Blade Storm there. I think they were worried that somebody was just sticking the spike, so they actually invest the ultimate just to give that extra elevation. Of course, in a round like this, you want to keep it as clean as humanly possible, but I'm a little bit surprised, especially with that being one of the most impactful in terms of just economy building, if you want to go for that, if you lose the operator, and also if you end up in a clutch now, well, it's not going to be ideal for Xiao, let's put it that way.
Most definitely, yeah. At the same time, you know, if they ended up getting ninja'd on, we'd be berating him for not using it, I guess. Angel gets himself an opening, but dropped right afterwards. That's good mid-aggression by Forza in the early stages of the round. They're going back out, and Dimasick's ready. An easy kill for him, and traded back by Shadow. The weapon will be upgraded here as well, so now you're seeing pretty much mirror matchup. 2v2 operators on the Jets. With a minute left, that Seeker on its way towards this side is going to reveal that, well, there's no one here. Zeddy's left it. He's gone to the back side, gone over towards spawn. The snakebite has not exactly landed where it was intended to. I will say, not many people plant there. So that's going to be a nice easy plant as Shadow plays up above. And look at this. The angle that he's going to have as they walk through main, probably not expected to be that aggressive in the early stages. He actually does end up backing off, allowing Xiao to watch the angle instead. And now he's sort of behind enemy lines. They suspect him to be around this area. Shadow back up above. The flash around the side doesn't even catch him. Shadow being crept on the right side. He has no idea. Backs off, but not in time. Coffee just about catching him. And getting the defuse to put it 3-3. This map is being kept competitive.
Yeah, it's been insanely close so far. Like, both teams fighting back and forth. Early entries going one way, swinging back in the other. And I'm liking the fact that Forza are not afraid to take these fights versus FPX, especially as FPX are one of those teams that love to hold this sort of default round where they'll patiently wait for you to make those sort of mistakes. The fact that in a lot of cases they're either coming out even or even on top is a very good sign for their early rounds, especially as we know, again, like this is one of those maps where, I guess, unless you're someone like Guild, you're normally expecting quite a lot of attack side rounds. So for FPX, I want to hope to break back. They've got the finances to do so, and Coffee misses the shot. You got the disgusting operator on the other side that's going to manage to connect, and now Zeddy's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he is stuck getting back. There's absolutely no angle where they won't see him and be able to pounce right afterwards. Goes up and even catches the shot. With zip and drop, he is staying aggressive. In the snake bite, though, left the fall to back yellow. Seeker's going out, revealing these players.
Oh, he's dying.
He's gotten out. He's managed to bail, though. That second snake bite, it did catch him. But on 1 HP, after a little bit of decay, he survives, and he's even getting healed up.
I wonder if they'll continue to press on this, especially being locked down currently by the ice wall. You've got alert coming through as always from Dimasick, trying to take a little bit of space back on the other side of the map and making sure that at least no one has pushed all the way through to come in for the flank. Now with this information there, he also knows they haven't even pushed back into A. He's still got a deep cam available to him, so they're actually going to continue into this B site.
30 seconds left.
Perhaps an opportunity here for Hudgen. The gap down below, he spotted a player moving to the backside. He can't really spam it. Shadow even gets up to Zeddy then. The info was there, but the execution not quite. Hudgen struggling with the Guardian inside this Viper's pit, and it is time to leave as he's on 1 HP, but little did he know there was a player waiting for him on the other side. And, well, I don't know what I'd suggest, sorry, that Forza do in this situation. The 1v4 is, well, not exactly winnable, and even saving might be impossible.
Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, probably hoping that they could have got something a little bit more done with the lockdown especially once the Viper's pit was invested. But again, it's I felt like that's almost just become Shadow's role in a lot of these positions, is actually try and be the aggressor, try and take control away from them. And I think in this round it was actually especially important because Zipham was the one that they lost. Now, we all know how the B-site executions normally go, and it involves putting down the Sage Wall and getting the plant while it's up. So they needed someone to make sure that, okay, they can't spam the box, they can't deny the plant, because, well, it definitely would have caused havoc, and he did that job perfectly. Now, for Fours, Mitch, they have no money at all.
Yeah. Yeah, but a couple frenzies. Other than that, it's going to be the full eco out of Forza. We're not too surprised to see that. A 4-man B-stack, in fact. They might be able to get something out of this. I mean, if FPX were to aggress, we know Xiao is playing this one nice and passive. The whole group, other than Xiao, who obviously has both an operator and a dash to get out of there, if he does get challenged, the whole group is just coagulating. They're making sure that no matter what happens, they are able to get trades and hopefully avoid dropping weapons altogether. Because this is the kind of scenario where if Forza do get themselves 2 kills, they'll be happy. The problem is FPX are gearing up for a B attack with absolutely no idea what they're about to run into.
Oh, they might have an idea now. I think the Tigers just spotted almost everything. However, they're going to get blinded up. The flash was decent. Unfortunately, the weapon's not going to allow for too much more, and Dagetsu going to be the last man standing, classic in hand. A kill here would be great, and he's even going to hit the dink, but it won't get anything done. 5-3 FPX, Resurgence looking pretty damn strong, and I think there needs to be a response almost now from Forza. Otherwise, I do think that this half could get out of control.
Most definitely. It can spiral, considering where FPX are as well. I mean, just look at their credits. It is stacked in their favor. What I'll say when I look at Forza, they have a lockdown, they have a res. Early fights are something that they can play for. Go for retakes elsewhere. Well, that early fight hasn't gone too well. Might be time to get Sage rotating around. The only problem is rezzing up on top of that box is a pretty difficult task. And a good shutdown with Hujin falling to trade out Angel. That kill that they found onto Angel, though, Tom, does leave FPX without any smokes.
I don't need them. There's no one on A. And they know it as well. The Seeker's giving it away. They can just go pushing into this site. They're going to let Demosit go first, and he's incredibly low. Now, they got 2 players with the ability to heal, but as of right now, it doesn't look like either of them are going to be able to give that over to him. Coffee's going to be bought back from the fray. Seems like they're going to attempt to try and play this in a retake. They do have to be pretty careful, though, and that's actually quite an early lockdown, considering where these remaining players are. I think they're trying to force them out to almost peek on the flank, where 2 players are going to be waiting. However, the trade's still coming back, and it turns into, well, now a 3v2 with the res coming through for Zipan.
Now the defuse is already underway, though, halfway gone. They need to peek in and stop him. Zeddy has just got it defused right under their nose. That is absolutely gorgeous. And again, another factor that they lose by not having Angel. Post-plant utility isn't there. So that ultimate, that lockdown pushes them all the way back. And, well, there's nothing they can do at that point. And I think that's a little bit of a poor judgment from FPX, knowing that Forza had the lockdown online, knowing that that killjoy hadn't been taken down yet, and that they did not have any post-plant utility to play around. That's where you start to think, let's plant this nice and open. But
yeah,
they got boxed in, and, well, 5-4.
Well, this duel so far has only really gone one way. Coffee this time not even going to have his operator in hand. I'm going to see Zipan take a little bit of early damage. Not been the best of times for him so far. The dual peak is good, but it's only going to be a trade. The wall off will only slow them down for the moment. In fact, it will barely slow them down at all. Angel's going to continue, but again, he loses the battle to Artist. Now, they've locked down A with the Viper's Pit, so they're going to continue to try and pressure onto this. And Artist, he actually manages to escape.
The reaction play from Forza here, that's something that we just don't see in EU. That kind of wall, you never see that played in European Valorant. And he goes straight in, no hesitation, makes that play, catches them going up on top, bails out, happy with the advantage that he's gained for his team. I love that from Forza. and from Artist in particular. Now we come into the last 40 seconds of the round. The spike is on the way towards the B site. This is going to be a pure B play from FPX, but they don't have a Viper to play with here. So post plan's going to be pretty tough. That's why they push up. They try to get some extra control. Dimisic wins the duel in towards the spawn, dropping Artist, and the flank play from Shadow is so clean. This is terrifying if you're Forza, but that kill makes it a little bit more doable. A Viper late coming in from middle, completely undetected, but so too is Shadow as he makes his way in through kitchen. The clock is the biggest enemy for Forza here. They have so much ground to cover and so little time to do it. And then through the window, Shadow gets the timing on the first and the swing to bring it 6-4 with a 3K. Absolutely gorgeous work from FPX. They identified the problems in front of them, the challenges they were facing, and then they just destroyed Forza with those aggressive pushes.
Shadow's been superb. That's now multiple rounds where they've either had the Sage wall missing or the Viper screen missing, and he's been able to fill those gaps just by taking map control away and cutting off any players from being able to deny the plant. This at the end was almost just the icing on the cake, because I think with the amount of time left, he'd almost won them the round anyway. So the impact of Shadow, something that can't be ignored here for FPX. It looks like we're going to see a bit more aggression in this round. And again, the unfortunate truth for Forza is that although this map has been kind of close in terms of the back and forth of the rounds, they've had to have breaks in between because their economy has been so bad that every other round they don't have a buy.
Coffee's down right away. Forza needs some damage. They really do. But I don't know that they're going to find any. I mean, at least it's right smack bang at the end of the half. So a flawless round won't set FPX up in the way that it otherwise could have if this was a little bit earlier on in the game. Look at the ultis left to play with coming into this final round. There is a bunch. So I think Shadow, Angel, and possibly Zipan all have their ultis to play with. No, sorry, it was Shao. That's pretty strong. Viper's Pit, Seekers, and Blade Storm. Not going to be an easy round for Forza to defend against.
Well, the fact that he doesn't have an operator as well makes me think that this is going to be something incredibly aggressive. Because otherwise, with 8,250 credits, I think we'd probably be seeing Shao invest into an operator. So we do actually have a switch up. Ajion on the other side.
I've got
Gonna have one in hand. Coffee's not at the best of times, I'll be honest. I think this operator player's been a little bit rough so far in this map, and already it's going to go a bit wrong on the other side as Angel has just walked in and found a double entry. Shao not actually going to get anything, but it may not matter too much. You're 4 versus 3 and after plant, and this time, well, Mitch, they've got that utility.
That they do. I'm surprised the pit hasn't gone up just yet. You know, Angel's he's taking his time. He's even just going for the pure post-plan setup. You don't have to use all your ultis just because it's the last round, and they're going to assure victory through more conventional means. That is 8-4. In fact, you saw the snake bite there, right? That was an aggressive one for over towards the rafters. Gorgeous stuff. 8-4. Fantastic half. And FPX now on the defensive side. If they win this pistol, they get absolutely catapulted into the lead.
It's a bit of a weird one because it like normally I look at this, I say, Force won the pistol and they only got 2 rounds. This has been dominant, but I feel like there's been a lot of rounds that not only they could have win, maybe they should have done, and also the fact that they've been finding a lot of decent picks. It's just that, well, you look at the fact that 8 for 2 towards the end of the half, it really isn't looking particularly good for Force now going into the defensive side, and I think they're going to have to make sure they get that second pistol, otherwise we might not get to see much of their attack at all.
Yeah, I think the big problem for a team like Forza is going to be experience at an international level being basically non-existent. I think this is the kind of thing where as time goes on, they'll fix some of these problems that we're seeing, but as it stands, FBX certainly the... Oh my god.
What just happened?
Just dropped
He just
on him.
looked into the eyes of his opponent, giving him a wink, and then shot him in the face. Like,
I'm pretty sure he landed on him.
Much worse. And now, well, Artist is the only one alive. He's just stuck in the middle of every single player. They know exactly where he is. He's still going to find the kill, but they're already defusing. Getting that spike to halfway and waiting for the peak. Shao will land the final shot, and it's a bit of a calamity again for Force.
A disaster. Yeah, when you lose that pistol, this is where things get really difficult. You're on the attack side. You're going to try to find a little bit of space, a little bit of room, but I mean, half the rounds were found off the back of the pistol so far. And like I said, Tom, yeah, I don't feel like it's been nearly as dominant as on paper, I suppose it has been.
Yeah.
This was just confusing. I feel like there was a 1 second delay in his head where he's like, wait, where am I? Just drops in. It's like he's gone through a portal. Doesn't know what's
I like
on.
the idea from the other point of view as well. Like Four's going, okay, cover me, cover me, cover me. He's like, dude, just staring him in the face. Why is he died there?
I'm always worried when I see this kind of a push. They're going to go for long range. Wall goes up. It's over on the defensive side, though. Xiao's still going to be able to make those angles work when it comes to the Marshall. I don't know how Hudgen has won that. They'll be dropped after. Trade is there. Hey, this is a good round. Forza bought nothing. Literally nothing. And they end up, granted, giving 4 kills to Xiao means he's 2 away from Bladestorm, but for the most part, they end up in a pretty good spot. They did damage. They got kills. They only have 1 chance to capitalize on that, though, Tom. They lose this round, that goes out the window. And at that, they need to win this round relatively convincing. Problem is that I'm pretty sure Angel has an actual rifle. Like, he has a Vandal coming into this.
That is always the thing when it comes to FPX, is that every single member of this team could play a hero rifle, and I would be absolutely fine with it. And even though in most teams you would not expect that to be the in-game leader, Angel is 100% the exception to the rule. Or exception that proves the rule, as Mitch loves to say.
Tom, not gonna lie. We're gonna be having words about that.
Is that like your least favorite saying ever?
It's not my least. I don't mind the saying. I mind it when people use the saying incorrectly. That's what. It's the most abused saying. Anywho, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. FPX looking to take that ring this time around. Hey, it'd be great if it was like the Super Bowl. You know, if they got a ring, that would have worked better.
It would.
And this is going to be the defensive side retake of your dreams, evidently, because they are just tearing them apart. Force have got weapons this time, and it looks worse than the damn eco. FPX overrunning them and leaving only Killjoy sitting in towards the tube, but there's no angle on the spike. It's just GG. Just run away. Save the weapon, my dude. Oh, well, that's not a save, but again, we talked about damage. It's 11-4, man. I don't care that you got a couple kills. They're about to have Bladestorm online. Saving that weapon was pretty much the only thing that mattered.
Yeah, no, there was no value in that kill whatsoever. Especially as I'm pretty sure you could even buy in with like an operator. Yeah, Demonsick has 5,300. Shadow has 400. Like it made no difference to this upcoming buy for FPX whatsoever. And yeah, again, I feel like FPX are just doing so well to try and disrupt anything that Fours are attempting to do. And I don't think Fours have a backup plan. I think that's the main thing. The mid rounds from them have looked shaky. It's looked so much better for FPX that a lot of these in the early stages look good. They look close, and then we end the round with 3 or 4 players surviving for FPX, and I'm sat there with a confused look on my face. Even this, that's the spike. Now, luckily, it's not going to matter too much, but well, the fact that they've now lost another player kind of does.
That just felt mean, Tom, from the way I read into that. It's like, luckily, it's not going to matter too much because they're all dead. So, you know, Spike being down's the least of their worries. We said some of these rounds have been hyper competitive, but at this point, where's a well,
no, it's not.
There you go.
It's not. They get boomed.
There you go. You know, the first half, okay, they didn't get that many rounds, but it certainly felt close and doable. Workable. Right here, I feel like I'm watching the previous series. It's like Liquid all over again. 12-4. FPX are cold as ice.
Wow. I don't even know if the investment's going to be that good. Don't start singing. No one wants that. No one wants that. Not one.
I was hoping you'd pick it up, but
no,
not
wants
much
that
of a singing guy. No, I've tried to get Tom to do karaoke.
A few drinks and karaoke. I do karaoke all the time.
I mean, like on the break screen instead of like pause music.
Oh, really?
We just have karaoke.
Am I gonna be the song of the week?
You could be,
Not
Tom.
quite as good as imagine.
Listen. You gotta shoot for the stars.
Coffee's just gone.
It's the bond, man. I'm telling you, Jet's a little bond gives you away sometimes, and right there, one end of Coffee's life.
Second chance.
Yeah, res in, but Shadow wants to hunt this down. 3 players inside the tube. One in the kitchen. These guys are boxed in. FPX, they're punching their ticket. They know exactly where these players are. In fact, they've cleared pretty much everything else now, and there's 4.
Wow.
4 players in tube spotted. Now FPX can crunch in on this, and they're just spraying away. Oh, God, it's disgusting. Fish in a barrel, and they are taken down. Or is it now having to fight back? They've used the res. They've lost Coffee, who got res. Artist, who was part of that res. Now here comes the ultimate on the site. A desperate attempt to get a plant down, and Zeddy's on top. Why is he on top when he's used his ult? Tom, what was that? Who ults on top and then stands there in the open? Well, 13-4 and an abysmal map from Forza to kick this series off. That got me at the end, Tom. I'll be honest, that one got me. Remember, this is for elimination here, and FPX certainly don't look like they want to be eliminated.
Yeah, I think it's one of those maps where it almost like it started all right. They get themselves the pistol rounds. They have a few close back and forth that they definitely could have won. And then towards the end, like I almost feel like they almost just agreed that it was gone because like some of the plays just looked incredibly disjointed. Players were really far behind. And I feel like FPX almost just got to the point where they went, oh, we could just style on these kids. Let's just get aggressive and ruin everything that they're doing. Like, they were just fighting mid towards the end. It kind of got out of control. Now, luckily, this was the map we kind of expected them to lose anyway. So I guess the fact that it's done quite quickly might mean that they can now head into their own one. And, you know, it's actually quite sad for me because I know I love seeing Sue on the desk, but Harry has been wanting a Yoru pretty much this entire tournament, and I feel like we might get one the one time he's not on the desk.
Yeah, he is going to be gutted about that. I mean, I heard his answers to the quiz, right? It was just Yoru this, Yoru every. Who has white hair? Yoru. No, Harry. No, he doesn't. Hey, you know it, but he just loves Yoru so damn much.
What's the capital of Ghana? No, Yoru. I don't think it's that one either.
Not even close, man. Yeah, that's what you don't know. He's actually the exact same. When we do a pub quiz, they're asking like, what movie in 1984? Yoru! You're like, Harry, stop. Come on.
Sit down, Harry.
He's been escorted out of more pub quizzes than anybody else I know. I'll say that. And it's not always for his answers. But for now, we're going to throw things to a break. When we come back, AD is going to break down another incredibly meaty and full map. Enjoy, guys. We'll see you after the break.
EMEA Challengers playoffs, where FPX are one map up against Forza. In this elimination match, I am Yinsu, and I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Kaquka. Welcome back, you guys. Now, we spoke about Team Liquid. They made that statement opener on their first map, and Kaquka, feels like FPX have just done the same thing.
Yeah, definitely is what we wanted from them, what they delivered, and it's a great start. I honestly thought that the map was going to be closer because the next one, I feel like it's going to be kind of a party, I have to say. We're going to see a lot in there. But yeah, I feel like they played so FunPlus Phoenix. Like, they played so consistent and so strategically. They went on for full retakes on 5v5 or 5v4. They were just... They're having the time of their lives right now.
And everybody had their moments, right? I really liked the round where Shadow went on the lurk to win like a one. Well, it was like a 2 versus 3, but it was all coming down to Shadow and the impact that he had. So everybody in FPX was firing on all cylinders. They needed to. And Forza, they lost on this map previously with the same scoreline against Guild. Currently, again, they're 0-1 down again in the series.
We've spoken about some changes, and I'm not going to lie, Shadow's crosshair has been my favorite change this team has ever done. You know, he's kind of known for his crosshairs at this point. But Ryan, you know, him right up there with the Sky, and not really a player we usually talk about when it comes to the strongest or most impactful Skies in Europe.
Yeah, especially when you're up against Huggion, who has been a terrific Sky. He played Breach on this map with Icebox against Guild, and he was like 4-16. It wasn't great, and it's a similar performance here, so he's really struggling, and he's the gel that brings this Forza team together. But yeah, Shadow really starting to be a lot more aggressive. He's always been the quintessential support player since he was playing Breach when nobody else was. Now on the Sky, he can have that confidence to go and take fights, but Angel also had an insane amount of like first blood kills as well, so everybody was being proactive, finding fights, and even Shao on the Jet was just taking so much space on B main.
Yeah, and the Marshall usage. I feel like it's exactly what you said. Everybody found their moment into this match if we're talking about FunPlus Phoenix. And if we talk about Force, we have to say they got only 4 rounds on their defense. First 2 were the pistol round and the next one. And I have to say, I really liked one of them where they used that lockdown to gain control over the point again. It was a great play. We've seen, I think it was Dinks earlier this week also doing the same. And I really think it proves the value of Killjoy on this map. I really like Killjoy on Icebox. Still, not enough. And I have to say also, FunPlus Phoenix didn't lose a single round on their defense. They were just smashing it today.
Well, what do you think went wrong there for Forza? You know, I know beforehand we weren't 100% about if they're able to take this map, because 4 consecutive loss streak, now 5 times in a row they've lost on Icebox. But Kaquka, what went wrong there for them? It just never seemed like they had any momentum.
So the thing is, when you lose 4 times in a row, you either ban the map or just get better at it, and you know that you're either going to be playing FunPlus Phoenix or Supermassive. So they're both teams that are going to be excellent on Icebox. If you decide to leave it open, I would have, expected for a little bit more. They were finding the duels in the wrong times, and I just feel like it's more on FunPlus, the fact that they were able to actually play their game.
I think the compositions as well, like what FPX did really well is they wanted to play super slowly, and Forza kind of forced that. Forza weren't trying to be aggressive to try and catch timings. That's where I think FPX look their worst, is they have all of these ideas, but if an enemy peeks at them when they're not expecting it and kills one, they're headless chickens at that point. They're panicking like crazy. So if Forza go, all right, we're in a 3 versus 2 like they were against Shadow, we're going to be really patient. It allows Shadow to push to find out all of this information. He gets into kitchen, he finds a nice angle, and Forza like, how did he get here? Well, he got there because you let him. He's going to be aggressive, and that's the nice thing. Maybe they weren't expecting FPX to be in their faces as much as they were, but that was a really nice way for an FPX fan to see that and see that aggression. And Forza, they were spectating the series as much as we were. It felt. They were so out of it, it felt.
That was Mitch-esque, that comment. Now, do you feel like, the passiveness they showed here against Guild too? I think a lot of the criticisms people had was that, this is a team that pro players say in scrims are hella aggressive, and, they are a good scrim team. People know how good this team is, but do you feel like the fact they are kind of more passive, maybe more than almost all of the teams in this tournament, is costing them?
Maybe, yeah. I think credit when it's deserved for Forza. Getting them here is an achievement in itself. I feel feel. And nerves are going to be a factor. This is still a relatively young team. It's not like Fnatic young, like other than Boast, everybody's like under 20, but it's very inexperienced. You don't have an Angel on your roster. I reckon FPX would be similar if you don't have that well-veteran person to be like, let's not panic. Let's not get into these situations and choke. I mean, FPX have some sort of psychiatrist now and it helps to like when it comes to performance. So Forza, it's a similar thing. And now it's, you know, CIS, it's on the line, I suppose, when it comes to them going out as well as Oxygen. And they don't want to go out in the same fashion as the team we saw beforehand.
No, they don't. And they're going to have a lifeline on the next map, which is Bind. Their map pick, obviously, it didn't go too well for Oxygen. But here, Forza, they have a trump card, Kaquka. And I know this one that Harry was very, very excited about.
Oh, Harry, if you're out there, there is going to be a Yoru. You're not here. I mean, you're not here to see it, but you'll see it probably from the hotel, from wherever you are right now. You are gonna love it. Is it going to be enough, this Yoru, that we're probably, because it's not 100%, but we're probably going to see it from Forza. And it's not only that, we're also probably gonna be seeing Angel on that KO and Dimisic on Raze. The other option would be to keep Xiao on the Jet and just have Dimisic either play Phoenix or Raze. I would say both of them work. I'm not so sure that the Angel on KO was an actual thing, like 100%. Maybe we're just testing it, or maybe giving false information to the other team.
Yeah, it's really hard to gauge where KO could be on a roster, right? Because we see like no duelist with a KO. We see the Sentinel player like Steel for 100 Thieves playing him KO instead of the Killjoy. So the dynamic's still something that people are trying to work out. So it could be an interesting one. And I think for Forza, they've only lost this map once since Stage 3 started. They haven't played it in the EMEA, which is worth adding. But the team that they lost to was No Pressure, Na'Vi. They lost 13-1. So it's when they lose hard. And FPX, whilst it's been a bit wobbly, they had a tremendously decisive win over Fireflux a couple of days ago now. And I think Fireflux is an opponent that people are maybe undercrediting at this point. I'd say the same for Forza, but if they bum out 2-0 and they go down low when it comes to Bind with a score like that, you gotta say that they're really not up against these top tier opponents who are really out for it. FPX have a lot to prove, much like Liquid did.
I mean, it does feel like there is at least a small gap, you know, starting to form a little bit between the top teams, the ones that aren't even dropping maps in this tournament, against some of the teams that are getting dominated a little bit by some of the other, it just happens to be European teams in this scenario. But just quickly going back on the Yoru, because, you know, we are seeing Yorus as like a pocket pick, or maybe teams like to sort of just whip it out when it's a surprise. But Ryan, Forza, this is a tried and tested agent. They've played Yoru quite a few times here.
Yeah, I think what they're going to want to try and do as well is just sort of pushing down showers. I think so. It has to be helpful on the sky there too. Being able to like clear some of any Sentinel utility, like tripwires, alarm bots, stuff like that. Just clearing the map, making sure that FPX on their defense can't be in control. The problem is if Angel's playing KO, there might not be a Sentinel at all when it comes to their composition. So maybe it doesn't work with what FPX are about to throw at them.
Well, we shall see, because Agent Select is going to be on the way very, very soon. We're going to take a quick break. Make sure you guys at home stay hydrated, go grab a tea or coffee, and join us back here for FPX versus Forza on Bind.
Bright lights calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game. Make me wonder, can get away. I know your type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me now I'm lost in the streets. Someone tell me who that got that. Who that got that. Who that got that. Someone tell me who that got that. Who that got that. Who that got that. Someone tell me who. Someone tell me
You guys at home got a nice drink with you to go with the feast we're about to show you guys on Bind. You know, KO against Yoru, Kaquka, Ryan, we spoke about this a little bit already, but Kaquka, as you said, Angel is the kind of guy that does like to bait a little bit here and then. Nothing is ever set in stone with FPX. Do you think we're going to see the KO again today? Were you impressed with the way they played it last time, or do you feel like they need to go back to basics?
I think like it's not only about the KO, it's the fact that I think the rest was not so in sync because of the other changes. Because, you know, Angel being the IGL and having so much knowledge about how he wants to move the team, feel like he could be doing better in the controller role. But I would love to see him on KO, not gonna lie.
I think it helps being this almost ambiguous when it comes to your compositions. Like, I think that's why Team Liquid looks so good, is because they can come in with Yampi on the jet, they could come in with double duelists or whatever, so FPX might do something similar. I think they should bring the KO in, but really does depend.
Oh, Xiao is an omen. It's said. It's said.
Xiao is the omen for the second time as well. Of course, he played it last time they played Bind. The Yoru is locked in. So the first Yoru we're seeing here at EMEA. Now, Ryan, you know, there's not many Yorus in Europe. So it's not like these European teams have any experience when it comes to going up against it.
Do you want experience against him? I feel like it might be if you go up against Forza, like in scrims, you're like, we're not realistically going to play up against this in tournaments unless Forza are in it, right? So, yeah, Angel's waiting to sort of show us what they've got. But it's the same composition for Forza. It's tried and tested. I think Zeddy can be really good on the Astra. He's not really shown up. And again, Soigetsu going over from the Sentinel to the Sky. There's the KO. I think this works because if this is an FPX's set strategy on Bind, it should be a map they should be taking anyway. Once they get to a point where they could potentially play, well, they will play Team Liquid in the next round if they win, then you don't use it. Use something else that makes it really difficult for Team Liquid to anti-strat you, because the games that they saw, you were playing KO, now you're playing XYZ, you know?
And I also have to say, FunPlus Phoenix is the one that has to prove now that they have done their homework. We say they don't scrim against the EU teams. Well, they have definitely played against Force. They know how they play. They know how they use these Euros. So if they created this composition, it has to be for a reason, obviously. They knew that my Bind was going to probably be here and that this was going to be the comp, so...
Yeah, and also, you know, Viper versus no Viper. Of course, we know where Zescht and Lothar stand on this. But Ryan, do you feel like the Viper missing could cause them a few issues?
I don't know. I think a lot of teams have started to move away from it. Team Liquid, Giants, they really don't want to play Viper anymore. I don't think it's as necessary as it used to be. And I think if you're really good on the agent, sure, you can make it work. But if you're somebody like Cryptix, where you'd prefer to play just a Sentinel outright and not play the Viper, it works here. And I think it's going to work for these two teams as well. It's, if you want to play it, you can. But if you don't have to anymore.
Well, this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Forza, they were outclassed on Icebox, but Bind is their map pick, and they must win no less. Tom and Mitch, let's see if they can make that comeback.
Well, let's see, Tom. What have they got up their sleeve? Hopefully a lot more than they did in the last maps. Because I'll be honest, Tom, I feel like we've barely started. I've rolled out of bed about an hour ago. We've been rolling with some pretty one-sided games, but I've heard on good authority this map is not going to be one-sided. Isn't that right, Tom?
For God's sake. Why would you say that? I don't even know why you would put that out in the world, especially with the fact that as of right now in 3 maps, I think the other teams have managed to get 8 rounds versus what we would consider the favorite. So as of right now, I'm hoping to see a team hit 13 total across the amount of maps that we played, which is a pretty depressing way to look at things. I will say this is a much better map for Force, though, in all honesty. I think that Icebox was one that they looked shaky on initially, and from what we've seen in recent times, they are trying to spice things up a little bit. And I know I'm actually getting message from Harry saying that he's very excited to see Yoro. So if this is disappointing, then Coffee, I'm going to be honest, you've ruined Harry's day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And probably your own.
Well, I think that goes without saying, because if they lose this map or the next, Forza will be out of the EMEA playoffs. That's pretty big stakes on the line here, Tom.
Yeah.
Elimination is what they face, and we're here on Bind, ready to kick off the pistol. I gotta ask you, man, straight off the bat, what do you make of this Yoru?
I think it has good opportunities for rotations. I think I'll always bring up Laz. I know you hate it every time, but I love his operator play on that agent with the ability to get himself out of position quite easily. I still think that it's not gonna blow us away. I think it's a good addition for their team. I think they make it work, but it's not gonna be like when Astra first came onto the scene and we were just like, oh my god, it's changed the whole game. I would highly doubt to see that in this match.
No, I'm with you there. Expectations are low, but there are still expectations. Medal Coffee was playing with a Marshall in his hand. We know this man can hit shots regardless of agent. Forza on the comfort ground of the attack side on Bind. Let's see what they decide to do with that. In the moment, we're seeing a Viper wall set up on the A side and the Spike ready to push on in with a standard enough 3-2 split. 2 coming in through Bath. A hold from FPX. I mean, I'm looking at Angel here. He hasn't actually got any flashes to play with, surprisingly. So it won't be a factor in playing through that Viper wall, and as the recon should be revealing the play. Oh, in fact, the drone. 400 credits going to be committed to this as they push on forward. And Angel gets dropped. The TP from Coffee. You said it wasn't going to amaze, but it's got the opening kill here. And a chaotic duel that leaves FPX on the back foot.
That was a 4-man stack as well, so they were more than prepared for what Fours were attempting to do, but it's still going to come down to just Shadow in a 1 versus 2 situation. Lamps under their control. Shadow's got so many angles to clear. The wall fading, but doesn't really give him a grasp of where the remaining couple of players are. The fact is, though, the Classic from this angle could actually be pretty deadly. Not going to get anything on the first. The headshot onto the second. The flash through is going to leave one blind and leaves it into the 1 versus 1. Incredibly low on HP. He's going to need the instant shot of that Classic, but that's actually a blind onto himself. Saigetsu hasn't been able to find anything, and the flash is perfect from Shadow on 1 versus 2 on only 21 HP, but he's run out of time. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, now if you're wondering why he stopped and started again, obviously he's just going to die to the Spike, and he knew he didn't have the time. Sad. A sad scene. A really well played clutch, though, by Shadow.
I'm out of stuff.
The power of the right clicks is certainly strong.
Enemy remaining.
Good God. But, Tom, as that one ends up in the mouth. Oh, God, we don't need the full replay. We really, especially the flashes. Whoever does replays, man, they are a savage. I don't ever want to annoy them.
Well, you don't have to worry about replays because anything you do just gets clipped.
Yeah, true.
Any spring to mind?
Nope.
No.
No, let's move on. Zeddy opens it up, takes down Shadow. Now, Forza have got the weaponry here. They've invested up into Spectres and Bulldog. FPX, though, have brought a couple of weapons of their own to the table. They're looking to get it done with Sheriffs. And, well, as of yet, not finding any success. Good little sneak in by Shadow, though. Or by Shao, excuse me. He managed to completely get past that drone. The kill goes their way with Zipban finding 1. Another kill on the board, and hey, it's not looking too bad. With Hudgen and Artis being very low on HP as well, this round is definitely under threat.
Decent flash, but even still, this alone is incredibly costly, and Shao even doming another on his way back out. The man of many agents, but the aim is exactly the same. 2 versus 2 scenario. They're going to be delayed by the snake bite. The flash is coming through. Held back. This 2v2 scenario. Still got to be careful here. Fours, yeah, sure, the round is looking good for them to take, but they're not going to be left completely blind. I got a little bit lucky to be able to keep that angle and not be caught. Marshall, he's not going to want to save here. He's going to try and make this as costly as possible.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, wow. Well, it definitely was costly. 4 kills? The FPX have done a bunch more damage than they should have been allowed away with. In fact, the player that survives doesn't even have the most expensive weapon of the Bulldog. It's the Spectre that they carry through to the next round. All in all, I think Forza would describe that as a disappointing follow-up to the pistol. They now have a choice. Do they fully invest into this round? Do they make this their full buy? Or do they, and this would usually be the preference, go for the weaker weapons and keep money over for the next? That's what they'll do. So this is still a bonus, but one that eats a little bit more into their pockets.
Yeah, well, weaponry-wise, this buy absolutely sucks. So I think even if they get a couple of kills here, I'd call that a success. Gravity, well, not really going to play too much of a part. It does at least bait out the wall fairly early, which is something they'll be able to utilize to take control. Now, some of the problems with the composition, a lot of teams have, or always have, brought a Raisin on this map just for hookah control. I don't feel like there's too much available to Force other than a lot of Astra utility to just try and pull players out. And if I've learned anything from Link, Astra utility is not enough to push players out of hookah.
Not always, no. Especially those who have judges. My God.
True.
Zeddy, not a favorable fight. Not a favorable trade either. I mean, we said these weapons, they are less than ideal, to put it politely. Although a little bit of an upgrade available. Goffy now manages to get himself in there with the Vandal. Still has his TP to play with, but they're going to be flashing out, looking to take a little bit of control. That blind slows the plan. Coffee wants the peek. He hopes that Xiao is just going to swing out wide, but he waits for the smoke to come back online. Shadow, having spotted the TP wisely, just destroys it. 10 seconds as the final players fall, and 2-1 comes on the board. Clean enough round from FPX, and it was needed, considering what they were up against. This is where things get interesting.
Yeah, I think even if you're losing like 2 players there, you're probably going to be a bit disappointed just because of how bad the purchase actually was. But all in all, the aggression from FPX very good, controlled in those sort of moments. And this is one of the things that they're always going to be searching for, like either to see where the gate crash actually heads to and try and kill off the player, or if you're in a spot where it could create an awkward duel for you and you know where both players are, just getting rid of it completely. Leave a lot of the other abilities as null and void. But now, again, we're going to see deep control. Now, the attempt here it's going to be to split onto both the players, but they've been a little bit caught here. The timing of them running through maybe sold a bit of a fake. The Shao wasn't there, but the shots back through have definitely given that one away.
A Shower's Crunch is a common feature of the FPX play. Let's see how Forza deal with this. Having the player trapped inside the teleporter, I mean, you've got to make a move eventually. With no possibility to open it from where they are. It's going to be clearing out the A site, ignoring that player who's up behind and seeing that there's in fact a couple of them already in here. Teleport out, info gathered. Now it's time to make a play off of it, but Zipman just shuts them down. No space is going to be claimed in Forza's favor. As they come up through middle, that Viper wall is a thin veil that separates them from their opponents. With FPX having 3 players ready to strike from bathroom from that side of the map. And that was the right call. The Viper's Pit comes into effect. And it's not to defend the spike, interestingly. It's just to stop those players from coming in through bath.
I really like that they actually push in the other direction, though, because they give the clear to Shao to actually leave. They're giving him the safety of knowledge that there's nobody on the other side. Artist trying to take a bit of a more aggressive stance. Lock down that other side while his teammate has the bathroom's control. The peek before the flash, though, is perfect! He'll find 2 headshots and make this retake look null and void. Zipan with a lot to do, but Artist has just shut it down on his own. Fantastic round from the Sova.
Gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely fantastic work. And the supportive element of the Yoru flashes coming through is a feature I was definitely a fan of, Tom. I'll say one thing about him, like, when you're using his flashes yourself, they can be pretty strong, but figure out how to use them supportively. You can basically mirror up what Angel was trying to do. You can do the exact same thing, but even more efficient, because they can't see that pop flash when it's on its way over, only when it bounces.
I've got your trail.
It's not looking great. Sick actually going to go for a bit of a hero investment. I think they were expecting him to try and back away. Instead, the reface and... Oh, Shadow. Oh, it's gone so badly wrong. Luckily, they still have Zipan available to at least make things costly once again. There's no free rounds when you've got these youngsters on the board, and Xiao's going to try and make things incredibly costly. In fact, it's looking winnable. He gets his second now and leaves Coffee alone.
A tough clutch and shot in the back. An unwinnable one. FPX managed to get this round on the board, grab themselves a few rifles as well, and it's going to be smiles all around. It'll look like Link is playing for that team after winning that round. 20 on the clock. Decision time. And, well, they're going to have a pause coming through. I think that was the right call. Forza got a little bit to discuss when it comes down to their investment, exactly what they want to do with this.
That seems to be the problem I have, especially with like the Forza in general. When you watch a lot of their play, like they seem to have some incredibly good ideas in some rounds, and then some really sloppy ones just in the middle that just make things like you just question how these were even the same team going back and forth, because they've looked so poor versus what have been weak investments from FPX. Their anti-ecos have been rough. And it means that in a lot of cases, FPX are, for example, in the last map, they were able to keep their own anti-ecos very clean and have a lot of extra rounds where they could buy and reinvest. And then on Forza's side, they're constantly left in the mud. Like I don't think throughout this entire series so far, they've had a strong economy, which is pretty rough considering the last map and how they did lose a streak of rounds. Normally, you at least build up a bit of a bank throughout that. So it is quite disappointing. And now, whoa. They had a strong start. They were looking good. And they come in with a pretty bad buy for this one. It's going to be 3 rifles, a couple of Spectres. And on the other side, of course, they've just picked up some of the weaponry that was on the other side.
Free upgrades, yeah. It's always nice. And get the credits a-rolling. As we said, a lot of pressure on Forza to make this work. And, well, it's a lot of stars down towards that A site. My God. They are really and truly sending them out. Using them as they pull them back to have a smoke on an angle to quickly peek it, that's so smart. Nice Hunter's Fury in. The nade will deal a little bit of damage, but Dimisic in trouble on the back side, now under pressure as he goes into the smoke. They'll catch him so easily. FPX having a tough time holding on to that A site as now they lose Shadow, and it's left down to Xiao and Zipan to make this work. Divided out allows them to get that res in, and Dimisic is back online. A showstopper in his hands, the Boombot seeking a victim, and he's heard the shots. He knows this player's on the left. A blast pack and an ultimate to play with. Good reposition actually coming in from the Forza players, as now we're going to see only a couple of seconds really to mount this retake. Dimisic clears the corner, no player there. Blast pack caught throwing it down. Zipman's out of the game. Xiao's alone, and this round looks to be Forza's. It was a tough one, but one that they've just about managed to pull off with pretty scrappy buy. It's 4-2 on the board, and FPX are going to be devastated with the way they lost that. I want to see a replay of how they took the A site. I know we won't have one right now, but later on, I'm going to be going back and looking at that, because, Tom, they put down all their stars, and then they'd, like, for example, have a star on the left side, recall that star, just so they can quickly check the right corner, and then look back as the star is fading. That's big brain, and you lose pretty much nothing, especially when you have the Cosmic Divide to push out.
Yeah, and even in combination with the Hunter's Fury as well, to make sure that anybody trying to be a little bit cheeky is going to get caught for it. The problem is there's now going to be hero rifles on the other side. I feel like it's just hero rifle after hero rifle, but this time for Dimisic, not going to go amiss. His aggression has been something we've seen more and more as he's picked up duelists. I will say on this map in particular, I was quite surprised that if you're going to be playing a Raze, that he's... I'll be honest, if you're choosing Raze players on their team, he's my third choice.
Oh, Oh, the flashes are in. Coffee shutting down Shadow to start us off, and Forza again just overrun these sites. FPX are having a tough time and even slowing them down, let alone stopping them. And they know there's no one close mid, thankfully. But Zeddy's tucked in the corner, and he is ready for Angel to come around. The flash is perfect. The swing right after. There it is. And Angel falls. Now it's a two-dimensional take, all coming in through the spawn, and Coffee makes short work of them. My God. What a performance by Forza in these last couple of rounds. And I'm not saying that because they're 5-2 in the lead. Wow. It's not like that's an unrecoverable scoreline for FPX by any stretch of the imagination, but it's more so their attack side right now, some of the setups that they're using, they're innovative and they are really, really strong. You are seeing so much value out of some of these plays. Now, it's time for FPX to answer back, to find a solution.
Yeah, I think I like the adaptations as well, because some of the things that they were being caught out with, for example, the pistols within the site, they were very proactive to clear. Speaking of being proactive, though, FPX have just opted to take complete control of mid, and being a bit of a one-dimensional taking control, been able to find at least a trade. Now, there's information that there's at least one player there. Any placing stars isn't actually going to be caught, but I don't think they have any idea of where Shadow's currently sitting. He's going to spot the majority, but it's a bit of a whiffed spray. He's only going to get himself a chance to basically clear out the whole squad. We're also going to see the null popped as well, but I don't know how much of a play that's going to come through, and this is looking so much better. Saigetsu closes the round and makes it 6-2 in their favor, and well, FPX, they attempted a lot in that round, just not a lot of it worked.
Saigetsu's reaction immediately when the first shot came out of Shadow's gun, boom, he was spun around. He was looking at that guy. Look how quick this is. He barely gets 2-3 bullets out of his magazine, and already he is being turned on, he's being sprayed at. That's exactly what you want to see. Great trade and great follow-up by Saigetsu to push through those smokes before they could even properly posture themselves for a retake. What we're seeing right now, FPX are normally a flame. They are normally an inferno ton, a difficult thing to deal with. One of the best teams, certainly in Europe, and Forza have come in and they are starving them of any oxygen. There is zero space for FPX to breathe on these pushes. There are barely any corners for them to hide in, and even when they get that, they lose a player on site. They have that perfect position in the corner, and Forza's reaction is so quick that one kill is the best that can be found. I am in love with this blind attack side.
I think as well the Yoru has actually had a fair bit of impact. I know I'm getting spam message at this point by Harry going like, see, look how good Yoru is. Yoru's amazing. Yoru's actually the best agent in the game. All of you Yoru, yeah, all right. We'll see how, if it works on any other maps, or if it even works throughout the rest of this series. You might be calling it a little bit early. I want to point out that FPX did come back from 10-2 down the other day. So I wouldn't count your chickens before they hatch, but he has looked very good, especially with the amount of space he's been able to take. With how many kills he's been getting, that dimensional rift has been coming along quite a lot more often than you might normally see. That might be one of the most ambitious duels I've ever seen come out.
Did you see the picture-in-picture of how they just checked for control over Bath? They just threw the knife from Angel all the way across the map, and it landed right on top of Bat, clearing out most of that section and guaranteeing no one was about to push. A very important piece of information when you're playing this B-heavy play is to clear out that, well, I mean, just to check the part of the map that you're usually controlling, but this time around giving up, to ensure that Forza aren't finding that for free. And in fact, Forza are looking to push into the B site, right into the stack that they would want to avoid. Coffee with the flash. He spotted him, but Dimisic still got the kill full blind. That was gorgeous. Okay, FPX are showing up because Zipman's already got a double running out of ammo. Saigetsu has to switch down to the pistol, and he will be eliminated as well. Hudson is the final remaining player. One last beacon of hope, and he'll get it done. 7 for Forza with a big clutch. Hudson maintaining the lead that Forza have worked so hard to build. They had a depressing first map, and now they're giving FPX a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, the gamble stack very nearly works again for FPX, and a lot of it comes off this man here, Zipman, being able to find 2 kills as they go wandering through long, and
30 seconds left.
I think that is one of the issues. They don't have a lot of utility with the ability to clear out some of these closer angles. We're just not seeing it from the side of fours. And hey, it's a good round for them to win, but in isolation, that was very scary. Xiao's holding the angle. I thought for a second Demon's Sigma was just going to walk backwards into his opponent.
That was some anime stuff right there. You see that shot? It was attempted by Hudgin, and Zipman just pulls up an ice wall and blocks it. That was something beautiful to witness. A flash counters out the Seekers. They know that this player's up close. Shadow's in a lot of trouble. He's being pushed on, but that's where his teammates come in. Angel on an off angle, able to cover that walkout. A couple of players low HP. The man advantage sits to FPX, and it remains that way. The Zipman comes in huge. Hudgin finally getting to fire that shot at his target without a big ice wall blocking his view. There's a lot more to do if they want to walk out with this. He's going to have to find at least 2, but Angel stops him from that, and Sugetsu has another huge round to make happen. 4 players to take down, and the spike's in the open. And he's been spotted.
They are going to be swinging into him, though, giving him the opportunity to take these fights. Already getting 2, running out of time, but only has 10 HP. The problem is the position of the spike. Retrieving it should be nigh on impossible. The timing of the peak could be everything. The Heroes is gone away! Oh, no!
Why did he do that? Did he run out of ammo? Did I miss that? I already know our replay operator is going to be putting that on.
I
So
think
we'll find out, I
at
guess.
least I think he had a couple of bullets left. I think it was just he thought that other gun was a little bit closer. Maybe the other player was further away. Because that is the case normally with the rotations of Shadow. They're quite far behind. But that
one hurt.
That was too close. That was too close. And again, for FPX, that was a good round that they then almost lost. Like, they've had... I think one of the things I want to give credit to FPX for, even though the score is quite bad, considering a lot of the outcome of these rounds, they've had a lot of rounds where they have gambled perfectly on the direction of fours. Like, they have had 4 players on the site ready and waiting for the push. They just haven't been able to convert a lot of them.
I think the last time... I'm just having a realization that the last time I worked on an event with Forza was probably the We Play Invitational.
It's a while ago.
That Forza team was really bad, so I'm glad it's this team now. But yeah, that's a throwback and a half. And you know, I'm an FPX and Fnatic fanboy. I think everybody knows that. But this Forza team, they've won my heart right now. I mean, you know, back when I was on Alliance, we scrimmed against these guys a bunch. But in officials, they're scary. We've always known that. Right now, they're showing it. FPX sweating as the push comes into the B site. Showstopper activated, but nothing found in the back of it. Shadow gets up in their face. Good flash. Good follow-up. But there it is. Artist, Sugetsu, Coffee, everyone chimes in to keep this alive. Viper's Pit activated, and that's going to make it really tough for Xiao to get any value out of this operator as well. Plan soon to come in, almost guaranteed. And the question is, can they get a res out of this one? Now that they've dropped Coffee with a wallbang, I mean, almost definitely. It's going to be attempted with Angel going back alive. I thought Sugetsu was going to go out. He times it differently. And it hasn't worked out in an ideal manner. Falling back, he needs all these duels and another clutch that narrowly escapes them. As we will see this round go to FPX, even a little res onto Angel. Beautiful.
Yeah, they get a couple of them. I don't think that's something we've seen in too many rounds so far in competitive Valorant. 2 players being brought back from the dead, but
Last round in
yeah,
the
it's
half.
given them at least a decent purchase into this round. And all in all, that was, again, looking very good for fours. The initial frags not necessarily going their way, but it does seem like FPX is playing quite a lot of battles that are almost... Well, they're gambling on a player getting a multi-frag. Like, you needed Shadow to get 2 there for that play to be worthwhile, even though he manages to slow them down. Less of the sort of crossfires and team synergy that we're used to, and more so of the aggression that we see from FPX. 7-4, though, then get it back to 5 going into their attack. I wouldn't necessarily be too worried for them. We're now going to see Xiao actually purchasing up the operator, but he's stuck by the gravity well. Just about manages to get away, and Zipan goes above the wall. He won't get anything more for it, though.
Quick shutdown. FPX rallying to Angel's aid. Coming in through heaven and spawn, but for now he is isolated on the side and he's being spotted. Even going to be pulled in, the flash to try and deter them from pushing forward. They're already in the smoke around his right side, and he'll be shut down. But a quick trade from Dimisic keeps it doable. FPX are not down and out just yet. And another from Dimisic to take Hutchin down. He even avoids death at the hands of Zeddy's Spectre and returns a nade right to Sander. This is going to be tough. Forza of a crossfire. Dimisic gets the first and is dropped, and Zeddy follows up for a third. The Spectre, the unlikely hero of the round, to put Forza up on 8 at halftime. An absolutely spectacular half on the attack now behind them. And they're looking pretty damn hot. If they can manage to win this pistol, FPX are really going to be sweating.
Yeah, I think the expectation was there for Forza to be better on this map, but that was an incredibly strong half. And you have to remember, again, that they were losing a lot of, well, rounds to either pistols or high damage rounds like that, so that their economy was in the bin a lot of the time. This round was basically won with what was a pretty poor investment. And as you mentioned, Zeddy Spectre being the hero of it there for them. Their executions have been solid. They've been denying space. Aggression has not really been something that's been too successful for FPX. And now we go on to the defensive side and see if they can close this out and take us to a third.
Oh, jump herd there. Oh, never mind. Sugetsu is going to be shut down. And the rotate to the A site commences. You know, Tom, I've got a notification pop up in the halftime, and I want to
I'm just trying to ignore it.
from
I know exactly
Harry
what it is. I know what it is.
no. Fours without Yoru equals forgettable, lost, scared, afraid, losing. Fours with Yoru. Damn blue boy got hands, confident, oppressive, sleek, sexy, efficient, winning. The data speaks for itself. Yoru doubters. Stay mad XD. That's from Harry. So make sure to spam him and let him know that he's wrong. But in this case, I will say, Forza playing beautifully with Yoru, playing beautifully, full stop. But not this time around for Coffee. He's going to be shut down from that one. A big TP to the B site, which is now wide open. Should give FPX the plant. Maybe Zeddy can get there in time to stop them. Oh, okay. Nice shot.
He's taking a dome back in response. Still has a couple of stars available to him, so it might be worth just staying alive that little bit longer. Some very low players over on the Forza side, however, so Angel might just have a field day here, and they're going to try and reclaim oboe control, and Angel will do just that. Huggy on the last man standing. And with 47 HP, okay, a couple of them are low, but well, Angel's not going to allow for any shenanigans. 8-5, FPX bounce back, and well, they need to make sure that this is going to be something they convert.
It was really an essential pistol round. Now they've got that one done. Should be converting up, putting it 8-6, and keeping this as a competitive map. That shot from Zeddy was gorgeous. The Shen, they didn't get a little bit more out of it, but the situation was dire as it was. FPX going in again.
You didn't read the response. The response, however, from J-Rush is beautiful.
Yeah.
If you're coming to Valorant just to simp for Yori, you can go back to CS.
Hey, he's getting told. It is how it is.
I agree with that statement more.
If he came to sim for Viper, hey, we're talking a different game, but Yoru, I don't know. I don't want anybody sitting here telling me that Yoru should be on every team. That's crazy. But here on Bind, maybe there's arguments to be made, and it certainly suits Coffee. Forza looking to push back into the A site, get up close, play those angles as the attackers of FPX come out, but well, they're not able to catch anything on that, and now it's a big retake to be played. With no weapons, I mean, look, we say it all the time, but they're not expected to do much. I like the position of Shadow.
I think they have a decent idea, though. The flash went through and they cleared it, so yeah, they knew he was there. It's going to be probably the only kill that they managed to get in this round, unless Bagetsu can do something pretty impressive here. And there it is. Yeah, there you go. Just 2 instant headshots with a classic. That will do it. Zipan's probably not going to be too happy about that one. I believe he only had a ghost, but there was actually a Spectre on the ground, so they are still going to make this more costly than they would have liked. And it's also going to be an extra ultimate orb, which, especially on Sky, is going to bring so much closer to those Seekers, which, well, still only 6 orbs. Or pizza slices.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Jonas does come up with some interesting terminology. I'll give him that. But at least he hasn't tweeted about Liquid today. That's all that matters, or didn't before their game. Now he's good up until the next day of games for Liquid. Then he's got to be careful.
Well, that'll be the winner of this game as well, right? So
it will. It will. Fake steps going across. I mean, faking the TP with Yoru, Tom. I know you're a massive fan of that.
I don't think it baits anyone. I think the only way it works is if you then actually go through the TP, which is what he's going to do, and get himself a kill. So there you go.
And TP right back out. That's beautiful. Really, really, and truly. Love to see that one going down. Zagetsu. Anyway, he gets two, doesn't he? He's just going in for duels and winning them left, right, and center. Shadow, final remaining member, and a 1v3 to make happen. They're conscious that he could be coming behind. He hasn't managed to evade detection going in here, and as you see, Artist is ready. That is 9-6. A round that we expect Forza to win. They're buying up their weapons. And I feel like it's fairly formulaic in the early stages. At least it should be for the first kind of 3 rounds. This is where FPX buy back up, though. They don't play the bonus round, right? They get the real weapons in their hands, and Forza will need to do something. And this is where Seekers could be huge. But Tom, you notice both teams have it. Yeah, they got a pizza each.
I'm not okay with that being a thing. Just don't enjoy it. Is it even straight either? So it's not like who cuts it like that? Like in weird.
I mean, you could cut it like that. I mean, it depends. Like artists
and with a little circle in the middle.
Coffee's is perfect. But yeah, but maybe they've just been pulled apart slightly. Like if you push it together, it's all good.
It's a ruined pizza and all.
What? I don't know, Tom. I've been to Central Europe and they didn't even cut my pizza. They just delivered me a full pizza. I'm in an Airbnb. I've got no cutlery.
They just looked at you.
I'm supposed to cut this pizza. I was on the phone, Tom. What do you think? I FaceTime people? Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, show me around.
I can
that's
tell
great.
from your voice. They're like, this guy's gonna inhale that pizza. We don't need to cut it.
He doesn't need a cut. He doesn't. He's gonna fold it over, eat it like a sandwich.
You've definitely done that, 100%.
I mean, it's basically what a calzone is, right? So it's all good.
If that was on Zescht quiz, everyone would have got that one correct.
The Seekers have been activated over on B. This is solo B hold with 4 players on A now ready, stacked up for this push to come through, but they're getting nothing. Artist hunching down, showstopper right onto Coffee. This is not looking great. Oh, Zeddy's about to be swung on. Good night and sweet dreams. Leaving Zagetsu to get 3, and that is a clutch that I honestly believe in this guy. And he's been in about 10 clutches so far. He's always playing the numbers, playing against the odds. Let's see if he makes it work this time around. Backside's completely clear. These guys are focused around mid and lamps, and he doesn't know that. Time is ticking away. 2 flashes to play with. That could be information, of course, when Sky's flashes pop. You know exactly where the player is, but I suppose there's other ways to find out where they are. Like letting them shoot you in the head. 9-7.
Yeah, that'll probably do it. And unfortunately now for Forza, financially, they're probably going to be in a bit more of an awkward scenario. But yeah, I like those sort of fast-paced takes coming off the back of the Seekers. It makes it so hard to play against because you're not only trying to dodge the bullets of players like Sick, who've just launched himself into the site, but then you've also got the issue of trying to dodge the squids as well. So it definitely hasn't gone too well. And now, again, just going to be pistols into this round. They do have an ult or 2, the Dimensional Rift, but I don't know how much of a part that's going to play in a round like this.
Yeah, FPX aren't really looking to do anything at the moment. Even despite the fact that you saw Angel chuck his knife in towards Hookah, this is just posturing. It's trying to force Forza out of position, get them to play a little bit more aggressive. But Forza aren't going to do that. This is one of the things about this team. Look at the setup they have, Tom. They have 0 info in A. They have had none for quite a while. And yet they are comfortable to just maintain a 5-man stack on B with these pistols in hand. They are willing to roll the dice on that, not play too aggressive until the moment the opportunity presents itself when they start to rush down middle. 2v1 fight, weapon retrieved, numbers evened up. Forza actually looked pretty good at this stage. Coffee has even got him from behind. The flash goes around and blinds these players on long. This is so good from the defensive side of Forza. Now FPX rotate. But what that means, Tom, is that there's just a bunch of weapons there for Forza to retrieve. and they can come on the flank. This is going to be very, very scary indeed.
30 seconds left.
Push is getting healed, right? Okay,
Information there. But the wall's going to go up. They'll know that Coffee's up close at least, and the remaining players are just going to find every single piece of information available to them. Afterplant's not really going to be too viable either. There's no utility other than a single flash. There will have to be, well, some sort of god flash coming out from the other side. The pop going to leave Shadow completely blind, as he will at least get his heal as they tap the spike. Here comes that pot flash, but, well, it's not really done anything at all.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. FPX shut it down, using Shadow's flashes to time their peaks, blind up their opponents, and take the duels together. It's 9-8. Forza fighting for survival on this map. And Tom, this is where I start to get a little bit worried. Things start to get a little bit serious. If Forza lose this, they are out of the running for Masters.
One enemy remaining.
Out of the running, possibly for Champions. They're going to be in a pretty tough spot because it'll have to be the last chance qualifier, obviously, that they come through.
And they're right, but the other thing as well is they're right on the brink. So it's like they're currently in 9th, 100 points, and you've got G2 and Supermassive Blaze, Na'Vi, Giants all below them with the potential to get more points. So I would say if they go out of this tournament, they're not making it. That's my bold prediction.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's a fair shout. Basically, if they lose this match, or any of the future ones in the lower bracket, they're in a position where their survival towards Champions relies on other teams. And you don't ever want to rely on someone else for you to qualify. Especially not someone like G2, for example, who are looking hot in this day and age.
Yeah. I think easily one of the favorites to currently make it to Masters. I think you've also... You've got G2 versus Supermassive Blaze, so one of them is making it. Guaranteed. So, yeah. Good luck with that one not going your way. And we're going to see the Cosmic Divide actually thrown through. They're going to clear the angle, and well, he's going to be completely stunned up. It needs to be big from Zeddy, and he doesn't really get anything on the crossfire. Coffee's going to try and run through. The pop flash available. First kill goes his way. A little bit more needed, and he's going to get it as well. The trade's thick and fast in their favor. And now it's left all onto Shadow. Eventually, we do see the Cosmic Divide fade, but he now has 25 seconds, and there's a screen in his way.
He could teleport, although time is now restricting that possibility with the spike in his hand. 2 opponents to take down. 15 seconds? Okay, he's going to go for it. That's just going to be quite a sprint. Looks like he's got it, though.
10
seconds left as he rounds the corner. There is no time to mess about here. Time to stick it. Now that jump. Whoa, that was dangerous.
Got it.
That was very dangerous indeed, but he's got it done. Shock dart in, does damage. And they're quick, not giving him any space to breathe, and that's what we said about Forza earlier, right? They're so damn good at that, just coming in and making sure that you can't even think. You have to just react. And for a team like FPX, usually they're able to deal with that, but right now the pressure is just that little bit too much. Forza push it up to 10-8. An advantage as they step closer and closer to winning this map, bringing us to a third, and trying to stay alive in EMEA, just in VCT in general.
Yeah, it's pretty high stakes, let's put it that way, especially against a team with the majority coming from your same region. Like, we'll always call FPX a European team, but when you look at the pieces within them, maybe not so much. This from Coffee was the change. I think it was also, there was a great dart coming through, which pretty much gave him all the information of the spot he was able to take, so credit to Artists as well, but yeah, huge stuff coming out from him to be able to turn that round back. Because otherwise, you're looking at a 4 versus 3 retake where I'm not really going to put that one anywhere near your favor. So 10-8, no surprises that it's FPX calling this pause. The problem still being, though, that financially both teams are kind of shaky. Like, you're going to have some pieces missing no matter what. Ultimates, there's a few on the other side, especially with the null available for Angel, which we've already seen a couple of rounds throughout this tournament where he just goes barreling into the site and opts to try and do damage with it. And then, of course, the res being a huge part.
Absolutely, yeah. The res on the attack is so valuable. And we saw it from Forza. We saw it from FEX, actually, sorry. It was on this map where they were in a position where they couldn't really res until they were rotating a lot of the time. But on the attack, you can go, you can take a site afterwards. You're going to be able to res, right? In the post plan, get an extra player online. You can posture towards a bit of map control. That player dies, wall it, res. There's so much you can do because of the way that map control works, right? Well, typically against CIS teams, maybe it goes out the window a little bit because you're operating on the basis of, oh, well, they won't push us because we're the attack. But I mean, Forza Gambit, I wouldn't necessarily take that risk.
I don't like it. I genuinely think that Link has now given me judge anxiety. Like, that's what I'm gonna call it. Like the second I see it in any position, I'm like, this person can kill everyone. Like they can just completely end the round. Now that's definitely been spotted. The Angel. I have a decent idea there's somebody on the other side. It's just going to be the retreat from Coffee in this case. But knowing that he's rotated actually leaves a bit of a hole in the defense that they might be able to pressure onto.
It was an interesting knife in, possibly trying to stop the TP back to the A site when it was initially thrown out. The Hunter's Fury is huge. It does damage, but it doesn't follow up with any kills. FPX, they survive, they move forward, but the Snakebite gets a double. Hudson on the already damaged up Dimisic and Zipan gets himself an absolutely massive kill. Their double kill. Forza are in the lead. All they have to do now is group up and push this together. This is an opportunity to stay alive in VCT and to possibly win this map. It's in their hands, and they're rushing Angel down. They're not giving anything away for free. Artist, though, will be caught alone. Xiao has to clutch it out. A 1v5, essentially, an ace clutch if he gets this one done, and he won't. The judge, too quick, too fast, and too close. 11-8 we go. Forza. They're looking like they might just be closing this one out and bringing us to a third map, Tom. We wanted a competitive map, and finally, we've gotten it.
Yeah, I question, so you say like potentially we saw the knife coming in to try and deny some of the utility. I wonder if they were actually aiming for the Astra. Because you've just seen how impactful Zeddy has been in this round alone. Not only having the gravity well to slow them down initially, if they just run into that site again, I feel like it's over. They'd already rotated the player over. They needed some damage to be done. Gravity well pulls them back in, and then they also have themselves the Snakebite to do extra damage. And then at the end of the round, the exact same thing again. If all of that utility is out of position, FPX probably run right on the site, at least get themselves a strong after plant position. Instead, it allows for the rotation, and just that denial is one of the reasons we've always sort of sung the praises of Astra. Again, like, I feel like maybe as a controller, not so much the impactful agent, but when it almost looks like a sentinel at this point, like, I'm going to delay you, I'm going to slow you down, I'm going to make it hard to get into this site, and then by the time they actually push through, they have all the players they need.
This is a very tough scenario for FPX when you look at where they're at financially. Like, at this stage, taking an eco, playing for 4 consecutive into OT looks to be what they're doing. I mean, their buy would be basically the same anyways, right? Just be a little... Oh, Dimisic? He's gone in for the hero rifle. Okay.
I guess if he gets a couple of kills here, or even just a kill and a death, he's one off the showstopper anyway. So it will give them an ultimate that's worth the trade out of the gun in this round. But yeah, they need something in this one, because over the last few, 4s have pretty much looked like they've had FPX's number, which is not something I expected to say in this map.
Nice shot. Oh my. You can see how cautiously FPX are approaching the early stage of this. Now they're going to get that ult orb, and it's going to be on Dimisic. 1 away from ulti. They'll have it for next round, guaranteed. But he might even be able to get it here and now, and that could be the difference maker. They know there's a weapon down on the B side, but getting in there versus a Viper wall versus Astra utility ain't going to be easy. And in fact, it would be even tougher if they went now, because there's 3 players there. But FPX have made the right choice. They're already moving to the A site. Now, there is a teleport. Yeah, Coffee's going to try to TP into heaven. But this fight on Bathroom will define it all. Artist, just about gets it done. Here comes the teleport back, presumably.
30 seconds left.
As they wall it off and they go for the plant. Now they know that this is full A commitment, and what a shot! A shock dart through does massive damage. And that is a great punishment from Artist to make sure that they pay for it. With time, I'm a blood.
There is also a res available for Zipan. If he can somehow get this kill onto bathrooms, I'm almost certain that he'll go for the res. Currently sat there waiting. We're also going to see the Viper's Pit just to try and lock out some of these other positions, stop the wraparound from being possible. Xiao has connected a shot, though. Zipan's just found another one. And with the pistol, somehow FPX have managed to make this work. That makes absolutely no sense. They popped the showstopper after the round is done.
Yeah, I think Dimisic popped it as the last kill came in. That was an experience to witness. I mean, the way it starts, like, they make the right gamble, they bait out the B play, they rush to the A site, they have showstopper, and I'm thinking that's going to be a really big thing, right? When Dimisic gets this kill, he's 1 HP inside the smoke, but hits the headshot, and then quick as you like, those other 2 kills come in. Now, immediately, Coffee's going to be popping ultimate, seeing 2 players, trying to spot it out for his teammates and communicate that over. Time to TP back. There we go. He's nice and safe. He's only spotted 2, though. And I mean, basically, that's Yoru ulted just to say, hey, they're probably playing default.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be some information at least that, that he's going to be here. Oh, no, I don't like it. It's that anxiety coming back again. Zeddy's going to get on with the judge. They're going to try and do some damage as he falls back, but he'll be able to survive in this corner. Timing going to be everything on the spray from Dimisic, but isn't going to land anything this time. Now, that res was actually saved. It wasn't utilized in that win in the previous round, so they've been able to bring back Angel.
I've seen a lot of players here on B. But that Zipan and the spike, they've just fallen on this, not on this side, it's in hookah, so it's retrievable. I mean, rotating certainly isn't out of the question at this point in Zeddy's position, playing close to the wall. In the smoke, he's being spotted, and the spray is doing a lot of damage. But for now, he'll survive, and even be able to challenge Angel. He's still alive in that corner, and it's Xiao alone. 1 versus 5. They won the previous round with a scrap of a buy pistols and a couple of lucky kills, dragging rotates, but now this round is looking unwinnable, and well, Xiao might even consider saving, and Dini goes into the teleporter, but they're going to hunt him down, especially when they've got a judge. I mean, I would be very surprised if no one goes after him here, and
they don't have it anymore.
I guess I am very
fully
surprised.
Upgraded.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I expected someone to go through and try and take a bit of a risk, but I guess at this stage, just making sure their own economy stays strong is worthwhile. And I feel like it's almost come down to the point where the Fours are doing so well to delay FPX that almost every time that they're pushing into a site, again, it's looking like they have a stack in play. Like, there was pretty much every single player there from FPX, and normally... from Fours, and normally FPX are the side that almost pull the strings. Like, they force you into awkward battles or find openings within the site, but they've been so good at slowing them down that, again, the executions just have gone so badly. Hunter's Fury going to be straight online for Artist as well. An ult that, if it can take them the round, it'll take them the map.
And there is so much to unpack when it comes to this Forza defense, but we don't quite have time for that. Kills already coming in as Coffee falls. Forza have to retake the control over towards middle. Actually, I think they want to rush down through A. There's a lot of pings going down and players coming close to the smoke. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, clearing it out. No one there. Now they can go and push forward. They don't know about Xiao. Tucked in on that left corner as they come around. Zeddy's going to have to be quick to hit this one. In fact, he just barely avoids the bullets. They'll pull back. But, I mean, look, FPX have already managed to get that Hunter's Fury out of the way. One less thing to worry about, man advantage, and this time before they push in, Tom, it looks like they're going to use Seekers, and I can't say I'm too surprised.
That's not good for Ujion on the other side. Zeddy's also going to be blinded up and forced back into the lamps. They'll know he's here, and he's actually going to get stunned up as well. That should be a free kill. A little bit shaky from Xiao, but he'll get it nonetheless. A 5 versus 2, and knowing that they want to go back for the investment in the next round, like, this has got to be a save. You are not getting back into this site.
Yeah, looks like Forza agree with you. They're already falling back.
And I mean, Angel has kind of forgotten the last round where they almost allowed Xiao to save. He can smell blood. He's like, I need to pad those stats a little bit. Running him, trying to hunt them down. While Xiao, third kill of the round, an impactful one at that. They know he's here and he's so low on it. He should be dead. Like, the spam should be enough, and they don't even need it.
Yeah, the double TP did it. Disgusting. 12-10. 2 away from bringing this to an overtime. The pressure isn't really on FPX either. That's the thing. Like, for Forza, being pushed to overtime means that what they now view as, hey, next map is where we've got to fight for survival, that they could be just 2 rounds away from losing, and that's a stressful... stressful situation to be in. Throat is actually given out. Good thing the other games weren't that long.
For a second, I thought you'd done a high pop, so at least it's just the throat.
Disconnected, yeah. But I do think that in Forza's position, this is like the last round where they're going to feel relaxed, where they're not going to feel that pressure. You lose this, and then, honestly, I see FPX as being the favorites to take it across the line. Because they're chill. You lose this, whatever, we've got the next map to go to. And Forza won't have that luxury, having lost a substantial enough lead. We'll see.
Especially
how things go down.
This being Forza's pick as well. Like, this is one that if you lose it, yeah, they'll probably be quite frustrated, especially with their goals for this entire tournament. And Forza, well, to be fair, not really one of the teams we're expecting to qualify. For now, though, 50 seconds left on the clock. Again, they're being delayed. They're being slowed down. So much utility being placed in their path, and not a lot to go on. This pop flash is going to have to be ridiculous, and it will catch. No one checks! Not one person checks the close right angle. Why is that, FPX? They get away with it. The fact that Artist doesn't get 3 kills there. They are lucky as hell. Lucky as hell.
There are a million scenarios in which that goes so much worse for FPX, and there is one where it works out like it did. They are so lucky. Not checking that corner has been the downfall of many teams. In fact, it was the downfall of Forza almost in one of the rounds where Shadow played it. So
yeah,
would have been a real kick in the teeth to lose the map because of it. But FPX are still in with a pretty good chance. I mean, it's to get to again in a clutch situation. Always seems to be on those retakes, and well, certainly doesn't do anything too great for your stats when you're always having to fight into 3 or 4 players alone. 12-11. Forza now in really treacherous waters. I mean, if they lose this round here, it's OT, and FPX are right back on it with a possibility to close it out on this map. It's also been, yeah, of course. Oh. He just panicked, right? He was blind the whole time, sees him panic. Like, that's completely normal. But a shame at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those rounds where you can tell Artist will probably kick himself for that, but realistically, like, it's unbelievable that scenario was even a thing. Now, they blinded up the drone, but it's only going to last for a second or two, and just get as close as you can. Last second on the tag, and now these are the rounds that we've actually seen some huge success out from Forza. They've been very good in these weaker weapon rounds. The fact is, though, I do wonder if the pressure might get to them a bit here. The last chance to close this map before we head to overtime, and I think then the ball is firmly on FPX's side of the court.
Most definitely. Zipan, Xiao, able to take 2 quick kills, and they've got another pressured in the corner. No TP for Coffee. He's caught in the middle of the animation.
Player standing.
Well, Zeddy's got it all to do. A 1v5 or overtime. Forza were looking good to bring us to map 3. There was barely a doubt in my mind we'd end up there. I was in love with their attacking side. The 8 rounds they found there, very much justified. In fact, we could have seen even more. But now, Tom, we reach overtime. And once again, Forza's tournament life, not for this week, this month, but for the rest of this year, hangs in the balance. They need to win this map. They need to follow up with the second, and then they need an even better lower bracket run if they want to be in with a shot, or, well, if they want to be in control of their own destiny, let's say. Otherwise, it comes down to the positioning, the placement of all these other teams, and it gets messy, but suffice to say their chances are pretty low if they lose
it
this
comes
match.
down to potentially what happens with G2 Supermassive Blaze and if a European team wins Masters, which, well, with a team like Sentinels existing, I would be a little bit scared of that one in general. But, you know, they've already qualified for Champions. Maybe they'll be nice to someone else. Either way, 12-12. FPX are also one of those squads which they're only on 105 points themselves. They're definitely not gone clear, 5 ahead of Fours, in fact. So they as well will be in the same boat if this goes to a third and final map. But their resurgence as ever has been strong. A team as resilient as any other. As said, they had a 10-2 comeback the other day. I said to Harry not to get ahead of himself. It's 12-12 after they were in a dominant position. And now FPX all but in the driver's seat.
Well, Tom, I'm going to ask you to take note of this. Let's take note of this round already before it even happens. Because the information that FPX have just garnered has changed this round completely. The knife from Angel thrown from B lands in Bath, spots 2 players. He then rotates back to the A side. But Forza slow it down. They pump the brakes on this one. They're not looking to just run in and take fights. They're not looking to insta-rotate. In fact, 40 seconds on the clock, and they're still in the default. Only barely getting control over Bathroom as we breach the 40-second mark. It is time to make a move. With no information on the B site taken. Left. No pressure. No presence. This is clearly an A hit. And FPX are a little late to react to that, so they need a big performance on the site. Zipan is the one to take the first and the second. He's even going into the smoke. Sugetsu just about takes him down, but Xiao is waiting for him in the next, and he even gets a double. FPX, a massive comeback to bring it to overtime, and now 13-12. They are 1 round away from eliminating Forza here on Bind, Tom. This is ridiculous. And after such a good performance from Forza, winning our hearts, they might now fall out of EMEA, fall out of Last Chance Qualifier Champions, and be done for the year if they can't manage to bring this to another OT.
I would feel very bad for them as well, because you then have to look at the matches they played with a blowout first map on Icebox in both series, and then an overtime loss potentially in both series as well to Guild and FPX, who again are wildly considered 2 teams that could qualify for Masters. They even sold a nice fake in the last round, using the drone late into B to try and pull rotations, which they did. Well, unfortunately, there's this young guy called Zipan who likes to ruin people's day, or make them if you're an FPX fan.
Well,
now
he likes to
see
go.
The same.
He likes to kill.
That's true. And we got the same slow default once again. No shotgun this time, but Sugetsu's going to start things off again. He's had a fantastic map. Someone to watch for sure. The Sky has been fantastic. Now, can Demasik turn the tide once again? He's going to be alone. The rest of the team making moves in towards that A site. Maybe trying to almost bait a couple of players into a peek, going for some information, but the flash might just do that. Instead, it actually goes over his head and doesn't pop at all.
30 seconds on the clock. FPX have to make a decision.
30 seconds left.
It's now or never. We're looking towards the B site for now. 3 players on their way up. Shadow, what's he gonna do? Maybe fake out with a bit of utility on A? No. And look at the rotate. Forza are here, and they are here in force. This looks like a repeat of the last FPX attack round we saw, where they just ran into that full stack on B. Xiao able to get the first, the second, even going for more on the back side, but he stopped in his tracks, and the round is over. It is done as Forza take us to another overtime. They will barely hang on in this tournament.
Overtime.
And go back onto the attack side, where hopefully they'll find a bit more comfort.
Right there.
I want to see a pace change from both of these teams now, because both of those rounds were won solely by the fact that each team was holding on to their utility. We had late stars going down. We had even the Tiger going in with 30 seconds left for the side of Fours just to clear out long and actually spot the player down the end with the spike. So both teams were able to delay so much. I think both slow orbs in the round before that were in for Zipan with that last 20 seconds. So because of these slow defaults, both teams have now been able to just keep all their utility until the very last second of the round. For me, that means you need to start pressuring them to get it out a little bit earlier, because otherwise, well, you're going to see what happened there for FPX, where they run out of time and have to take a risky push with 15 seconds.
Yeah, and into those stacks, man. They've been so unlucky on the attack side, and more so, Forza's reads have been so good. And a couple of them. I mean, we saw that defensive round where they over-rotated to B, but since then, I think FPX have gambled that they wouldn't do it again, that they wouldn't be so comfortable in heavy stacking the B side, but they were very, very wrong. Pressure being applied, 55 seconds on the clock. Forza want to push B as well. They're thinking about it. And FPX are rotating one in just in case. Flash to slow them by that time. For Dimisic to make his way onto the site. They have a flash ready to get him out of the smoke. It looks like the flash has already been popped. Dimisic getting himself a nice nade right onto Coffee, who slips down below, but hold on. The rest of Forza aren't letting it go quite that easily. They've got the man advantage back and the plant in play. Post-plant utility non-existent. Hudgent has used it all on the way into the site. But they're going to have to fight for this map control and make it costly as FBX come back out to retake. Last pack not finding anything. The spray from Zipan is good. Zagetsu blinded on the backside. Hurd on the left, and Dimisic takes him quickly now. Time is a real problem for Forza. They have to buy more, and they're getting nothing done. Artist, the final remaining player, will stop the defuse and then get shut down. Is there enough time? There is. There's plenty. It's going to be an easy win for FPX, putting it 14-13 as they just washed over that site like a tsunami.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I don't know how they made that look so easy. That some of the more aggressive positions just cleared out so quickly. Zipan landing everything. Like, I'm looking at that scoreboard. Xiao, Zipan, Dimisic all online, and this is still a close map. It shows the caliber of player that there is for Force. There's no doubt about that at this stage. Yeah, sure, maybe the map pool needs a little bit of work, but not sure they're a team we're ready to lose with just 4 maps played. Nonetheless, they're going to need to do it once again. Now, they've shown time and time again that the defensive side of this map has looked decent, especially with how much they've been able to delay. I wonder if FPX are going to try a pace change. We saw it from Force in this round. It was definitely not like a straight burst into the site, but they were baiting out some of that utility a lot earlier, making it a lot tougher for FPX to just hold on to everything they had. For FPX, though, they are basically the kings of the default. Angel has been doing this for over maybe 10, 15 years, so I would probably gamble that this is going to be a slow round, but I would like it not to be.
Just don't bring up his age. You gave out to me for that. You gotta watch yourself. He is a seasoned man with many years under his belt. That's what we say about him. Also the oldest member on his team. And I think on the server, and possibly in competitive Valorant, or very close to. Top 10, for sure. But that brings with it a bunch of experience. I mean, the man can frag. He can destroy you. But he also tears your strats apart. Now, Forza's defense, when they found success, these B rotates have been absolutely massive. They have been stacking up the site and letting FPX run into them. Let's see how this one goes. Is there going to be an answer here from FPX? A solution to that problem, and then are they going to be ready for the operator?
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's a much more of a risky purchase when it comes to overtime, especially, and it is actually going to be the pace change. But again, Zeddy, that is the perfect gravity well. He catches them as they push in, but the trades come back thick and fast. Artist, though, at the back of the site might just be here to take us to another OT, and he will. 3 kills on the board, 14-14, and even a fast take can't win it for FPX.
That was beautiful. Again, let's talk about Forza, Matt. These guys have got strats coming out their ass. They are absolutely beautiful. God, I love watching this team. And it's a shame we've got to say goodbye to them, because especially for me, you know, when we lose, if we lose an EU team in this, it's not the end of the world. But when we lose our Turkish teams, when we lose especially our CIS, our Forza, if these guys go out, it's like we don't get to cover them, you know? Like,
See, that's one of Jonas's, for anybody wondering. He's been lining that one up for months.
Sorry,
so.
I just love how I was making the point about, you know, Forza, they're so great. I love watching them. It's a shame they have to go.
It's the clearest flank,
does that. Yeah. No one's behind. Guys, no one's behind right now.
No one's in this corner.
I've got it.
Not one person in this corner.
I've got it locked down. Guys, our spawn is clear. You know, Hudgin, like, we know that. It's like, no, I got it. I'll hold it, okay? That's what our AFK players are doing in rank. They're just holding our flank. Nice guys, really.
YG's actually gone for the operator again on the attack as well, which, when you're a Viper, that's a bit weird. Especially if he manages to get a few kills in a Viper's pit. He probably has one of the most useless weapons for that exact ultimate. And especially with how passive FPX have been playing. Like, they've been sitting back. As said, they've been saving utility. That does not involve peeking, which means that the operator almost becomes useless. And Zeddy, he has to be the one to try and make the play. And the op's not quick enough on the trade. They're again running out of time. 25 seconds for them to make this move, Mitch.
Attack side op on Viper, not something you see every single day. There we go. Coffee coming out huge with an opening. Hudgen follows, and now it's a 2v3. Forza's attack seems to be set up pretty well, and with how the defense rounds have been going, we might just get another map out of this. The head was spotted by Shadow, but he didn't notice in time. He was already spamming the wall. What a shame. Back flash will catch him, but Hudgen is quick to respond. The blast pack won't even matter. It's 15-14. Forza on map point, looking to bring us all the way to split. Can we get there, Tom?
Honestly, at this stage, I don't know. It really could go either way. I'm surprised, like, especially the player on the close corner not getting anything must be so frustrating. Like, it's a quick flick back, but it's because they almost half checked it on the way in, and well, FPX have done so well to delay them thus far. Just the entries from Forza were sublime, and now, well, as said, they've done well in some of their defensive rounds thus far. We'll see if they can finally close it out on one of them.
Now, their gorgeous defense going to be tested yet again. FPX have tried their fast, they've tried their slow. What is left in the tank now? What's the next page of the strat book look like? Looks like Hudgen wants to get aggressive with this operator. As we said, you know, the Viper op, not a common feature. That pull is so nice!
It's so good!
I love it so much. The smoke, the pull, they can't even turn to fight you because they're trapped inside the smoke. Oh, Forza, I love your setup so damn much. If they win this map, they sure as hell deserve it. 5v4, FPX, get onto the B site. Tom, they've actually made it onto a site. The attack side, do you believe it? But Forza can play retake, and that's going to be your big problem here.
This time, Hawk taken out, the pop flash thrown in. It's going to be Zeddy to get the first, and actually the spike has been dropped again. And even though they get the site early this time, the clock always seems to become an issue. Angel will deny the aggression of Saigetsu and leave it onto Coffee. And well, the trusty operator, I'm not sure how good that's going to be in this retake.
Viper op retaking B? What do you mean? That's amazing. That's exactly what you want. Oh, look, it's easy. Yeah, Hudgen's got this. Oh, he's dropped the op. He's lost. 1v3. Good luck. Player on the right, player on the left. As players just about everywhere.
So close.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Smoke fades, no one's spotted, and they're just gonna wait, peek this together. Here we go. Nice bait by Hudgen. He knew exactly what was going on. He's in their heads, Tom. Only one remaining, but Xiao saves the day. Oh, that was so smart by Hudgen.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I am blown away by Xiao's ability to drop this many kills on any agent in the game. Like, I don't, like, he's 33 and 17 on Omen, which up until, like, a week or so ago, we didn't even know he ever played. Like, it doesn't make sense how good this guy is individually, but he shouldn't have needed to have to get 3 kills in this round. Like, the fact that his teammates get baited out so easily is worrying. And while they've been caught off by a few plays, you have to remember the opener also went the way of their opponents. Again, it's going to be stuck in them up, but Xiao, he just waits. Wow. He goes, okay, you know what? I'll sit in your gravity well, and I'll find the kill anyway.
And it was a great bait because they've got a second player, but we can't talk about that for now because coming out of hookah, Xiao is flashed up and dealt with. He was the player that was on long earlier, so they might not know that Shadow's here as well, and he's ready for a fight. The flash blinds himself, but hey, he gets out of there alive, and that's all that matters. Keeping the advantage that FPX have fought hard for. Forza will retrieve the spike. It's even going to plant down on the B site, more than likely. The retake is what we're worried about.
I like this from FPX. Much more calm and collected. They're not going in for these individual duels. They're not taking any risks. when it comes to how patient they're being, and they're making sure their teammate will be there. The flash is through, but it's not good. Coffee's left completely blind, and with only one more piece remaining, they need a hero, and maybe that's Zaigetsu. He hits the headshot. The first player down. Demasik might be caught by this flash as well. The peek back in. He gets rid of Zipan, and now it's left all on to Demasik. A great opportunity for them to take the lead once again. Demasik try to bait them back in. Will get one, but can he find the last man standing? Does it even matter at this stage? The spike ticking down, and he won't be able to close out the round. It is a huge clutch coming out from Forza to take themselves the 16th.
The stats are ruined. He died to the spike. But hey, 16-15, Forza did well, you know, that round, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't quite thinking they'd win it, but Zaigetsu, he needed his time, right? He's been in so many of these clutch situations and not gotten it done, and finally he shuts them down as they come into re-entry the site, leaves it in a 2v1. It's all just delaying time at that point. We really love to see it. 16-15. Forza looking to win this out on 17, and you know what's on this is, I don't know what it is, but when we get OTs, it's always 17-15. That's where it ends. So for that reason, I'm gonna lock in Forza. I think they're gonna get this one across the line.
Oh, that's one hell of a start. Zipan already gone. Shadow also tagged ridiculously low. Is he actually gonna go back? Wants to try and trade this out. He's so close to being dead.
That bullet might just have
seemed worth it.
Might have knocked a button off his shirt. That was pretty damn close. The first kill goes his way, and they even repeat, but Artist is coming out on top in that fight. Hey, 75 HP trade 1-to-1. That's kind of worthwhile, but Forza still have the man advantage. It is a very spread out and slow round from FPX. They're not looking to make a textbook push onto a side. Instead, they're trying to evade detection and sneak up behind. That's exactly what Angel just did. He hasn't managed to spot Artist, though. Quick on his feet, he just evades. Well, he's going to win the position now, but that's worthwhile. Hunter's Fury there to play with, and he's going to back way off. But Angel knows this, right? He's seeing the Hunter's Fury come online, and he hunts him down. Another kill for FPX as they look to stay alive and survive. 16-16 is the score that they need to end up on. And, well, as they back off, time is going to be a big issue for Forza. Getting back into this site with an operator especially, going to be tough.
The universe doesn't like it when MitchMan gets anything right, so him saying that this is a lock-in for Forza has made it almost a lock-in for FPX. They're fighting against 3 players and the MitchMan curse. We'll see if they can get anything done. The fake TP, the lineup potential, but it's only going to be one. And of course, as MitchMan prophesizes, the opposite happens.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that's my bet. You know, Jonas avoided jinxing today, and I've just jumped right on that train. So that one's on me.
Just zip it.
Just zip on it.
Don't say anything.
Xiao's close to hitting a 40 bomb as well. This guy's looking damn good right now. And for that reason, I'm going to say FPX. Well, no, sorry. I'm kidding.
For God's sake. You're trying to make enemies of every single organization.
Hey, you can't call me biased if I curse every team, right? That's fair. Oh, the blind. It almost wrecked Demasik. All right, yeah, okay.
Oh, God. 16-16. The wall definitely going to give some information, trying to potentially separate the push. Zipan is completely blind, and with his back to the majority of opponents, he still gets a kill. He should have been dead with absolutely nothing to his name, and well, that's exactly what Demasik is, as Artist has put him out of this round.
Well, that reveal isn't ideal for Shadow. He was kind of screwed in the corner. The flank from Angel is good, but it's being watched. They have way too many players alive at this stage. The Forza can cover all their bases. We're looking for that beautiful number 17. Looks like they might just find him. Time is so low here for Xiao. Isolating any duels be a big plus, but just too many angles to clear, man. 17-16 we go. One more for Forza, and they bring us to map 3. Feels like we've been here a couple of times, Tom. This series is really going the full distance. I saw earlier VCT EU tweeted out Like, oh, we saw NA had the record for the longest game, so we just wanted to do the same, which, I mean, technically the games lasted a whole day, so, you know, we're winning that one now. But maybe we're going for a record of our own.
Maybe. To be honest, with how fast the other maps have been, I don't mind. Like,
yeah, it's fine.
I've got nothing else to do. It's quite early in the day. Like, keep it rolling, lads. I'm more than happy to go to a third map. Dean is sick. Oh, that's a nice shot. He's so low on HP, but somehow still surviving. Counter flashes are going to deny this aggression at least a little bit more. Now they're going to clear the close angle. Now they have got to have seen that. If they do not clear this man, I am leaving. Thankfully, this time they will. Coffee with a chance for a double spray down, but gets nothing other than the singular. And now it leaves just 2 players trying to rotate in on the flank. All the footsteps have been heard by Shadow. He's now in that corner. And Demon 6 says, you know what? Come on then. I got my bazooka ready for you to face. It's left to this man once again, and a 1 versus 4 to close it. It would be huge, but unlikely.
Great timing on that push out to catch Shadow, but yeah, too many players to deal with. 17 to 17. Let's run it back. Let's run it. Let's do another OT, Tom. Why not? Why ever not? You know, it's starting to feel heartbreaking for Forza, really. Like, if they go out like this in such an extended OT map, oh, after how close it was. Those are the ones that really are the worst to lose. You know, we talk about getting smashed on the map, but I guarantee Oxygen can walk away from the series earlier. Forza can walk away from the map earlier and go, whatever. No, we lost it. They were better than us. That's it. But it's when you think, if I had hit that 1 shot, if I had waited that 1 second to shoot, there's all these things. It's a butterfly effect, right?
With Artist in the corner. I feel like that's the haunting one, even though I wouldn't blame him too much for that.
No, absolutely. I think he, like, for the situation he was in, blinded up, he reacted as soon as he was on blind. Whatever, that's fine. But there's a real reality where he holds the shot a second longer and one of them turns and kills him and he doesn't get anything. So
exactly.
Yeah, you can't blame yourself, but you can guarantee that he will blame himself.
Exactly,
yeah. That's the worst part of it. You'll look back and go, man, I lost this game when this, that, the other. There's going to be a million reasons that haunt you for the rest of your life. Let's hope, for Forza's sake, that I want to see a map 3 between these 2 teams. I want to see Forza take it all the way. The FPX probably don't share the same sentiment. The opening kill goes their way, and now Forza want to push into the B site, but will they? After being spotted and slowed like that, it looks like they will.
I think also the last man I want to be pushing right now is Xiao. He's been a superstar in this map so far. Zipan also such a strong position that they can't really do anything out with him walled off already. He's gonna get double there. It leaves Artist as the last man standing, and Xiao is there to finish it off. One of the cleanest rounds we've seen so far in overtime, and one of the first times in a while we have FPX with a chance to close it.
I really thought Coffee was going to go for the TP play there. Gate crash into the corner when he flashed back site. He didn't. He went straight to site with his teammates. Not against that play, but it just so happened that Zipan was on, I think it's fair to say, one of the strangest angles that you'll see. Certainly not something you're actively thinking about clearing. And the worst part is they cleared it, right? They walked out and they cleared the close corner of Hookah, and then they think, okay, cool. We've cleared that, like what you're looking at on your screen here, the close left corner inside Hookah. Like, oh, he's not there, so he's not peeking us. And instead, he's on top of the box because they have that extra player outside of mid holding on. Now, game isn't over just yet. Don't worry. Don't sweat it. Someone's like, wait, if it hits 18, is it, oh, what's happening? No, it's all good. Relax. We're still going to have some games, just a little bit of a tech issue, and they're going to solve it in the background, and we're right back in. I guarantee that once these mice issues are resolved, the players are going to be thankful to have this little bit of a breather. Not even for strategy. Yeah, it's not even strategy or anything like that. It's like they're probably as worn out as their mouse is right now. They want to take a little breather. You can only imagine what your heart is doing when you hit, like, what OT are we on? It's 18, 17, you know? We're 6 OTs deep. We're going the full distance. It is what it is.
You don't do math on air. That's the rule. You just say, yeah, don't know.
Bunch of OTs. Bunch of OTs, yeah. Man.
I know that we're going into round 36, thanks to the top of the screen. So that's the safest I will be willing to go down. But yeah, I think the other side of the coin, because we've been looking this from a very like Forza-esque standpoint. They lose it, they're out, blah blah blah. Yeah. If they win this, surely their opponents FPX are going to be exhausted. Like, you've just played a ridiculously long map. you're now going to have to head into another. And I would now go over to Forz and say, like, you're going to have the wind in your sails. You've just been able to take a map that's been ridiculously long, exhausting, to say the least, but I don't know. I'd give them a much better opportunity than if this had even been a blowout, because FPX would have been able to reset a lot easier. So
Scanning ahead.
We'll see. Can they turn it back once again? The 19-17 needed for FPX, and of course, well, everybody knows, if it evens up once more, we're going to another OT.
Here we go again. It's like tennis, where we were at deuce, and now it's advantage FPX. Let's see if they can pull it across the line. I've learned that from Mario Tennis, by the way. I've never seen... It doesn't matter. That pushes into the site. Dimasik's already across. That smoke ends up costing Zeddy a lot. Goes down to 70 HP on a random spam through it. Angel, in fact, just runs right in. Charges in to try and take some damage. Shock darts raining down, and they've avoided them. FPX delaying it a little bit, and now getting it in. Okay, the Tiger is going to catch a tag. Zeddy goes absolutely nuclear, taking a double kill and opening it, leaving Zipan alone in a 1 versus 4 that he just doesn't win this. The spam, oh, it's close, but it's no cigar again. 18 to 18. Forza tie it up, and we keep on rolling. This is gonna be an exhausting match, and yeah, for FPX's, for their sake, I really hope we don't end up on that map 3, because they'll be feeling pretty ill about that one, but at the same time, I want to see it, man. Yeah, give him an extra 10 minutes. Let him relax in between. I want to see Forza and everything that they can do.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on this map at least, I am thinking we have now seen everything they can do. With this many rounds currently being played, I do have to say, with the re-aggression onto elbow from FPX, I thought they were going to close the round there. Zeddy just being able to find both players trying to double peek against him. Well, now they go back onto the attack once again. Early stars placed to try and garner control. There is going to be the fragment thrown in response, so no real bathrooms control gathered by either team, but eventually Angel is going to spot that is clear. And this could be a bit of a problem, because they're now trying to make a play through mid. Never mind. An instant headshot onto Zipan, the trade onto Xiao, and Angel taking a lot of damage to try and hold on to lamps.
But he is still in charge of it as he comes out spraying, ready for them to already be fighting. The flash is so good. He right-clicks it and swings in. It's the 1-for-1 trade. And the flag for the double. Dimasik's shuts them down. Zeddy's got it all to do yet again. Creeping up behind. The shot to Dimasik is good. And Shadow remains for now. Zeddy needs to win this one out. He now knows where Shadow is, but he can't land the shot. 19 to 18. We are going into a very extended series. Is 38 rounds needed to separate these teams, possibly more, but this could be it.
This play here, when you look at it in isolation, might seem like madness. 1-for-1 trade, probably not worth it. It's all for this. It is all to just bait them into holding that angle. Everybody's looking at Angel and no one is focused on the flank. He makes space for Dimasik, and wow, Dimasik with nobody looking at him, that's going to be an easy couple of kills. Xiao now waiting, but again! Oh, it's ridiculous. Xiao is now gone. The aggression, and Angel's got an operator. This is getting weirder by the second.
Did they not expect FPX to play a default? Wait, Hudgen's still pushing? There's a flash there, and he's actually getting the kill and getting out. Sorry, I just want to be clear. This guy's playing Viper. He's playing Viper. I just want to be very... Tom, am I hallucinating, or is Hudgen playing Viper? It really looks to me like he is. But he ran down mid for the opening kill, and then he ran down through his own orb to take that other... I mean, that is not traditional Viper gameplay. I think it's fair to say. That's a different take. They don't know that the players are already up middle. This could be dangerous. Artist is in a lot of trouble. Dimasik's just around the corner, and he backs off, gives the space for free. That's the only reason Dimasik doesn't follow him, right? The fact that he has the spike, he's got to go back and plant. But that now puts them in a good position. Yeah, they've got a man disadvantage, but the operator is more than happy to bridge that gap and look for a little bit more.
This is not an angle I want to be seeing Angel take. think he actually might have done a little bit there. Doesn't seem to have connected too much. Nice shot coming out from Coffee, though. Turns things into their favor. 3v2, but the whiff from Coffee could be enough. It's these two once again. This duo holding on to the lamps. Now, they're actually going to stick this. Hugion's already got it to half. He's just going all the way. They're not expecting him to stick. He's just ninja diffused in front of their faces. The disrespect from Fords at 19-19.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Pros don't fake, Tom. I have never, ever seen that amount of goal. Like, to just stand there.
Shot.
At 19-18. To stay alive in VCT. Can you imagine the pressure that that man is feeling? If I try to do that in a ranked, I'm going to be needing to go clean up afterwards. Let's put it that way. And yet, he has managed to just sit there and go,
not even like he's just chewing away, just like, man, no normal day at the office. Like
19-19. Wow. Same setup from Forza we've seen on the attack before. They're going to use their stars, pull them back as they go on in through Bath, clear it out with the Tiger. Here's the wall that will be destroyed instantly, and the drone has even spotted him. Zipman stuck in the corner. He's being rushed down on. Great opening by Zeddy. Forza have just taken so much control so quickly, and FBX need a reaction right now. Flank is spotted, but at least gets a kill for it, and now that's pressure on the planter. You can't really just plant open, you've got to make a move, and Hudson does exactly that. This guy's incredible on the Viper, and he keeps going. Oh my, 2 versus 3,
oh, no.
But then he's dropped, and an opportune moment and a flash right on top of them. They couldn't see a damn thing as Dimisic took the round for FPX, 20-19. Tom, we started out the day in a very slow fashion. We started out this series exactly the same. What is going on at this stage? It's round 40, and we have had clutch after clutch, huge plays on each side.
Oh my god!
I mean, I've said this a few times in the past in a jesting manner, but I genuinely mean this. I cannot take much more of this. My heart is paying for this.
Oh, I think this might be the best map of Valorant I've ever watched. Normally when you get to this stage as well, you're kind of like, you've seen the same thing a million times, you're bored of the match and you just want it to end. I genuinely don't want this to end. It's been so good. We have a ninja defuse back to back with a blast pack over the top of the truck for a double headshot. Like, I've never seen that ever, let alone in back-to-back rounds. This is a joke.
Every round is insane, and it just doesn't stop. I've struggled to recall a series in Counter-Strike or in Valorant that I've been covering that has lived up to this. This is incredible. FPX, 55 seconds left. They're in a default spread out. Forza previously pushed down middle, pushed down B long. This time, it's a much more turtle position. I think that last round has shook them to their core. They know they need to do something different anyways. So this kind of setup is definitely going to be profitable, or potentially going to be profitable. Hudgen shuts down Angel on the A side. This was the intended take. They want to push into A, at least that's what they're posturing. Dimisic fakes out a little bit of control now, starts to make noise on B to pull, rotates in, but no one's moving. They are staying in position as Zipbang gets spotted. Forza are ready for this A play. The wall down, broken instantly. The plant will still be attempted though on an angle, but Hudgen goes right out, and that is a triple kill from Hudgen. It seems like normal stuff at this point because it's happening so frequently, but another massive play to keep them alive as Forza hit double digits in the 2s. I don't even know what you call that. Hit 20.
Digits in the 2s.
Double digits. And then I realized, you know what? It's 10. It's been double digits, so now it's 20. How do I do that? Double digits
in the
times
2s.
2. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going for. The point is, it's 2020. As in, it is 40 rounds in, Tom. I think it is acceptable that a part of my sanity fades away at this point. Oh, at least a little bit more, let's say. Double digits in the 2s.
Yeah, I need a tag timeout as well.
In the 2s, man.
That's amazing. Oh god. Well, this is hands down the longest map I've ever commentated. I don't remember. I don't think it's the record. I don't know what is. I don't remember. But I know it was one of the North American games. I know that I think it was Asuna got a ridiculous amount of kills. But hey, I'm just enjoying myself here. We're going into round 41. I don't know what the rules are on tactical timeouts. Do you get an extra one every few rounds? I have no idea. There are a lot of things at this point that are almost confusing to me, but hey, it is funny that up until this point, as said, in 3 maps that we watched, the team facing against the favorite had managed to get 8 rounds. Now, Force have got 20 in 1 map. So we've seen more than double the amount of rounds come in. See, that's maths I'm willing to go for. Just on Bind alone. Never seen anything like this. Maybe never will again. But, you know, I'm enjoying myself.
I'm having a good time. That's for sure. Well, as we hit round 41, double digits in the 4s in terms of rounds, Tom. I'm seeing an operator in the hands of Angel. Now, a little bit of a switch up. They're keeping it fresh, keeping it new. And as of yet, not spotting anything. Knife came in. Obviously, they're playing this operator down on the A site. Knife goes through TP, doesn't see anything there. Now they got to be a little bit cautious about teleporting because there could potentially be a player snuck in, I think, on Dimasik's timing. An incredibly slow round, man.
Yeah,
you can feel it. Oh yeah, I mean that's
the norm.
That's how the OTs have been playing out.
I'm a little bit worried about the fact that there's a double hookah stack, and they've got all the information they need. They've got deep control from Zipan. Angel, he's just dying, and now they're all going to go through the TP. They managed to hold control, but do they know that there's a snake in the grass? With 25 seconds left, Zipan could end this round in his tracks. The first goes his way, but Coffee so quick on the trade. But again, there's this flank. Dimasik has caused them problems so many times. Angel is already going to drop another with the operator and trying to be a little bit sneaky, try and bait that timeout. And there goes Dimasik again. These flanks have been phenomenal, and he will close it with a triple. It is 21, the lead again for however many times it's been taken by FPX. But is this going to be the close?
Welcome to 2021. This is a phenomenal series. FPX need one more to close this one out. But I think at this stage, most people should have a good grasp on how the OT mechanics work. It is the 2-round lead needed. As we come into the final seconds, I'm looking around and I'm seeing that operator yet again. Tom Hudgens got it in hand.
Deploying drone.
Hey, the funny thing is, he's been the most aggressive. That was quick. See you later, Shadow. Not gonna be hot. Oh no. Ah, that's the most painful of all of them. Just the unscope, the perfect second to keep Zipan alive. We're actually gonna see the TP, but quickly gate crashing away. Again, looking to try and put a little bit of pressure on this B site. Dimasik has been the one to lead the charge in many occasions with Angel alongside him. Still a lot to do in this round.
Well, Angel's going to be taken down and putting Forza in a good spot to potentially hit us with another rotate. The rotate from FPX sees them go towards the A site. The problem is there is a lot of utility waiting for them here. Astra Util sat down, and of course Yoru ready to react with a flash still in hand. He's going to fake the TP, putting his steps on through. I mean, quite valuable at this stage of the game. Honestly, that probably gets FPX to full commit to this A play if they weren't already going to. Hudgen doesn't really have an angle here. Good shot by Artist, and he even sneaks out of the smoke to get a shot off, finishing it with the drop shot. 21-21. I say finishing it, Tom, but I'll tell you what, there's no end in sight when it comes to this series.
Overtime.
Never mind this series, this map, in fact.
So, as of right now, do we currently have both teams with more rounds individually than we've seen from a map in total? There's some maths for you. There's some food for thought.
Wait, sorry, are you saying there's more rounds in this?
No, I mean, so like they've got 21 rounds and the other maps were like 13-4, so they have got more rounds individually
Oh yeah,
than
yeah,
were
for sure.
totally played on other maps.
On the other maps, yeah. Yeah, for sure. It is kind of ridiculous when you say it like that. That said, it's kind of ridiculous when you say it, full stop. It's just, series is ridiculous, but I'll take it. I'll take it every day of the week. Now, FPX postured a little bit towards the A site. They even put their wall down. Angel put...
Oh, he's perfect.
Forza, sorry. That is such a good push. God, man, like, you see Angel in that position, you think, okay, first of all, there's no jets around, right? So you're not dashing out. You're not making those sort of aggressive plays for free quite as much. And he's got the confidence to just play all the way down. He's going back out, Tom. He's actually going to swing on this. He's gone all the way, but Hutchins waiting. The operator battle won on the other side of it. The nade slows them slightly, allows Dimisic to get inside the tube. He's ready for a fight, but so is Coffee. A nice headshot connected. Pulls us into a man advantage for Forza. Shao steps out to the site, and he spots a few. This is 2 quick kills, and the spike plant denied. Leaving Forza to pull back into this. They have to push onto the site. There's players in hookah. There's one on site. This is really, really tough to make work. I've additionally spotted Shao's Paranoia online. Doesn't even need to use it, as it's all down to Sugetsu, who gets the first. Here's the step on site. He's trying to bait them into a fight, but they'll run the clock down. They'll play this on time and get 21-22 on the board. FPX, another map and series point as we step into round 44.
Match point.
Does anybody want to, like, tweet me how many series points FPX have had at this point? Because I've just seen the screams now saying, like, can someone end this so we know who we're playing? Trying to prep for the upcoming games. And, well, at this point, it really could be anyone. Again, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point. But for anybody who doesn't know, FPX have actually got a chance to win this map. And, well, it's up to Forza to stop them, surprisingly. We're going to see the fake steps. At this point, it has just become a game of trying to bait FPX into almost not checking that. Fujion going to have to fall all the way back. And the peek through from Coffee. Only going to get himself one, though. Angel quick enough on the trade. He's so aggressive with this operator, and he might just get punished for it. Only 26 HP. The wall going down, trying to isolate some of these duels and just spamming off shots. It's Artist to turn the tide again, and only one man standing. It's all on to Shao to try and bring this one home. It's not happening once more.
No way. Is this the longest game? I remember the Gen G game. It was 23-21. I don't remember a game going past round 45, 46. Am I crazy? Anyway, I'll tell you what, if it's not the longest, it's damn close. 22-22. I mean, hey, they're making up for that first map. We basically just played the first 2 maps of the series on Bind, and we're going for a little bit more. Keep on pushing, keep on going. FPX going to be feeling pretty downtrodden after not winning that one, but the playing field is evened yet again. No doubt fatigue is a factor for these players, but they're not going to let it hold them back. And you see it in Angel getting aggressive every time with this operator, but this time he won't find any reward for it and gets out of there just as the drone comes in.
We've seen a few times now these more aggressive positions from FPX getting punished. Coffee, he's still going to be able to find the kill. Maybe try and get that extra push through. They haven't cleared the corner of Zipan, and the wall might keep him alive just a little bit longer. He's going to land the headshot anyway, but the trade eventually comes through. Keeping it even once again with 2 players going to try and fight back, but the shot from Shadow straight through the wall is going to put it back to a 2v2.
Well, this is now much more doable for FPX, and I feel bad because there's nothing that player could have done. Just get randomly spammed on through. The plant faked out for the TP. They're going to go to the B site and get themselves a bunch of control there. Dimisic on his way, double blast pack play. Has a nade to work with as well, and it's going to make its way towards the site. But the peak Artist is ready for it. The recon on its way. It's going to be broken by Shadow, who barely survives the shot hitting his shoulder. As another shock dart makes its way out towards that position, Shadow has crept his way onto the site. They don't know that he's here, but they're giving up the control. They're allowing him to tap that spike before they go out for a peek and Shadow is clearing all of these angles, but finding them completely empty as he moves into hookah. Does he check the close left? And he does. But unfortunately, Artist was there a little bit too quickly. Already swinging out wide, putting it 23 to 22. Forza on map point, but it's not series point. Remember, they'll have to play split after this if they win this round here, which almost feels unfair because they've already basically played 3 maps.
How does Zipan get away with 2 kills there? There was so many plays in this round again that just looked like it should have gone in the other direction. This was also just... he sees the Hawk. That's what it is. It gives away the position, just decides to spam through because of it. 23 to 22. Again, we're going to see the operator in on the defensive side. It had its successes. And normally in this case, we see 4s around down. The fact is, though, we know how resilient FPX are, and Zaigetsu only shows a leg, but he's going to be caught for it.
These Alps are having so much impact when it comes to the last couple of OT rounds that we've seen. Definitely worth the investment. 1:08 on the clock, plenty of time. FPX love to play defaults, and from what we've seen of them so far, you know, oftentimes, Tom, it's been 30 seconds left on the clock when they push in, so with the man advantage that they found, I don't expect to see any different here.
Yeah, just going to try and play with their opponents, force some rotates, but the read, at least for now, is a pretty decent one. Now, we've been seeing them throw that knife from afar, so it was almost an attempt to bait them into a rotation. Hugion's going to hit himself the shot. Oh, it's a bit of a whiff.
What?
Coffee's not going to get anything. The chance there, at least, vulnerability onto Shadow, but they're getting ready to try and pop out onto this site. They need the Viper to go huge again. They need Artist to land something. And actually, they're going to teleport through. But Zeddy's waiting. He didn't leave the site. He's been staying there patiently, looking to try and stun them up as they walk through. Already going to find himself 1 second and all 3 for Zeddy. He has closed out the map on his own. And finally, it comes to a close with 4s as the victors.
What an incredible series that has just been. 24 to 22 as we close it out. I mean, I'll be honest, after the first map, I expected a slightly better performance from Forza here. Didn't quite see that one coming though, Tom. It has caught me by surprise a smidge, but a hell of a series to bring us all the way to a 3rd map now, as we're going to be going on to Split in a little bit. Now, Tom, I'm gonna hazard a guess here, roll the dice, and just say probably a little bit of an extended break. They might need a few extra minutes.
Let's put it that way. I need a break, and we've casted 3 of the quickest maps we've ever had today, so I can't imagine what it's like for some of the players on the other side. And now the game changes, because this was only Forza fighting for their survival up until now. Now, this final map, either team can go home. We could see FPX going out as one of the first teams from the whole region, which would be ridiculous.
The plot thickens most certainly. And, you know, I mentioned the Gen G game. It was 23 to 21 in the end. That's the longest one I had remembered. And I can confirm that this one has beaten it, obviously, and beaten all the VCT games. Longest game in VCT so far. Hey, we'll take that. And they've got to go to a map 3. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. And when we come back, AD is going to probably have a field day with that one and talk us through what we can expect from Split. We'll see you real soon.
to Berlin, Germany. The year is 2050 and we're celebrating Ryan's 64th birthday. Happy birthday, Ryan.
I mean, it's apparently every day, right? So I might as well go that way.
I mean, that was a marathon, Ryan and Kaquka. It ended. Scream was tweeting that he wasn't sure if it was going to end, but Ryan, that was about survival, and you can tell how much both teams wanted it.
Yeah, 1 hour and 42 minutes total, so longer than the Gen G TSM match as well. The funniest thing is that overtime alone, if you add 10 minutes to that, was almost longer than Team Liquid versus Oxygen, both maps.
Oh.
That's a long overtime overall, but Forza coming back in that fashion. Not many teams are able to actually do that, and I think everybody had like a highlight moment.
I think that we were talking about in the pre-match, especially about Yoru and KO and what they could bring to the teams. But I feel like in the overtime, it wasn't about them at all. We had sick plays. I remember. I can only think about the overtime because it's been like half the map.
I can't remember normal time. Yeah.
Exactly, and I think it was interesting because the beginning force was like, okay, we didn't manage to close it. Let's try and do a clean overtime. They were even picking up the orbs, thinking about what we're gonna do mid-round, all for this tragedy. And I think we've seen everything. And the most important thing I feel is like the players with the most endurance, like Dimisic, we were talking on the green room, have been crazy, the outcome that they put for their teams in the overtime.
Well, let's talk about Dimisic because, we talk about Shao, we talk about Zipan, we talk about Angel, like you said, the KO there. Also, just look at these kills, it's ridiculous. I think this must be one of those
43.
games where we had the most players over 30 kills. It must have been at least 4 or 5 players. But yeah, on the scoreboard, it's always easy to look towards these household names. But Dimisic, we weren't 100% convinced. I know, Kaquka, you felt like his Phoenix could have been better. But the Raze today, I personally felt like he was almost the MVP of that map.
Yeah, especially as I was saying during the overtime, there was like at least 4 or 5, maybe 6 rounds where Dimisic were like, "Oh, we're losing it. Never mind. I'm gonna just charge on top of the bus. I'll just get this. No worries, team." So yeah, it was crazy for him. But after 46 rounds, I cannot even imagine how tired these teams are right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I think one of the more impressive things for Dimisic is just he was doing stuff that nobody else in their right mind would actually do. There was a round where they were on an eco. It was on the A site. We saw Forza putting down the Viper's pit into more lamps area. Dimisic just pushes in there with the Guardian, kills the Viper, and holds that position. And nobody from FPX really does that anymore. That's the more frustrating thing. But this is a round where Forza are able to actually sort of sit back and play. They were setting the pace so often, having this huge amount of aggression. And the fact that they were holding back with this almost like anti-plant utility. Hogyon gets 2 off the back of the Hunter's Fury from Artist, who had a fantastic series. He stepped up massively. It's the fact that Forza were playing a super high tempo on attack. They were trying to face into FPX as much. And then around like this, they're playing super passively and still managed to win it out for FPX. Both teams showed a lot of different sides to their play. And it's more impressive that Forza won it out in the end because FPX, frankly, they should have won it on multiple rounds. The defuse, all that kind of stuff. This is mental breaking for FPX.
I mean, the defuse, now you brought it up, they were 1 round away from not just winning the map, but the series, Kaquka. Now, mentally, how do FPX come back from this? Because they do have one of the most experienced players in Europe on that roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously they're tired. There's no way that after 46 rounds you're not tired. But they still have to, clear their minds and think about the next map because they didn't have the best results earlier today. We'll talk about that. But before we jump into that, I would really like to say, we've talked about Dimisic, but I feel like Zeddy and Artist did so much for their team. Like the utility from Zeddy was out of this world. The way that he didn't only play for the team, but also for himself with the Astra, that was 10 out of 10 from him.
It really is a 50-50 map at this point. It's not like FPX was super strong and split in the first place. It's a map that we saw them play yesterday. We saw them with the Viper. It was super interesting against Supermassive Blaze, but they did end up losing the series in the end as well. So this is a nice bit of momentum for Forza to go, we've done something really unthinkable. We've come back from the brink. But FPX, they were hoping to be like Team Liquid, to be done. They're in bed, ready for their next game against Team Liquid at this point. But the fact that it's gone on this long, I could see a lot more mistakes coming from them because we saw a dozen at least in the end of that bind game.
I mean, it does feel like, especially like you said, in that bind game, every time FPX had the advantage, they were one round away from winning, something just falls apart for them. And as you both mentioned, Split is next. That is the decider. But before we dive into that, I kind of want you guys to help me paint a picture here, because this is elimination, but it means two very different things for these two teams. So Ryan, you know, if FPX aren't able to win the next map and they get eliminated on the first elimination round here at EMEA, what does this mean for the roster and also champions?
It's similar to Oxygen with what we said, like they're kind of safe, but it really depends if G2 does really well, if Supermassive Blaze do well. Those teams that have 0 points suddenly get a couple of hundred because they get to Berlin and place 4th, 5th, 6th. There is a chance for FPX to be knocked out of last chance qualifiers. For Forza, it's more likely. They're like 10th, I think, and it's the top 10 that go, 11th, they get nothing. So Forza lose this, somebody will overtake them at that point. For FPX, there's still a glimmer of hope, but it's still out of your hands. And I think FPX are already a little bit concerned with their results recently, so this is a nightmare scenario for them.
I mean, Supermassive versus G2 is gonna happen, and one of the teams is gonna get to Berlin. So it's literally just one spot. Everything has to go really bad for them. I mean, really good for them to qualify if they lose this map. Now, are they ready for a split?
Oh, God.
I don't know. I really don't. Like, I feel like anything could happen. Really, anything.
Well, Kaquka, you know, FPX, they played this recently and they lost on a map that we didn't really maybe expect them to lose. Obviously, they had the whole scenario of having to play the last bit of it this morning as well. How much faith do you have on this team, especially given the changes, you know, we saw with Shao as well?
I think there's still, I mean, I would say it's a 55-45 for FPX just because of how tired they are. I really think that they can pull this map, but I don't know. All I can think of is Coffee's face when he stood up after 46 rounds being like, I cannot believe we actually got this map. So Split, it's literally all of nothing for both teams. So I'm kind of expecting, hope not the same, that on
No, we want
close
it.
to that.
We want it. We need 50 more birthdays for Ryan.
We can break some more records. I think like artists just being able to play off of that. His Sage has been really good on Split from watching some of their old VODs back as well. So I'm excited to see that overall. But I just think for FPX, they didn't win a round today when they had to replay the end of the Split map against Supermassive Blaze. That is mental booming in itself, that they had the lead and they can't pick up one round. They stayed on 10 rounds total and Supermassive Blaze just overtook them. That's concerning to me. And, you know, the break is a big thing because Supermassive Blaze were able to actually just sort of spend time to think about how FPX were approaching it. They can almost think about that Viper pick a little bit more and see how they want to approach it. They succeeded. FPX couldn't use that time to really make it work in the end. So they got to be prepared for a lot here.
It was an awkward situation for them. Like, you know that you're going in, you're one map down. It was a little bit like Oxygen must have felt. And they didn't even have time to warm up or expect, I mean, because obviously after that break, there was going to come something different from Supermassive, and they were already great players on a great team. So what can you expect? I really feel like this is going to be a great map whatsoever. One thing that I do not like is the fact that FPX relies a lot on like the classical composition for this map, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. Now, the teams are having a little break right now. We might as well take a break as well because we've done so much today. But do not go anywhere because Agent Select is on the way right after this. an absolute marathon, but both FPX and Forza can see the finish line now. All they have to do is win on Split. I'm Yinsu, and I'm on the desk again with Ryan and Kaquka. Like I said, Split, this is the decider. I know both of you were still leaning a little bit more towards FPX, but Ryan, last time for today, the win conditions, what do Forza need to do now? Do you feel like it's going to be a little bit easier for them here?
If they can build up that lead initially, because that's what made them look so good on Bind, is they were up at the half 8-4, then FPX came back into a little bit, and that's where FPX looked good on Split against Supermassive Blaze. They were 7-0 up initially, they had that lead, but then towards the end, like I mentioned, when we came back to it this morning, 7 rounds in a row Supermassive Blaze won, and FPX weren't able to get one. So it really is just keeping that momentum. Split is very good at doing that, even attacking or defending sided. It's just try and keep that momentum, keep the economy on your side if you can. Don't force up if you don't need to. So we're not going to see like operators and stuff, for example. That's the thing that I think is just keep those rounds rolling if you can.
There's something that scares me, even if it's just a little bit. First of all, we're going to have Zeddy on the Astra. Big fan from now on, big fan. And I have to say that also looking at stats, we can see that Forza is actually stronger on attack, whether, as Ryan was saying, FPX's defense on Split is not the best. So everything, I think, might go through that first half if they start that way. I can remember.
Well, that Astra was instrumental.
Like 5 years ago.
It pretty much was, yeah. You know, the Astra you spoke about, instrumental on Bind, and it's just not something we see in Europe anymore. So, Kaquka, do you feel like that is something that maybe Europe are lacking behind for the first time? Because I feel like we're so used to being like, oh yeah, we're the pioneers, you know, we start stuff. But CIS, Turkey, they're both using the Astra very, very well.
So the conversation went like that. It was like, oh, Astra's in, let's try it. A lot of teams were using her and it was great. And then the meta changes again and they're like, well, is this really worth it? So we think we're actually ahead, as you were saying. But then we see other teams like coming from the bottom and with this spectacular performances and you're saying, actually, with what I'm saying, I think we're missing out on some utility, especially how they play with double controller. So maybe we are. Only time will tell.
Yeah, there's just a high tempo, I suppose, that they were able to do with utility. But Soigetsu's not going to be on the sky anymore, so Zeddy kind of has to do it all. But if it's just about controlling that ground disaster, and I think he's been tremendous doing that across the series.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and find out what these teams are going to be picking for the last time today. Who knows? It could potentially be like a double match. And that's what I'm calling the Bind, because that wasn't even just one game. But as you guys can see, into Agent Select, Coffee very quickly locking in that raise. But you know, FPX, they could be experimenting a
Back on the Viper still, yeah.
Yeah. Shao still on the Viper. Are you a fan of this, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, it's still good on this map. And like I said before, like I don't think Viper's an agent other than Icebox that you need to play on any particular map. But if you know the strategies, have ideas around it, and teams like Forza maybe not expecting to run into it, then maybe you can make it work. It had success yesterday. Let's not pretend that FPX got domed by a Supermassive Blaze. It's just that Forza are running something they've been comfortable with for quite some time. And Astra, Sage, mostly that's going to be staying central in the map overall, trying to take mid-control buff on the attack and defense. It's going to be difficult to uproot that with a Viper on, say, attack, I think.
Yeah, I also have to say, I do like the fact that Dimasik is back on the Cypher. He's given, as we were saying, a great performance on Raze, but I feel like it is also the safe pick. Also, Shao again on the Viper. He was great on Omen. Is it going to be the same for this split? We don't know. I feel like Force is going to be really strong after managing to pull out that map. I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen. For once, I don't want any of these teams to win, actually.
Well, I'm going to force you to pick one now, Kaquka. Which team do you feel like could potentially take this one?
I'm sticking to FPX.
I'm the same. The only reason is just
5%
because,
only,
like you said, like it's a safe choice from FPX. And when FPX played safe on Icebox, they looked the best team there. So it's only when things get a bit zany and out there on Bind that things were looking out of control. But on a map like this with these comps, FPX really should be winning this, let's be honest.
Whoa, well, this is it. This is the decider. Can FPX redeem themselves, or can Forza pull off the upset of the tournament? Mitch and Tom, let's get into game now and find out.
It has been one hell of a day so far, Tom. That it most certainly has. But you know what? We've got a little bit more to bring to the table, don't we? Final map. certainly of the day, but who knows when it's going to end. Usually, you know, I'm ordering dinner about an hour and a half, but I went ahead and waited till tomorrow. I've just ordered some breakfast just in case. Tom, I'm ready for this one. Are you?
Sure. Let's say yes, just to
I think so.
Like keep everybody happy. After the last one, I'm not. I didn't expect to see 46 rounds played in a map. I don't know if I'll be able to cope if that happens again. I'm also a little bit sad that we don't get the Phoenix, because that was something yesterday I actually really enjoyed, especially on the attack. And that was where we actually saw FPX really dominant, in fact, yesterday. They had a lot of cool like pot flashes that they were throwing through and giving Demasik the ability to be that pure entry fragger. They've gone back a little bit, and I think his Cypher is something that we can definitely enjoy, but I'm more interested by the fact that we're seeing them with no duelist at all, which is a bit weird.
What I'm curious about, though, Tom, is like, where do you think player mentality is at this point? Bouncing back from a loss like that for FPX in the previous map, playing the longest game in VCT history, to then lose and end up on a third map now with the real possibility, and I mentioned it in the previous map, hey, you know, they're whatever. You lose that map, hey, you just play the next one. It's all good. But now, you lose this one, it's elimination time. And whilst FPX might have a good chance of making it into last chance qualifier or anything like that, they're not going to be happy on missing out on another Masters.
I think something we've learned from like the top teams, or the teams we consider to be the top teams, is when they're down, they always seem to come back even stronger. Liquid proved it today with just the obliteration of Oxygen. I think FPX are almost the kings of that. Like, if I was going to put a team on a pedestal that I think definitely could come back from it, they'd be the one that I'd choose. Like, I think they've got an in-game leader in the form of Angel, who's had to do this thousands and thousands of times. Like, the man has been doing this for so long now that it will be second nature. Now, some of the younger players, maybe I'd call into question, but players like Xiao and Zipan, I can't think of like back-to-back poor performances ever from them. So I'm not really worried. And then the experienced players like Demasik and Shadow, again, I expect them to bounce back from this with quite a bit of ease. So going into Split, this is a map that they've always been very good on, even going all the way back to the likes of Party Parrots. And sure, Fours do enjoy playing it as well, but realistically, I'm still going to favor FPX, even though in most other cases, I would favor the team that just came off a map victory.
Yeah, so you're favoring FPX, evidently. I'm not going to say who I'm favoring because we've learned a valuable lesson today. But I did say, I mean, you'll remember when it was, 16, 15? I said that map was going to go in favor of Forza, and it did.
You also said it was going to be 17-15, though. You did also say the exact scoreline.
If we abbreviate what I said, I was right. So I'm happy with that. Let's get into the game. Let's start it. I'm going to press my caster start game button. It has been pressed, and so we're going in. We're on our way into Split. Now, Tom, we know that this is going to be a challenge for FPX mentally, just to keep themselves awake and in it. They've had a little bit of a break, and as you said, you know, even if you would question some of these younger players, simply the fact that they have someone like Angel spearheading that team makes me believe that their mentality is not going to be a problem. But over on the Forza side, they're coming off the back of that victory, and now we come into the pistol round. They're on the attack here on Split. Let's see what they can do.
It's looking like Xiao is going to opt to try and take a fair bit of mid-control. The Poison Cloud put in early, the wall put behind it. Bit intrigued by that. They're using a lot of utility early, something that I don't think I've said for about 46 rounds, because on Bind, that definitely wasn't the case. It was hold on to it as long as humanly possible. But I think they're trying to deter them back from going into this position. Now a smoke will fall as well to just delay them that little bit longer. Fours, well, they're going to have to be patient, and in fact, it looks like the deterrent has worked.
It just might have. It feels like we're not that far away from some big combat going down as we see the Forza players grouping up outside that A site. Looking to move into this one as a pack. Angel in a sneaky position. One of the worst. If you don't check your corner when you walk through, he's walking away with 2 or 3 kills guaranteed. Playing it with a ghost as they walk by. They don't clear it, but Artist eventually swings and spots him. That's the... Oh, how has he done that? Right click them through. A smoke and a third has got his way. He's just tearing them apart. My God, up above, Xiao is doing damage. Already 3 kills here in the pistol round, and Forza have a man disadvantage just because of him. Artist, I think, has been spotted up close, and Zipan right-clicks him to death. Why would you ever buy a Ghost when this weapon's on the market? Xiao tagging up Zeddy makes it so much easier for Dimisic to deal with them, and that is going to be 1-0 for FPX.
I do really enjoy when players almost just kind of, like, almost instantly just pull any doubts away. Because as I said, it's normally the young players you look to crumble under pressure. Like, you're never really going to focus on the player who's been around for tenure and had to be in these positions many a time. You look at players like Xiao and Zipan, who are very, very young coming into Valorant, and 3 of the kills went Xiao's way, the other went Zipan, and then 1 for Dimisic. Like, I don't think they're even breaking a sweat. I think they've had a team talk. They, of course, got Doombros alongside them as well, which every single one of our analysts seems to talk to. And hopefully, he's also had some words with his team.
So we come into this round with quite a lot invested from both teams, Tom. You know, they've got a lot of weapons. Force buy from Forza, and I can't say I'm too surprised considering the map that's in it. On the attack side, already got a lot of space. And the Spectres are given away, right? At this point, FPX know that they're up against a Force buy. This isn't going to be an easy round. Not the textbook 2-0 into a full buy. Now, Angel's stuck in the corner, but they're not pushing him down. Flash from Shadow's going to come through. Angels doesn't see anyone. Step still hurt. They know there's players around here, but Forza are really just pumping the brakes because they've no beat control and they have to make a move sometime soon. And the nades exchanged. Look where Angel is. He's getting right up in their face on the edge of the smoke as Shadow picks them off. Here comes Angel through the smoke, but he gets nobody. He was behind them. Damage done, but it's not enough. Forza, man advantage. Coffee getting healed back up, and the plant is in. This is a disaster.
Yeah, fortunately, the 2 players surviving are Xiao and Zipan. So if anybody was going to be able to bring this home, this is the duo that you would want in this scenario, clearing some of those closer angles, using the snake bite to find a little bit of space, and they know there's no wraparound. This actually gives them far more information than it takes away on the other side. One will go their way, but Zipan can't quite capitalize. He has, however, done a hell of a lot of damage. He baits with the shots, and they almost line up, but Coffee will land the insta headshot. Not on Yoru this time, but still putting up those numbers nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous work from Forza. The Force buy in the second round is a gamble. They really rolled the dice, but they got the reward for it. And FPX going to do the same, perhaps? I mean, Angel played with a Ghost in the previous round, so he can get a Vandal out here. The rest of the team could eco this. You could play it as a hero rifle. On the defensive side, it's going to be tough to make it work, really, but I think that's what they're going for, Tom.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit peculiar for me is the fact that Dimisic has invested into shields and a pistol. So financially, he's going to be in the bin in the next round. Maybe going to play a Guardian, see quite a bit cheaper than it used to be. And Zipan, well, he's gone. It is going to be on to Angel being sucked into the corner, and Xiao's actually going to be the one to take the brunt of it. Now, it's not the rifle lost, but they do know it's here.
Yeah, and then that's really important because it's going to stop these players who have Spectres from peeking from backside. They're not going to take those disadvantageous fights that otherwise they might have if they thought they were up against pistols. Still, the Sheriff will be dangerous from heaven, of course, on that range, but for FPX, opportunities are going to be few and far between. And I think saving this rifle, having the other 2 players going aggressively to try and deal damage and die is probably the way to play this. Unless they find something very, very quickly, which doesn't appear to be the case.
Yeah, they might be able to hold a few players into the spike, but realistically, that's a nice shot from Dimisic. He's going to hear all the footsteps. He's waiting for the swing, and it will eventually come through. Angel will get himself 2, but it's not really worth it for the rifle loss. Like, yeah, they made it costly. Yeah, he'll be able to buy into the next round, but I'm still going to look at the finances on the other side of things. And it could potentially mean that either Fours go for a buy in this round, and then they've got a huge advantage, or they play the bonus with that extra rifle, and then you kind of look at the other side of things, and yeah, you got like a Bulldog and a few other pieces missing.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to recover and upgrade on it, right? That's really the issue that you see, because when you're FPX at this stage, you're down 2-1. You're investing everything that you possibly can into this round. And Forza, if they win, which they've got a decent chance, even just with the weapons that they have right now, right? They're playing Vantals. Is it Vantals? Tom, I really am losing my mind.
You've
Vandals.
lost it.
There we go. You know, they've got 2 Vandals out there. You could call that double digits in the 2s. But no,
I still can't believe you said that.
You know what, Tom? Neither can I. That's the worst.
Still
part.
not the worst thing you've said on a broadcast, but
yeah, we don't need to.
We don't seen enough times.
It has. Yeah, #1 viewed clip of the Blast tournament. I remember, and I get reminded of it on a at least weekly basis by you, Tom. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I'll take that one to the grave. But with 2-1 on the board, we have a little bit of a tech pause, or we had a little bit of a tech pause. It looks like they're good to go and jump back into the game. With Forza being ahead, they have evidently decided to save up a bit of cash, a bit of credits, but for the most part they're investing and they'll have full rifles. So a strong buy for Forza as FPX go down to their last legs. Losing this puts 4-1 on the board and gives Forza a fantastic attack in the early stages.
Yeah, this is still going to be a bit of a tough one for them though. It would be huge boost if they can win it. They've got the res available as well, so it puts them in a pretty good place. Although I will say that there's a few ultimates on the other side that are very close to coming into play. They're almost leaving the A side with a solo defender. I feel like Breach almost works as a sentinel when it comes to the defensive side of this map, just having those fault lines again, just trying to delay as much as possible, but they've won the initial battle in mid. It doesn't however, look like that battle is over, because with 3 players currently getting aggressive, it works in a sense that they'll gain middle control. It, however, could be a bit of a burden because it looks like they're going to lose B.
Yeah, it's not exactly going to be ideal, is it? They just walk out on the B side and get a plan for free. And not even a kill, because look at the rotation that's coming in. Sagetsu's gone all the way through their spawn. So that's the site down. Easy plan. As easy as can be. The question is, does Sagetsu get caught? Because there's been a sneak through by Xiao. He is ready for this. He's heard him, and Sagetsu even gets the kill. That is a free upgrade on the 1 weak weapon that they actually had on the Forza side. I mean, this is about as good as it can go with Zipan running on the side all alone. And this is starting to look like a pretty scary Forza side and a sloppy FPX start over on the defense.
Yeah, for sure. And if you'd consider the game that they played yesterday, it was a 9-3 attacking half for FPX. So their defensive side, for anybody who isn't a mathematician out there, they only managed to get 1 round, which I believe might even include the weird like lag out rounds that we had as well. So that's a very, very bad sign for FPX and their defensive side so far. Now, they have switched up the comp since then. They've not got the Phoenix in there, so they are trying to play potentially into the slightly more defensive compositions that are available to them. But as of right now, Forza are looking incredibly good. They've kicked things off with a bang. They've won what is normally a bonus round, but we know that they did invest quite heavily into it. And if anything, the read in this round from FPX was completely wrong. They gambled off the mid control and just, I think it was 1 player, I think it was Saigetsu, just pushing on A, like making some presence heard. That was enough for a full rotation from FPX, which, I don't know, I normally expect them to have a slightly better grasp on the situation, especially when, as we have to still premise, they are the big favorite in this one. They are one of the teams that many, including myself, expect to be in that top 4. If they lose this map, they're out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a crazy thought. It really is. And at this stage, I'm not surprised that tactical timeout from FPX. It looks like they're contemplating a force buy, to be honest. With the kind of money that they have right now, and Xiao having his Viper's Pit to play around, pretty close to getting Rolling Thunder and a res online, this is definitely a round where you could make the argument of going in for the force and trying to stop them right here and now. And I see a Spectre in the hands of Dimisic that seems to only further confirm that, Tom, yeah, we're going to see the force buy up from FPX. I'm going in for this. I respect it.
That goes there. Yeah, they're a team that can definitely make a round like this work. Zipan with a Sheriff is as good as anybody else with a rifle, so it's not even that much of a loss. They can definitely make this work. They've got at least an ult or 2 to play with. The Viper's Pit, one that could definitely be brought in for a round like this, especially when you consider there's Spectres in play. I think Angel might have actually got a cheeky peek at one of the players coming out from Force, but they're still going to try and push off this. Zeddy looking to entry with the spike, and he couldn't have got a better timing. It will hit the deck, and now Shadow's alongside him.
Oh, here we go. Out goes the Sheriff. Angel's really feeling it. But Xiao's caught. With him taken down, they've got full control. They're starting to move over towards Heaven. Sugetsu in a great position. The problem is his HP. On 46, it doesn't matter what weapon he faces, he's at a disadvantage immediately.
No charges.
Has to be very cautious finish to the round for Forza.
Oh, no.
Gonna bring them towards the side of B at just the right time. 2 players from FPX caught on that rope and taken down. Certainly seems to be a hot spot in this round. Shadow having that one rifle that he saved over. Can he do something? Well, that's so unlucky. They actually check the one angle that he's on, and he is gone. Dimisic having to do it all with a Spectre in hand. And, well, Tom, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe in him in this situation. It's a little bit too tough.
I'd be surprised. I am loving the fact that, especially when you think of like stereotypes of like CIS gameplay, again, you think of this very aggressive style, individualistic, and then you just have Forza at the moment just being methodical, clearing all these angles with utility, making sure that none of these cheeky spots can be caught out. And if anything, it's looking like FPX are having to try and win off individual duels at this point. 4-1, looking strong in that attacker side. And while there's a lot of ultimates online for FPX, but with how much they invested in the last round, I'll be curious to see how they're doing in terms of credits.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's not bad. No, it's not bad at all. And then you look at the ultimates that they have to play with. They're about to have Res online, and that will bring it up to a full 5. Of course, Forza have got exactly the same. And the problem is if you look at the impact that Forza's ultis can have, Rolling Thunder matches up on the other side. You've got Neural Theft, matches up. Cosmic Divide. Well, to be fair, I saw Forza use that in a very effective way. They're rushing it down. Huffy's inside the ultimate before it's even started. But he's taken down. He's spotted by Xiao in the back of the site. Quick headshot with the back of vents. And that's going to give mid control for free. I mean, this is 100% FPX's control, but Tom, there's still 3 players here. Now, are they looking to counter push, or are they clearing this out? Because if they're clearing it, they need to move. But there's 4. They've used a Viper ultimate, and there's 4 players inside it, or around it. Obviously, they have B side covered by utility, but the A side is so weak right now with just that wall stopping them. And of course, Forza have a wall. They could counter wall over. They're not going to because Sage is over on B. But this is a very focused round around middle that could definitely cost them. Cheeky little fake.
They're going to fake it out. I like this. They're even going to put the ice wall behind it to try and stop them from being able to run through. This has kept 3 players on the other side, but the man here is Zipan. He gets nothing. Zeddy isolates the battle, and now the TP has to come through. It's Angel to try and hold on to this site. He's going to get ulted and pushed into the back. The minuscule of that ultimate catches him. There's one on the other side, but they don't see Zeddy. He's in the back lines, and now the Aftershock will hold him back for a second. He's going to get killed by it as well. It's absolute chaos in this one, but it's left on to Xiao, all on his own. And Forza are going to take another one. They countered every ultimate with a further play. They will get themselves a deserved 5th.
Wow, you're going to be kicking yourself watching that VOD back if you're FPX, seeing Zeddy just sat in the corner. He gets thrust up above it. There's a chance that he even... I think he might have come up on the map for a second even. Surely someone would have called it at that stage. Maybe Shadow decided to just run past him and ignore him. He might have seen him and said, screw it, I need to go sight. I don't know. But whatever happened, it was not good. It was not good for FPX, that's for damn sure. Now we're looking at Forza stacked up on cash still with a showstopper to play with. That's what I was getting at earlier when I was talking about all these ultimates. It's the fact that you've got a showstopper in play for Forza. A lot of the other ultimates, they'll match up pretty much 1-to-1, but if the ult economy is evenly traded, Forza end up in a better position because of the value that they can presumably get out of Coffee's ulti. Also, Coffee's been switching around what agent he plays, and he looks incredible on every single one.
Going to be left to try and defend the res. Zipan said it earlier. The man Sheriff, it's not a disadvantage for him. He makes that gun look incredibly good, and while considering the investment of the res and now the fact that the showstopper's out, this is actually a very good opportunity. It's just the weaponry that absolutely sucks. We're going to see the stun going through, but I think it's completely missed. It's going to be the aftershock that has to delay them, allow for the rotation, and you can see Demasik just trying to watch the cross, but the fact is, they're going to actually go up into heaven instead.
Once they've taken that control, they have nothing but ranged duels offered up to them. Dropping down to the A site would be a little bit risky. They have Astra Stars to try and
30
work
seconds left.
with instead. And it looks like they're just going to fall back down the round. Go for it in more of a conventional split. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, if Artist is playing Heaven here... that was not a collat. That was Angel and Shadow at the same time, peeking and taking them down. Now they've spotted Angel on back site. He's still alive and doing damage. With 10 seconds left, all they have to do is delay. Cost them time, and the Artist has made it away. He's tucked in the corner. Sheriff on site. Shadow not getting it. Reloading and not being pushed down. Hutchin just ready on the angle, and he loses the duel. It's not the round I would have guessed FPX won, but they'll take it. Putting it 5-2. Stopping Forza from really just running away with this one.
It's just FPS things, isn't it? Like, it's just something they somehow managed to pull off every single time. They even, you have to look at it from fours. They even technically had 6 because they used a res in the middle of that round. So they committed ultimates to that. And unfortunately, the trade straight afterwards was on the showstopper. So they couldn't even use that into this one. It happened previously. I'm pretty sure it will happen again. One thing I will give credit to Force, though, is they've been excellent at breaking back after rounds like this. They don't let it demoralize them. 5 rounds on the attack, normally I would say is not bad, but FPX have always been very good on the attack of this map.
The showstopper is going to be clearing a lot towards A Heaven. The space taken by Forza, and that rocket almost kills Angel, leaving him on 9 HP. He can't even think about dropping down. He can't go anywhere because he's stunned up.
So
beautiful fault line. Oh, wow. Forza have overrun at least Heaven and mid. But there, they know the Shadow's down below now, right? He just broke some utility, so that's him in trouble. Dimasik's being spotted and naded up as well. Forza have got so much info to play with here. They've got all the angles, and a huge individual play needs to be made for this one to work out. And well, there's none to be seen. Zipman 1v5 has a res, but no opportunities to res people up. And well, it's gonna be the round, isn't it? I mean, the question is, does he save or does he try to get some damage done? That's pretty much the only gray area in this one. By the way, Tom, I want to say I didn't get a chance to, because this has been a pretty competitive series with like people force buying up and stuff. But when we started out this map, you know, I was just casting an eye over a Twitch chat, and I enjoyed some of the comparisons they were making of you. They said, so I got a wide Jack Harlow. I'll take that. I'll take that every day of the week. Yeah. You got a Link is casting this game. I enjoyed that one.
I like
caster on the right.
I like his head is brighter than my future. I
yeah,
think
that one really got me. Dude looks like bald Ben Shapiro. Shiny. Someone just said shiny. You came on the screen, there's shiny.
I don't like the Ben Shapiro. I don't like that one. I don't want that one. I'd take all the other ones are absolutely fine. I don't want that one.
That one wasn't so great. That one you could have done without.
We'll leave that one out, please.
Yeah, the others though, shiny. I liked shiny and Miskiff. Those were enjoyable. I'm just surprised that you're on the analyst desk and casting. That's pretty impressive.
It is a talent. It's also amazing how I change my accent and my shirt and location. But other than that, it's, you know, it pretty much
you're
bang
VPNing in real life.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm actually using... I'm still on bind. I'm using the teleporters to get to different places. I think many people are still on bind, especially... Imagine if you decided to watch back that VOD without knowing the scoreline. You're probably still there for the next couple of days, but...
Oh, I've got 40 minutes. Let me watch a VOD real quick.
2 hours later.
I've missed my flight.
I did see... I think it was... Dima was tweeting out that he was like, I got dinner plans. It's like, oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Sorry. We'll just speed up the match. Also, he said at 8, which if he is in Ukraine or the CIS, he's missed that. Because it's now past 9.
I'll be honest. So. Probably should have booked dinner a bit later. That would have been...
That's true.
Maybe they gambled on winning the map earlier, I suppose.
Or just gambled on a... Who could have gambled that Liquid would have won so quickly? I think that's the more impressive thing. I guess if you saw the last time they played, but here we go. Tactical pause done. We're gonna see a bit of a weird investment once again. Right, a few players buying up. Deem is sick, not really having much to play with. An Angel in the same boat. They're relying on that, well, the superstar youngsters to try and drag them through this round. Does have at least a little bit of utility to try and hold down the B site, maybe deter some of the more aggressive pushes, but in reality, I think it's been the mid-round switch-ups from Force that have actually been the most impressive. They've been dynamic with the pace of their rounds, and have made it really tough to actually read where they're going to be going. This time, stun straight into the corner, aggressive swing out from Coffee, and again, an easy opener.
Yeah, a tough retake for FPX. And Forza have got great control. The stars are going down. Still plenty of util to play with as they came into that last minute. And now all they've got to do is get the plant in. I don't see anybody stepping forward to move to the site, though. This is really delayed in pushing through. And now all of FPX is here. They're rallied up and ready to take some duels up above the smoke. They've managed to spot Artist and deal with him. Heal is going to come through pretty quickly, so Shadow's going to be back up and ready to fight. Are they going to come through this? I like Coffee's position. That was a really nice little bit of cover the second that they try to make it through. Nice shot to Zipman. Now, what do you do from here? They've gone up above. Angel tried to make a little shadow step, a sneaky play, but it was being watched as well. And that was an uncharacteristic retake from FPX. I have to be honest. A lot of individual duels, nothing really found. Even when they would go for individual duels, it's FPX tend to succeed. But I mean, we're up against Forza here. This isn't a matchmaking game.
No slouches for sure. And yeah, these risky force buys that they've been taking just have not been working. Res invested, doesn't really get anything for it. The only way I really see that going wrong is if we had the Paranoia in. If that was still available for Angel, I think they could actually have won that just by going straight through, but they didn't have that utility available to them. And while there may be a few counter pieces being thrown out by Force, but ultimately just an incredibly strong hold again on their attack. And it's just their utility usage. It's been so good. They've made any aggressive piece out from FPX just null and void by the fault lines, the flashes, and pretty much anything under the sun. I think as well, Zeddy, although he might not be statistically the MVP, I think his Astra has been one of the best I've seen in a long time.
Opponent killed.
Great stuff. Straight onto Zeddy for the mid pick, then just fall back. There's even a Viper wall up for them to play behind. A solid start to the round for FPX. How do Forza respond? The spike is dropped nice and safe. Those players spread out. They're holding default, but I mean, FPX have already went for their aggression, right? There's no need for them to push up at this stage. And they're unlikely to really move past the sort of granted zones, the part of the map that they know they control. In fact, FPX have made a little bit of a trade. You notice that they've given up mid completely at this point. Happy to say, hey, yeah, we've got the man advantage. If you're willing to give us a kill, we'll give you mid.
30 seconds left.
It's a fair trade. And now they get a little greedy, a little more, and a pixel angle onto Coffee, rolling thunder into main, and well, that is a nice little response by FPX.
Yeah, really good round. The second they get the opener, it just looks like things start to fall further into their favor, and
10 seconds
remaining
left.
two players probably just going to hold on to what they've got. Still got full shields as well, so not really much of a reinvestment other than the utility they have, so worthwhile just making sure that they combine to the next round, and the rest of the members of their team, I imagine, will still have stacks of cash. It's 7-3. That said, when you look at FPX, at least in their match versus Supermassive Blaze, they were much, much better on the attack. So although I don't want to count them out just yet, this is also a different comp. This isn't that same Phoenix, which is obviously going to add quite a bit to their attacking side. It looks like they've tried to change up that dynamic a little bit, and it hasn't gone much better on the defense so far.
It hasn't really. I mean, obviously the response that we saw out of FPX coming into the previous round, or it was not really a response, right? They kill one mid, they kill another trying to come up mid, with the rolling thunder. Okay, the blast pack play is more what we should be talking about, because Coffee's already in here. What? Is he stuck? Has he been walled into the corner? They've trapped him. It's like a game of Mousetrap. Blast packs in and they go, nope. Sit down for a minute. Get slowed, get killed. I mean, Coffee is not happy right now. He's wishing that he had a little gate crash to just TP out of there.
Poison's off.
Don't get Harry started. I don't want that coming back.
Well, you see, guys, if Coffee was playing a race, he wouldn't have blast packed in.
Shadow's actually going to have to try and get aggressive, otherwise he's going to get caught up in all of that utility once again. The gravity well pulling him back. The space on the site looking to be garnered. He's managed to hold, and actually Angel's gone into the back corner. Now, he might have been spotted, but the likelihood is they're not going to clear Angel properly, and it doesn't even matter. Even though they see him, eventually it's Zipan who ends up getting the kills from above. It's left onto Huggy to try and turn the tide, and this time he won't be able to. 7-4, a late resurgence from FPX. But as said, 5 rounds for them. It's workable.
It is. It absolutely is, with a pistol round under your belt, but I don't think Forza are going to give this one up all too easily. You see them grouping up outside that A site, and a glance down at the ultis will see that, you know, Artist and Coffee are both pretty close, so we could have the direction here being that, you know, Artist can get his ultimate for the res, Coffee can play aggressive, try to get some kills for himself, and maybe get rezzed up afterwards, but first they'll need to claim the control. And that's going to involve a couple of Astra stars, I would presume. Oh, as I noticed where the economy's at, though, Tom, you know, Zeddy's only got 2 stars to play with. It's not ideal because there's none placed right now. So if they decide to, for example, smoke off to take that orb, well, they won't have a lot to play with to actually execute a site. Luckily, FPX has smoked it for them.
They've been very kind, wanting to try and delay a little bit more.
Poison's off.
Now they're seeing those stars actually fall into place.
She had a lot more than 2. She'd obviously pulled some back, I
think
guess.
he might have retrieved a couple and baited you in.
Yeah, it doesn't show the countdown on it. I didn't think he put them down that early. That's my bad.
You got bamboozled, Mitch.
Look at this, though. We just had the ulti popped out for a little bit of information from Angel. And that's on the back of this. Forza are starting to move. They're starting to look elsewhere, and it's towards mid and vents that they want to take it. Xiao shuts down Coffee. That's going to be no showstopper to play with, or so you would think. But there's the res we talked about earlier on. Hudson down and out, operator removed from play, and these players are now trapped in vent. Getting out of here is going to be really, really tough. Moving towards the site, they've got to just go for duels right here and now. And maybe they're not screwed. Showstopper's online, Tom. Here it comes, rushing towards the site. Oh my God, the airtime on that for Coffee. He's in the back site before he's taken down, and it's all on to Dimisic to try and slow it, but he won't get it done in time. Plant comes into play, and a 2v2 retake is now on the cards.
There's still a snake bite available for Xiao to potentially try and cut out some of these angles, but they're actually going to go aggressive. They've taken control in towards the defender's spawn, pushing forward to try and battle back around behind. But they don't really have the best of plants for this. So they're almost going to have to try and cut them on the cross, and that's exactly what they do. Zipan, the only one standing, and Zeddy is going to close out the round. That was looking like a surefire win for FPX, but they let it slip.
This is really starting to get shaky. If you're FPX, just a few rounds away from winning that last map, man. So close again and again. I mean, I don't know how many. Did you find out afterwards, Tom, how many map and series points FPX had?
No.
On that previous map? It was a lot.
I don't think anybody had that count. There's at least like 5 or 6, I think, to say the least. But
no, they got pretty damn close. And to have that snatched out, the rug pulled from under you, and now you're 8-4 down this pistol round, Tom, it is so important for FPX. Sure, they could pull off a Forza Force buy in the second round, but we're gonna put a little bit of respect on this round and hope that FPX have something planned for us. It looks like mid control, but that's exactly what Forza are thinking about. They've got a flash primed, a nade in, and so much damage done. Hudson onto Angel starts it off. Things slow down, a flash return. Zipan's healed himself all the way back up to 100. I mean, look, that looked like it was going to be a lot worse than it actually was. Dima! Oh, he's landed the headshot. But Artist just heals himself.
Still going to take the control. This isn't a fake either. The rest of the team are looking to try and rotate in alongside him. He's hoping he can find them some sort of entry. The cam actually not destroyed. Gives that little bit of information. And Saigetsu is already going to catch off Zipan. The spike has still managed to make it to the side, and he jumps through onto Shadow as well. Loses a teammate, but they're not going to mind. A 4 versus 2 situation. Both players locked into the site. Dimisic knows it. He needs to find a battle, and he will get one.
That was the low HP Sugetsu. There's a couple more players, though, on the way. Coffee hit down to 12 and have a tough time doing much. The right-click classic should never be underestimated, though. That wall coming down as we speak. It leaves Coffee and Hudson in the open. Beautiful stuff. Zeddy with it all to do. 1v2. Up close left, he's got one, but he can't find any of the shots. Oh, it's painful, but it won't be happening for Forza. FPX pick up a 5th round and take one step closer to shutting Forza down. Because it's a long road ahead of them, but as we said, the pistol was a key part of it.
That might be one that they live to regret, though. Like, that's a 2 versus 4 that they've just lost, with both players isolated into the site, and somehow, some way, FPX managed to isolate the jewels and get themselves into a pretty strong position. Now, it's fairly common that on the defensive side, you're not going to see the same sort of heavy investment. So, although the risk worked out in the previous pistol we saw, in the previous second round for Forza, they're not going to take that risk once again. And in fact, they're going to gamble stack into mid, which if you currently look at the positions of FPX, they seem to have quite a good read there. They've already put a wall down and look to try and cross in towards the B site. Although I will say, they haven't got the spike. Blinding.
Yeah, I think they've noticed that. They're on their way back around to pick up the spike as we speak. Zipan's getting aggressive and they don't expect it. He's all the way up in their spawn before they realize, and they're just being wrecked. Leaving Sugetsu to do it all. Well, maybe not ready.
All right.
Classic in play. Right clicks are dangerous. We've said it before, but this time Zipan deals with it. Putting 6 on the board for FPX. Clean enough. They lose 2 players. Obviously, you want to survive with a little bit more than that, but I think... I don't know, they don't have a spare pistol on anyone to drop over today, so it's going to be decently expensive.
And maybe one was picked up, but by the looks of it, they're not playing this as a bonus round. Neither team have done that thus far. They're going to try and basically force this one back through and get themselves right back into the map. If they can win this, we're looking at an 8-8 scoreline. FPX maybe even on their favored side, although I know that for anybody who watches a lot of Split, you might be thinking I'm mad. They are one of those teams that have always been incredible on the attack of this map. Especially, I think Dima 6 lurks are something that I've always incredibly enjoyed. Like, he seems to just find spacing. We know about the mid pushes that always come through from Angel and the control that he's able to garner. They do still have to bypass what is a lot of utility, though. And that is one thing with this composition that's in at the moment for Force. On the attack, it worked very well. But for defensive, like, slowing down of opposition, they have so much utility that it's not going to be easy.
Concealment!
Definitely a tough task ahead. That's an off angle by Zeddy. You don't see it held all too often, and it catches them completely by surprise. Angel left on 30 HP. Artist is caught in the corner. They know that he's here. They're waiting for that smoke to fade, and it's about to. That's where Artist is going to be in a little bit of trouble. He could play for his teammate to watch the cross. Instead, he peeks. And that hasn't exactly gone according to plan. Evened up numbers now, 3 versus 3, but Coffee again is going to be down to just 2 health. And that was not the peak that they wanted from it. Xiao thought he could catch them off guard, and instead he has been dropped. Angel's position revealed, and they know exactly where Zipan is, but they have to win the fights, and that's never going to be easy. Hudjin, such a huge player with that operator. Can he get it done with the Fantal in hand? Because if Vandal is, you have to, you know, gotta mix them both up. Wouldn't be fair otherwise. He's got this first two. Oh, I could see him swinging left, but now he's dead. If he actually took that fight when he thought about it, that could have been the win. But position given away, they just swing on them together. You know what, Tom? FPX are similar in a lot of ways to Sentinels. I realize that. Like, if you think about it, both teams undefeated online.
Great. very useful statistics.
They've never dropped the map. Never dropped the map online either.
That is true.
Pretty sick.
There are a lot of teams like that, in fact, especially the ones that haven't played a map online. It's very useful for them.
I've never lost a map online. Dinko has.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate for Dinko that he lost to an arse. But either way, 8-7. And look at Angel. He's just going wandering. A little bit of a walkabout. See you later, Shadow. That's a gun into the hands of the opposition. And if there's any ability for Saigetsu to delay, well, they'd love to see it. He's going to peek back into the slow more. There's no escape from Angel at that point. Afterplant ensues, and the likelihood of a victory here is slim. But we'll see if they can make it costly.
Well, they're certainly approaching it the right way, sticking together, using their numbers to their advantage, pushing all the way into spawn, and that's where they found Shout. Now the target has been acquired. They know, okay. Oh, no! Hey, they still get him. Hey, it's something. They knew there was a guy isolated, so they decided to just hunt him down together. And look at that. The wall's going to be used down on ramp. Is that to allow Zeddy to go pick up a rifle? No, because he doesn't go anywhere near spawn. In fact, they're both moving into heaven. What? What, Zeddy? 2 kills and a third for Artist. I mean, that has ended up pretty damn well for Forza.
Yeah.
I was questioning the play to just full rotate to the spawn. I thought, you know, hey, if Zeddy goes towards the attacker spawn, you're both getting rifles, you're out of there, everyone's happy. But instead, they've managed to make that an incredibly costly round for FPX.
Yeah, locking them in, forcing them through just one angle, unless, of course, you were going to see Angel TP up into the window, which would have had incredible risk. I'm quite surprised he walks around that corner without a gun in hand, unless he was expecting the same as you, that they just were exiting and looking for the guns. But now look at the credits on the other side. Like, FPX are not in as strong a spot as they definitely would have been otherwise. Now we're going to see these aggressive pushes again from Force, looking to battle for that orb control, and although they will be denied at least that extra space, they're going to get the opening pick and bring on that ultimate.
Kill my ally.
Well, there's Angel rezzed up right away. Now where are they going to take it?
Now that Showstopper's online, and they've actually held on to an aggressive point with Hujion on that operator. Not something you often see with a breach. I feel like that's something that he's basically broken all trends of how to use the operator by now playing it on like a Viper and a breach over a couple of maps. But it's going to work out for him. Angel is going to be caught again, falling for the second time in this round, and the remaining players looking to try and wrap through heaven. The flash is so perfect. It leaves him blind, caught in a nade, and an even shot in the head.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the barrel might just be spotted. It was. And there you go. Shao taking him down. Looking for a little bit more, knowing full well that Raze is close, but here comes the showstopper, and it's right on target. Shao down, damage done to Zipan. Getting to sight's going to be next to impossible. It's an operator waiting there, and he actually catches him off guard. The race to the site to try and get the plant, no time anymore, but it's all about damage. Zipan is trying to kill as many as he possibly can. And at least he manages to do a decent amount before the round eventually ends, and saving the weapon on back sight. Not a bad outcome overall, but Forza push themselves onto 9. It's not quite double digits in the 2s yet, but we're getting there, Tom.
Hey, you can see as well, like,
10 seconds
because of how slow, or how slow Fours want FPX to play, and a lot of these early round scenarios, they're trying to almost just send Angel in as, like, just to brute force a lot of these. Like, just get aggressive, try and fight versus some of these players early, and Fours in this round at least managed to win pretty much every single one of the opening duels. In fact, they kill off Angel twice in those battles. This time, looking to be a little bit more proactive, knowing they're up against a weaker purchase, only that one rifle available, and they're just getting obliterated. Again, the gravity world just seems to be perfect, and Zipan with that lone rifle, again, it just comes down to making things costly.
Run up that cash. Run up that build. Dimasic. He's so screwed here. Look at this setup. Coffee shuts him down, but there was a player in the corner hiding behind the wall. A ratty little play by Artist. It would have been an easy trade. Zipan all alone. He's not even going to use the wall here. Just peeking out, looking for some victims. The first found. Timing too good for Coffee. Was up on 4 kills. And one round later, He nearly has his ultimate back online. This guy is having one hell of a game, 20-13. A large part of why Forza are still alive in this tournament. I mean, his Yoru play, his Jet play, everything about this guy has just been so fun to watch. And as you said, when it comes down to race, it just feels like he can play every duelist.
It's looking good. I think Raze, especially on this map, has always been like a go-to. Many a player. I'm sure Xiao would love to head back to it. Maybe Zipan as well. Again, we're going to see this early utility used just to try and deny him getting that orb, but he's just running straight through it. There's not really been any sort of counter to this for the majority of the rounds, and in fact, he's being a little bit more friendly. He's going to give it over for the res. 4 ults now online for the defensive side in a crucial round as well. We're looking at a potential 11-8 Angel. He wants to get into mid so bad that they've just got all of this utility ready and waiting. And as said, like, Forza just doing an excellent job of just delaying FPX as much as humanly possible. Angel's success in these duels has been minimal over the last few rounds. I almost want to see them go for more of an early commit, try and go for a proper execution, because they're being picked apart.
Oh, that nade just further emphasizes what you're saying, Tom. Coffee taking Shadow and the nade onto Zipan. Puts it into a 1 versus 5 yet again. Michelle this time stepping up to the plate to try and make this work. Nice shot, but Coffee finishes it off with a 3rd kill. And Tom, you know what that means? Showstopper's online. As is every ultimate for the defensive side, but Coffee getting his ulti back just on the 3rd round, like that's ridiculous. On the 3rd day, the Showstopper rose again.
Yeah, he's having an unbelievable map, and unfortunately, it seems like some of the players on the other side have gone a little bit quiet. It is also just looking like they're trying to work those picks a little bit too much, and with how well Forza are currently playing, it's just not working. I feel like Zeddy's utility, again, has just been making it so that every single one of those duels is just not favorable for the squad, and, well, look at what's there to meet them in this one. Zipan with a hero rifle, SMGs, pistols, and a particularly pretty buy. Angel again looking to try and battle into mid, but they've got to be careful, because so many times now there've just been players ready to fight versus, and well, they'll happily take that. An opening pick, duck out of there, and an early advantage of potentially Forza's 12. Remember, they faced off against so many points to eliminate them from this tournament, managed to fight it back. They might be able to get the chance to eliminate FPX.
It would be so huge for any team to have that accolade, but for Forza especially, debuting on the EMEA scene, let's say. Looking absolutely fantastic. They won my heart over on buying on that attack side. Coffee, good opening. And, well, I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise. Coffee doing well in those early duels. He has the ulti to play with. Does he want to use it? Not just yet.
30 seconds
keep the blast packs, keep throwing them in just to keep these guys back. And FPX, they change focus, they switch direction, moving instead over towards B Heaven, where Astra Stars come down and slow the pace. The peek out doesn't go their way. 15 seconds left. It's time to rush the side of the Rolling Thunder. That should pretty much end the round where it is. They're killing them as well. Insult to injury, really. 12-8. Coming into the next round, Tom, Forza have got a showstopper to play with. They have practically every ult minus the Rolling Thunder, but so do FPX. This is where they need to put everything on the table. 4 consecutive rounds for Fun plus Phoenix, or we will see them knocked out with no chance of making it to Berlin.
Yeah, and also, again, it has to be put into perspective that they're not exactly safe, especially if Forza continue on in this tournament. They're another team that could overtake them in the rankings. There are plenty of teams left that could even knock them out of the last chance qualifier, so we'll have to wait and see. They might be in a spot that at least puts them close to being safe. For now, though, it's going to be that execution. The fallback completely, as they will give up the site, or at least it seems Zeddy actually going to go for a peek, maybe trying to catch a player off guard. The flashes are good, though. The counter utility trying to be thrown out to deny them, but for now, whoa, Control will be helping again. Angel with the face will lose that opening battle.
At least it's traded back. Zipan's just one away from getting that res, so this is not lost just yet. But it's Forza that scare me. The fact that these guys have so much to play with, and I'm looking at Sugetsu, possibly one of the most impactful ultimates right now, and I'm not even joking. If they get the information, the showstopper could be huge. It's used anyways to take down Shadow, but then Xiao on the backside manages to deal with them. In comes the Cosmic Divide. Zipan continues to push forward in through the wall, but he's taken down as well. Xiao has to hold on for dear life. The time is low, but they might just have it, and it looks like they do. That is going to be 13-8. Forza eliminate FPX from the EMEA playoffs. An unexpected outcome after the longest game in VCT history, where Forza managed to just about edge it out to a third map, to just about hold on to survival in this tournament. And Tom, now they will move forward to face off against Liquid, and FPX will be no more in this lower bracket run and in the run for Masters.
Well, if your pick'em wasn't screwed before, I'm telling you, it definitely is now. Like, it could not have gone worse for most people in terms of predicting how EMEA was going to go. It's always exciting. There's always upsets, but that puts FPX out in joint last. Like, if you predicted that, you are a genius. You've absolutely blown me away. But Forza, well, they're the team that have come through today. Fantastic performance in the last map to be that resilient, and then to come through again in this map of Split and just play absolutely unbelievable. Coffee, Zeddy both need a shout out. They've had a fantastic day of Valorant. And as said, we've just lost a Titan. And I'm looking over at that table. I'm looking at that points tally. FPX are not even close to being safe. They're going to have to wait and see if someone else keeps them in that last chance qualifier.
There is a real world and possibility where FPX don't make it to last chance qualifier and won't even be in the running for champions, Tom. As you said, that is absolutely incredible to think, because we know this team, they're a staple of the European region, and now they have been bested by Forza. And you know, I'm kind of happy, to be honest, because we did this whole we had this whole conversation, and the guys at VALORANT were making a lot of fun of me because I pulled what we call a Van Silly. And what that means is, instead of saying I think this team will win, you say, I really like both teams, and I think the players are great, and everyone has a chance to win. I just hope they have fun. That's what Vans does. I did that when I was describing this bracket, basically saying, look, I think these are the 4 teams that'll go through, but at the same time, there's so much damn skill here that anyone can upset anyone when it comes down to these brackets. And Forza have proven it here. What an amazing showing from them. They showed me some brand new things that I hadn't seen before, especially on that bind. The fact that these teams can constantly reinvent themselves and not end up stuck in a negative feedback loop when they're down and out, when these OTs are constantly going against them. It's impressive. It's commendable. I don't ever want to hear a conversation of, oh, does this team have the mental fortitude to come back? If it's one of these two, yes, they do. Don't even ask the question. But you know what? We do have to ask a question to the Twitch chat out there, to the Twitter followers, to all the people involved in the Valorant scene. We have to ask you, who is the PaySafe card player of the match? Now, again, we have 3 options. 3. I held up 4 fingers. I don't know why. Thumb doesn't count. Let's move on. Zeddy, Artist, and Sugetsu. It's been a long night for once. You've got to go over to @Val_esports_EU. I'm falling apart here, Tom. And you got to choose which one of these 3 players you think is player of the match. Please put a lot of thought into it, because this was a hell of a series, and you probably haven't watched it all because you would have had to be here for the last 6 hours. So if you want to get on over to @ValEsports_EU, your vote will count there, and it'll be announced in just a little minute. For now, though, we are going to go to a break. Tom, that is you and I done, but the show must go on because the analyst desk has got plenty to say about that series, and they'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Forza, they have done it. After 3 maps, they have pulled off the biggest upset here at the EMEA Challenger Playoffs. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Kaquka. Like I said, an upset, Ryan, and I don't think one we could have foreseen.
No, not at all. Like, nothing to take the credit away from Forza. They were terrific, and they're a solid team, but you expected more from FPX. Like, frankly, it's not good enough from them to be going out of the tournament of this caliber this early in the tournament alongside the likes of Oxygen. It's a team that people were expecting to qualify for Berlin, to do well and have a redemption, and this is a nightmare scenario that they're in.
Yeah, and now, as we were saying in the pre of this map, I mean, this is getting real tough for FPX now. They only have to wait and see if they can even make it to last chance qualifiers. But for Forza, we have to say that was amazingly good, completely deserved. And again, Zeddy, 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, Kaquka, you know, sometimes in these tournaments, you know, we want those underdogs. We want new players. We want new heroes. And I feel like they must have gained a lot of fans after their performance today. And for them, taking down a team from Europe who have a core player, a core 3 players from the CIS, must have been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and it's not any team, it's FPX. And they managed to get this serious after that second map that I bet none of us is going to forget, but definitely, definitely the ones not to forget it are gonna be Force. And we see it here at the stats. And I have to say that we're seeing Coffee with this 2.0 KDA, and the team that Zeddy and Coffee were making on A Heaven and onto mid with all that utility, it was impossible to get in there. So I kind of understand the outcome, but I have to be with Ryan. I really expected more of FPX.
To Forza's credit as well, like seeing Coffee just pop off on the race reminded me of when they won First Strike, because back then Coffee, that's all he played. And it's funny that you said like new faces and stuff. There's nothing new about this Forza. They've been together, I think, longer than any of the other CIS rosters at this point. And, you know, FPX should know what they're getting. I understand, like, combined, the Coffee on the Euro could be a bit of an issue, but they played well on Icebox when it came to consistency. The Viper worked a lot of the time for Shao, but it looked incredibly uncomfortable in a lot of positions where I just don't know what the default is for FPX anymore. They're like lost in the sauce when it comes to all of the strategies and ideas that they have. So, I mean, a real sobering mental reset needs to come in.
Do you feel like that's what it came down to? Because, you know, we theorized if you win a map like Bind in the fashion that they did going into this one, they were going to have that edge. Did you feel like maybe that's what happened? Because there were a couple of moments from FPX, you know, we know they're a disciplined team, but something was missing.
It was very, like, inconsistent. I'd say that the main thing was. I also think there was just a lot of whiffing from them. A lot of shots weren't necessarily landing when on a good day it's cleaning up. Like, we saw some of the really good rounds from Bind, how easily and cleanly they can go into a retake. They check angles, they communicate well. But you're right, like, I think one of the things, not to single out Zipan as a player that's the problem, but Zipan was like the Durka, right? He was like the Kellogg's. He's that sharp player to breach into a site. When you have FPX play no duelists, you have to have insane utility and team play to make that work. Otherwise, a player like Coffee, he doesn't mind if he dies, if he's executing or jumping in onto a site. He's going to blast back, creates load of space, and amazingly, Forza were able to play off of that. Like Zeddy against Sugetsu, Huggy on Artist, they were one, whereas I feel that it was disenfranchised a bit from FPX.
Yeah, I feel like FPX made too many mistakes for what we used to see from them, and I feel like Forza was good enough to punish almost every single one of them, because some of them were completely like out of the way, like peeking out of time, just winning, I mean, losing the fights that you're never supposed to lose. So yeah, I think it comes down to that.
Yeah, let's talk about that Astra real quick as well, because I am so in love with the Astra we're seeing now, especially in comparison to the pre-Iceland, during Iceland Astra. And Kaquka, I know you are a really big fan of the way Zeddy played, not just on that map, but all series.
Yeah, it's not only the way he played, it's because he didn't play entirely for his team, and we also tend to think that maybe Astra's a little bit more like Viper, like a slow controller where you just have to stand more in the back and just play fully for your team and just have everything very coordinated and thought before the round starts. I didn't get that feel at all with Zeddy. In every occasion, he could pull out something new. And most of the times, just FPX did not know what to do, so a lot of credit for him.
Insanely clutch Cosmic Divides as well. I remember the one when there was a Viper's Pit on the defensive FPX that they put in the center of the map. 4 players were in there for some reason, and we saw Forza dip out of mid, go through sewers over to A, and then he put a Cosmic Divide over on the C site as bait. FPX fell for it, and also in that last round, that Cosmic Divide in the Viper's Pit itself, it makes Zipan panic. He peeks out into 3 people, and from there it's an easy retake for Forza. It's just, I think people forget just how good Astra is, and there's a lot of European teams that just don't play her at all. That concerns me going into Berlin, where there's lots of regions that are still playing her. It would be a shame to see us being the ones that are a little bit behind there. But Forza are leading the line with that for sure.
And I have to say, now that you mentioned the Cosmic Divide, the ultimate economy that Vose kept during the entire game gave them a lot of points, because in that last round that they had to win to close them up, they had 4 or 5 ultimates. So what do you do from there?
Well, you lose, apparently. But we are going to take a quick break now. But don't go anywhere, because when we're back, we're going to be announcing the Pay Safeguard Player of the Match. Welcome back to one of the most eventful elimination days we've ever had here at EMEA, but it's not quite over just yet because we are going to announce the Play Safe Card Player of the Match. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by Ryan and Kaquka. Now, this came down to the wire. This was a close vote. People at home on Twitter, it was a close vote between all three players that were out for the vote, but I can reveal now that it went to Zeddy by the smallest of margins, Ryan, but he is our player of the match today.
Yeah, I think, Kaquka, you made a good point that he was really aggressive, firepower aplenty when it comes to being on a relatively supportive agent, but also he had a huge amount of assists. But looking at it, everybody on Forza did. I think in the end of the series, Eddie had 20, Artist had 33, and Huggy on a 27. And that Holy Trinity really came like full circle in the end when it comes to how it worked out in the end. Because like, that's the thing that was missing, I think, with FPX when it comes to that cohesion. It's not, FPX did have some really good team play, but it was just how Forza were able to bring it back, especially by being dumpstered so hard, 13-4 in the first map on Icebox. There was no team play there. Artist and Huggy on this tournament so far has been pretty woeful in their game against Guild. They were just not present in the server. This is the team that has been so scary for so long in CIS. And I think Team Liquid legit need to be pretty careful with this.
Ooh. Also, now that you mentioned Hugyeon, he's been playing operator with both Viper and Breach.
Yeah.
So, who needs Jet anymore, right? It's not like her ultimate or her dash ROP or anything like that.
I mean, the Astra player also winning a vote, that warms my heart. That warms up my heart, I think. I think he pretty much deserved it out of those ones. Again, I think special shout out to Demasig, maybe a little bit. He had some huge rounds, but like you have both said, you know, this is Forza's day. They earned it fair and square. Ryan, you've already looked ahead a little bit because Team Liquid will be the next opponent. And we do have the updated bracket. Let's have a look. It's going to be very, very, very weird to see FPX right there being knocked out. They're not going to be progressing. But Team Liquid versus Forza here, Kaquka, you know, we've seen what Forza can do. They've taken down FPX, who were a higher seed than Liquid going into this tournament. But do you think they can do it 2 days in a row, like a EU Slayer almost?
I don't know what to think anymore. Well, if they do that, could you imagine that they're actually talking about a CIS team taking down 2 European teams, 2 of the big names out there, especially for us from Europe? I think so. Yeah. I think
you have faith. You have faith.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared looking at it tomorrow when you go Guild versus Fireflux, because it's the same. It's like Forza were the last team to be a part of this tournament. They came in winning week 2 in CIS in pretty close fashion in the end. So I think that you need to really scatter these teams like Fireflux, Forza, they don't belong here at all because, I mean, if you echo that sentiment, FPX don't, which sounds bizarre, right? But it shows that competition is constantly going up. The meta's always adapting, but this Forza team just keeps on kicking.
I also love the fact that this is the first ever EMEA tournament. We've had all of the Party Power Boys here, represented by different teams. But Ryan, if someone had said to you that the Party Parrots on FPX were going to be going out first, and the Na'Vi and Forza ones would have to carry the flag forward, yeah. I don't think you would have believed it.
Yeah, Artist to Angel is like, the future is now, old man, kind of stuff. It's just, but it's like, I think Artist is one of those players that was just almost forgotten about. That's why it was so nice to see Na'Vi being picked up in the end, because players like SSK and Dinks, they just went AWOL after Party Parrots broke up. Yeah, we saw Angel and Shao go into FPX, but Dinks was on multiple rosters, including a very early Summon FC, which became Fnatic, right? So I think the CIS region doesn't get enough credit as it deserves, and it's nice to see Forza, who had no right in winning that series, to come in and actually surprise a lot of people. They deserved that.
I mean, it's lovely to see that it's always the same question. Who's better? Is it Europe? Is it CIS? Is it Turkey? And I'm kind of happy to see that the answer is in constant change all the time. That means that the game is developing, is advancing, and so are the players. So that is a good environment for VALORANT now and in the future.
Well, it's not quite Europe today. You know, we didn't get that clean sweep, but let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow because more European teams are going to be in action, and also a Turkish team and a CIS team. It's going to be very, very exciting. Guild versus Fireflux there, and then Na'Vi versus Giants. Now, we're not going to be on the desk tomorrow, so Kaquka, give me a prediction for those 2 series. I have a sneaky feeling I know what you're going to say for the second one, but what are you going for both both of
one or
them.
the first one?
The second one. I mean, if you're not back in Giants, something's going wrong.
I am back in Giants. I am back in Giants. I am gonna say it's 2-0 for Guild.
Oh, okay.
Forgot about my Guild passion. I cannot believe.
Oh yeah, we do. People that don't know at home, Kaquka is Bonkar's #1 fan.
And I think it's gonna be a tough one for Giants, but I think they can definitely pull it through.
So you think the EU sweep is happening
could you imagine
tomorrow?
that tomorrow we end up with another 2 European teams out?
Well, Ryan?
I think Fireflux is going to surprise a few people. I think the thing about them isn't that like, oh, they were last in, they're the worst. I don't think they are the worst, but they are the youngest.
Yeah.
A lot comes in. Supermassive Blaze came in. They really threw the checkbook at a lot of the top players in Turkey, put it together. Tanny's got a lot up there, and I think this Fireflux team is somewhat similar, maybe just not to the same level or the same resources behind that org, right? I think Na'Vi beats Giants. I think Giants, and I was one of the people who was like, Giants are getting here. They look really good. But I think we've seen everything that we've seen from them so far. I don't think there's anything left in the tank. And Na'Vi, well, we saw them beat Liquid. I just don't think that this is a team that, again, should be disregarded as they're not European, therefore they're worse. Clearly, from today, it's not really the case anymore.
Well, the Paris got to keep on partying, Ryan. You know, they got to stay in this tournament. But in case you guys at home, you know, this wasn't enough for you. Those overtimes weren't long enough for you today. I'm sure North America, they're always looking at us. They're always trying to best us. But we do have a match, 100 Thieves versus Envy, coming up at 3 p.m. EDT or 12 p.m. PDT, twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 2. Now, you know, they've already qualified, so the pressure is off a little bit more now, Ryan. But 100 Thieves, they had a few things not going right for them here and there. And Envy, on the other side, they have the momentum.
Yeah, I really like Ethan at the moment. He's playing tremendously well. I remember when he came over, obviously a lot of my CS friends were like, this guy is insane. Obviously, he was over on the team for Evil Geniuses. Now he looks like a Valorant player. He's got all of the agents down behind him. And Envy, like I said earlier, like I'm super happy for them to qualify. Ye looks great. Mike's sort of reigning in this roster is looking pretty solid. And yeah, I'm excited to see their desk as well. Like Veli Van He's not as good as this one. Like, peace and love to like Veli and the crew. Like, we got to be better at something.
I mean, we've got Kaquka, so you don't get better than Kaquka.
I mean, I think you can, but okay, I'll take that. I'll take that for today. I mean, guys, we started today earlier than we were supposed to because we had to, you know, have those games that we couldn't finish yesterday. And we also had like the longest overtime ever. But still, it's not all the Valorant that you guys are going to get today.
I mean, North America, knowing them, they're going to have the longest OT, I'm sure, today.
Competitive.
But that is all the time we have for today here. Thank you to you guys at home for tuning in. Thank you for all of the devs, analysts, and all of the casters. I think we had everybody on today, but a big shout out to them. And tomorrow, we're going to be bringing you guys another Elimination Day starting with Guild versus Fireflux at 3 p.m. CEST. We'll see you then.
heart's calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game. Make me wonder, can get away. I know your type, I know just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm running wild. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know your type, I know just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm running wild. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me.